Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Gênesis of Genius. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1 Prologue. In a building in Mizudafu, Japan, a 14-year-old young man with dark green hair and eyes stood on top of a building, contemplating his life. This was Izuku Midoriya. To understand why someone so young and with so much potential was in such despair, one must look back at his past. Izuku was a kind-hearted boy who had dreamed of becoming a hero since childhood. However, his dream was shattered when he discovered he was quirkless. In a society where 80% of people possessed quirks, he was among the few who did not. Most quirkless individuals were older, and only a small percentage were young like Izuku. Quirks had become a symbol of human evolution, but this evolution was physical, not mental. Izuku was one of the unfortunate ones born without a quirk. In an ideal world, this would not have been a problem, it would merely mean he lacked a particular skill. However, Izuku did not live in an ideal society. Being quirkless made him a target for discrimination, with the exception of his mother. People looked down on him simply for lacking a quirk, which was absurd. He was human, with dreams and feelings, yet he faced disdain from those around him. The situation worsened due to the actions of two people he once trusted: his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo and his twin sister, Sakura Midoriya. Before they discovered Izuku's quirkless status, the three were inseparable friends. But once they learned the truth, everything changed, especially when their own quirks proved to be powerful and versatile. Izuku endured constant humiliation and mistreatment from both Katsuki and Sakura, simply for being different. He faced bullying and abuse, yet he remained steadfast in his dream of becoming a hero. He didn't aspire to be the strongest or the #1 hero, he simply wanted to help others. Since the age of 9, Izuku trained tirelessly in martial arts while excelling in his studies. He prepared his body and mind for the challenges of heroism. His notes were a testament to his dedication, showcasing his knowledge in technology, biology, genetics, and chemistry. At just 14, he was already on par with the best students from prestigious colleges in these fields. Izuku's ingenuity allowed him to create gadgets from discarded materials, transforming e-waste into useful tools. Unfortunately, this only fueled the abuse from Sakura and Katsuki, but Izuku remained undeterred. He believed that every hardship he faced would make him a better hero. Izuku's mother, Inko, noticed the abuse and tried to seek help from teachers and school officials, but they turned a blind eye, prioritizing the potential of her children over Izuku's suffering. Sakura's telekinetic powers and Katsuki's explosive abilities made them promising candidates for heroism, and no one wanted to tarnish their reputations. Inko's desperation led her to seek help from the police, but her pleas went unheard. Even discussions with Katsuki's mother yielded no results. Feeling helpless, Inko could only support Izuku as he healed from his injuries. Izuku, in turn, tried to comfort her, hiding his wounds to spare her further pain. Despite the challenges he faced, Izuku persevered. His determination to help others and emulate his idol, All Might, was unyielding. At 14, Izuku had a life-changing encounter with All Might just 10 months before the UA exams. After being saved from a villain, Izuku mustered the courage to ask All Might if he could become a hero. The response he received was both encouraging and sobering. "It's great to dream, young man, but you must also be realistic. Without a quirk, you risk becoming a burden to others and hindering the true heroes." Izuku Midoriya faced many challenges, but he remained determined. After the incident involving Katsuki Bakugo, where a villain had nearly taken Katsuki's life, Izuku stepped forward to help when no one else would. While the other heroes hesitated, Izuku rushed in, showcasing his bravery. Eventually, All Might arrived and saved them both, but instead of being praised for his heroism, Izuku faced harsh criticism. The heroes lauded Katsuki for his powerful quirk, ignoring the destruction he had caused. Later, Izuku overheard a conversation that left a lasting impact on him. All Might announced that Katsuki, the very person who had bullied him and caused him immense pain, was chosen to inherit the legendary hero's quirk, one for all. Izuku couldn't comprehend how someone who had treated him so poorly could be deemed worthy. He felt a deep sense of injustice, questioning why his longing to help others was not enough. Despite the setbacks, Izuku continued to train harder than ever. He honed his martial arts skills and became capable of defeating opponents with quirks, as long as they weren't overwhelmingly powerful. When the day of the UA entrance exams arrived, he performed admirably, taking down numerous robots and rescuing a girl from danger. His efforts earned him high scores, placing him third overall in the practical exam and first in the theory portion. However, his hopes were dashed when the UA director informed him that, despite his impressive performance, he could not join the hero course due to a lack of growth potential. This news devastated Izuku. He had worked tirelessly, pushing himself beyond his limits, only to be told that his dream was unattainable because he lacked a quirk. After the director's visit, Izuku returned home, feeling utterly defeated. In a moment of despair, he contemplated giving up on everything. He walked to an abandoned building, wrestling with his thoughts. As he stood on the edge, he realized that ending his life would only give victory to those who had belittled him. He stepped back, understanding that he was not alone in his struggles. Determined to fight back against a society that sought to crush him, Izuku resolved to create change. He recognized that he needed resources and power to support his ambitions. His thoughts turned to quirks, abilities that stemmed from DNA. If he could understand the genetic structure behind them, perhaps he could find a way to acquire a quirk of his own. With newfound determination, Izuku began to formulate a plan. He needed a laboratory equipped with the necessary tools to pursue his research. Upon returning home, he found a note from his mother indicating that she and Sakura had gone to visit Katsuki's family. Izuku knew that Sakura and Katsuki shared a bond, both feeling superior to others, which contributed to her mistreatment of him. With a cold laugh, Izuku vowed to himself that he would return everything that had been done to him, multiplied many times over. He was ready to take control of his destiny and reshape the world around him. Izuku's face was a mask of fury and cold determination as he stormed into her room. He grabbed her backpack, hastily tossing in everything he could find, including her notebooks filled with thoughts on heroes. Afterward, he took a gym bag, emptied its contents, and filled it with his gadgets and tools. He retrieved a letter from beneath his pillow, ensuring it was still intact, and tucked it into the bag. Next, he approached her wardrobe and selected one more change of clothes, adding it to his carry-on. Before leaving home, Izuku had already devised a plan to acquire the money he needed. He had made a choice. Since he couldn't be a hero, he would embrace the role of a villain who would reshape everything. With this new identity in mind, he concluded that the most effective way to secure his funds was through criminal means. Unbeknownst to anyone, that day marked the end of a naive boy and the emergence of a man destined to change the world. Thus, Gênesis was born, a figure who would leave an indelible mark on history. After leaving his house, Izuku walked to a nearby town, a distance of only 2 kilometers, but he had already run much more than that as a warm-up. He navigated through crowded areas, keeping his head down and avoiding places where there might be cameras. Izuku wanted to remain unnoticed, hoping to avoid being found too early. At a market, he purchased 4 items: hair dye, a mask, sunglasses, and a pack of cookies. After making his purchases, he left the area, continuing to evade any cameras. If he could be just another missing child case, that would work to his advantage. After about 40 minutes of walking, Izuku arrived in the neighboring town and headed straight for an old, abandoned building. The building was decrepit and deserted, which was exactly what Izuku was looking for. He knew that the owner had passed away 3 years prior, and the local kids had little interest in the place. While it wouldn't be wise to use this location as a permanent base, it would serve him well for a short time. Izuku had no intention of staying longer than a month. He already had a plan to acquire the money he needed. His plan was straightforward. He intended to use his analytical skills to target heroes for kidnapping and theft. Izuku had extensive knowledge of the heroes' quirks and their patrol patterns, knowing exactly where and when each of them would be on duty. He understood the appeal of the hero profession, They earned a lot of money, and even lower-ranking heroes made substantial incomes by selling their images. A prime example was the professional heroine Iwabumi, who, despite not being a full-time hero, still earned a great deal by marketing her celebrity status. Izuku recognized a significant flaw in the current hero society. It valued quirks over character. He reflected on how Katsuki and Sakura had been accepted into UA while he had been rejected, despite scoring third on the entrance exam. This focus on power alone could lead to villains masquerading as heroes. One of the reasons Izuku chose this building was that heroes rarely patrolled the area, at most once a month, as it was considered a dump. Additionally, the building still had a functioning water system, allowing him to take cold showers. Upon arriving, he climbed to the top floor and entered a secluded room, stowing away his belongings. After checking the water supply, he was pleased to find it still worked. The first thing he did was wash and dye his hair, transforming his green hair into a more ordinary black. Accessing the dark web, Izuku quickly researched locations where villains gathered, jotting down the details he found. Realizing he needed to act quickly, he decided to rest until nightfall, having already determined which hero would be his first target. His target was professional hero Bision, whose quirk allowed him to transform into a bull or a hybrid human bull form. Knowing this, Izuku devised a plan to defeat him. He opened his bag to reveal his gadgets, taking out a pair of gauntlets and 2 bracelets he had created. Izuku had modified the gauntlets to include batteries and an electrical system that could generate discharges from the palms. The design was intended for heroes who engaged in hand-to-hand combat, capable of emitting a charge strong enough to incapacitate a lion. One strike with an open palm would be enough to knock out a human unless they possessed a quirk that provided resistance. In this town, there were 2 locations that went unchecked: the building where Izuku was hiding and an abandoned factory on the other side of town. Bision only patrolled at night, and he visited the factory once a month. Izuku was ready to put his plan into action. It had been almost a month, and Izuku was counting down the days until he would confront Bision again. He planned to take him down and interrogate him, knowing that it was necessary. While Izuku didn't want to kill, he understood that a low-level hero's death in a secluded area wouldn't attract much attention. A kidnapped hero, however, would draw the entire Hero Association's focus. Izuku knew that if the news spread about a boy defeating a hero with technology, it wouldn't take long for someone to connect him to the new villain. This would put his mother, Inko, at risk, as she would be known as the mother of a villain. If the heroes knew what to look for, it would only be a matter of days before they found him. Therefore, Izuku had to eliminate Bision. Taking a deep breath, Izuku packed his gauntlets into his backpack. As night fell, he donned a gray sweatshirt and set out. He made his way to the factory on the other side of town, removed his gauntlets from the bag and waited, peering out into the street. Izuku's plan was straightforward. Bision was an arrogant and hot-headed hero, and it wouldn't take much to lure him into a trap. When Bision approached, Izuku would create a noise inside the factory by kicking a rock into a metal tank. That would be enough to draw Bision in, and when he did, Izuku would surprise him and immobilize him. Nervousness gnawed at Izuku as he waited, but soon he spotted Bision passing near the factory. Without hesitation, he kicked a small rock with all his strength into the metal tank, creating a loud noise. Just as expected, Bision heard it and decided to investigate. Izuku hid behind a pillar in the darkness, waiting. He heard the factory door creak open, and a sliver of light spilled in. Bision's voice echoed in the silence. "Is anyone there? If you're hiding, come out now, or I'll make sure you end up in the hospital." Izuku remained silent, kicking a pebble on the ground that struck a nearby pillar. His heart raced, yet he felt an unusual calmness wash over him. It was as if he was meant for this moment. Bision entered the factory, moving toward the source of the noise. Izuku closed his eyes, listening intently to each step. As Bision drew closer, the sound of his footsteps grew louder. When Bision was near enough, Izuku held his breath. As Bision walked past him, Izuku sprang into action. He struck Bision in the back with a powerful blow that unleashed a massive electrical charge. Bision let out a cry as his body went numb. Instinctively, he transformed into his hybrid form and turned to face his assailant. Instead of a fierce opponent, he saw a figure cloaked in darkness, wearing a hood and a mask. "Who are you?" Bision demanded. "I am the beginning of a new era, and you are the first step toward it," Izuku replied. "You messed with the wrong person," Bision growled, launching a punch at Izuku. Izuku rolled out of the way, allowing Bision to strike a pillar. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed both hands against Bision's ribs, releasing another electrical charge that knocked him out. As Bision lay unconscious, Izuku looked down at him with disdain. "It's ironic, isn't it? I'm considered without potential, yet you, a so-called hero, can't defeat someone less than half your age." With a sigh, Izuku removed one of his gauntlets and dragged Bision to a thicker pillar, securing him with old power cables. He tied Bision's arms and body tightly before removing the other gauntlet. Quickly, he unsheathed a length of cable and pierced Bision's skin with the copper wire, placing the other end at a safe distance. Izuku then placed one of his bracelets on Bision and kept the other for himself. After searching Bision's belongings, he found a wallet, a cell phone, and keys to his house. He put the gauntlets back on and waited. Izuku knew no one would come near this place. Bision patrolled here only because some dealers occasionally used the abandoned factory. As a rank C hero, Bision wasn't considered valuable by the association, and Izuku intended to exploit that. After a few hours, Bision began to stir. When he opened his eyes, he saw a young man with black hair and green eyes, his mouth and nose covered by a mask, calmly watching him. "I don't recommend transforming unless you want to be electrocuted," Izuku warned, gesturing toward the cable. Bision's expression shifted to one of aggression as he realized the situation. "What do you want?" "Let's start with the basics. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer honestly and I won't fry you. Lie, and you'll feel an electrical charge right on your nerves. I guarantee it won't be pleasant," Izuku said. "You think you can intimidate me?" Bision spat. Izuku pressed his hand on the cable, causing Bision to roar in pain. After releasing him, he asked, "What is your name?" "Forget you," Bision replied defiantly. Another jolt of electricity followed, and Izuku repeated his question. "Let's try again. What's your name?" "Chisato Hayato," Bision finally admitted. "Where do you live?" Izuku pressed. Not telling, Chisato shot back. After another burst of energy, Chisato relented. "District XXXX.XXXXX. Do you have a wife?" Izuku continued. "No." "Children?" "No." "Do you live alone?" "Yes." "What's your cell phone password?" XXXXXXX. Izuku nodded, gathering the information he needed as he prepared for the next steps of his plan. Izuku typed the password, and the screen opened. Quickly accessing the bank application, he glanced at Chisato and asked, "What's your CPF number and bank password?" Chisato shot back defiantly, "Do you really think you can get away with this?" Izuku's expression hardened. "I think I can. Now tell me, or prepare to face the consequences. No one is coming to help you, and I have plenty of time to get what I want. So, cooperate, and this will be easier for both of us." CPF XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Chisato finally relented. Password XXXXXXXXX. As Izuku typed quickly, he opened Chisato's account and was taken aback by the balance displayed on the screen. Despite being a low-ranking hero, Chisato had the equivalent of $750. "How did you accumulate so much money? There's no way someone like you earns enough from hero work to have this much," Izuku questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. Chisato hesitated until Izuku delivered a jolt of electricity once more. "I have a deal with a group of villains," he admitted. "What kind of deal?" Izuku pressed. "I turn a blind eye to their activities, and they pay me well for it," Chisato explained. Izuku's disdain was palpable. "You really are a piece of work. Not only are you weak enough to lose to a teenager, but you're also corrupt." "Don't be naive, kid. I'm not the only one," Chisato replied. "Most heroes are corrupt. It's easier for them to rise through the ranks if they let certain crimes slide. I help a group grow in the shadows, and they help me climb the hero ladder. It's a common practice among the top 100 heroes. Izuku narrowed his eyes. And how do you know this? Think about it. Most of them always seem to be in the right place at the right time when an incident occurs, Chisato said. It's impossible for criminals to be foolish enough to attack cities where top heroes reside without checking first. There are countless small towns in Japan where they could commit crimes without interference, yet they choose to strike in major cities. I'm not saying all heroes are like this, but at least 70% have deals with criminals. The truth is, since heroes started getting paid to help people, genuine heroes have become a rarity, Chisato continued. This low crime rate is a facade. Do you really believe all heroes are good? I can name several who are worse than the villains. Izuku's expression hardened further. An ideal world may be a fairy tale, but that's what I'm going to create. By this point, any sympathy Izuku had for Chisato had vanished. Do you have any hidden money? No, Chisato replied. Izuku shocked him again. Don't lie to me, Chisato. My quirk allows me to detect when you're being dishonest. If you lie again, I'll increase the voltage. Where did you hide the money? Izuku demanded. Silence filled the air until Izuku delivered another shock. Chisato remained quiet, prompting Izuku to continue the process. After several more shocks, Chisato finally relented. It's in a safe at my house, he confessed. Where exactly? Izuku pressed. In my room, behind a painting of a hawk, Chisato revealed. Izuku's eyes narrowed. What's the password to the vault? It only works with my fingerprint, Chisato said, anxiety creeping into his voice. Izuku delivered another jolt. Don't lie to me, Chisato. I know when you're lying. Using a device he had created, a remote polygraph, Izuku could tell when Chisato was being dishonest. Originally designed to assist heroes and police during interrogations, it now served a different purpose. Okay, the password is XXXXX. XXXX. XXXXX. Chisato finally provided. Izuku noted the password on his phone. Are there any traps in your house? No, Chisato answered. After a few more questions, Izuku felt satisfied. Very well, we're done. You know you're going to pay for this, right? Chisato warned. I'll find you, he threatened. No, you won't, Izuku replied coldly. Why not? Chisato challenged. Because you're going to die. As soon as Izuku tightened his grip on the copper cable, a surge of electricity coursed through Chisato. He maintained the charge until he noticed Chisato's struggles cease, accompanied by a disturbing scent in the air. Overwhelmed by the sight before him, Izuku felt nausea rise within him but managed to suppress it. He understood that he had no time to dwell on his emotions. Rising to his feet, he approached Chisato's lifeless form and removed the bracelet before checking for a pulse. Confirming the unfortunate truth, he left Chisato behind, aware that it would take at least 3 days for anyone to discover the body. This would provide him with the time he needed. Izuku's immediate plan was to access Chisato's vault and secure the money within, then leave town as swiftly as possible. As he departed, he transferred all the funds from Chisato's account to an orphanage, ensuring that the money would be put to good use. Afterward, he destroyed Chisato's cell phone. At that point, Izuku had successfully obtained what he sought, and soon he would have the necessary resources. If his funds ever dwindled, he would simply target another hero and repeat the process until he achieved his goals. Izuku's guiding principle during this time became clear: one cannot defeat what one does not know exists. 3 months after the Bision incident on Nabu Island, Izuku found himself in a laboratory, focused on his analysis. Nearby, 10 bodies were suspended in cylinders, all professional heroes making their debut. Kamui Woods, Centipede, Gunhead, 2 Death Arms, Backdraft, Snatch, Manual, Captain Celebrity, Airjet, and Uwabami. Izuku had placed them in stasis, keeping them in an induced coma while he collected blood, marrow, and bone samples. In the past few months, Izuku had been incredibly busy. He had discovered a substantial amount of money at Bison's residence, nearly $2 million, which he used wisely. Renting a property in one of the most isolated areas of Nabu Island, He set about acquiring equipment discreetly from various locations. He personally transported everything, using a truck and a rented boat to bring the supplies to the island, and spent a month setting up the lab. Once his lab was operational, Izuku created a combat costume inspired by an old comic book villain known as Deathstroke, changing the orange parts to green. Adopting the name Gênesis, he became a notorious figure among heroes, having kidnapped, tortured, and incapacitated many of them over the past 2 months. Gênesis struck fear into the hearts of heroes, executing his operations with precision. He would arrive and depart before anyone realized he was there, leaving chaos in his wake. Whenever he stole from a hero, he transferred most of the money to various orphanages across Japan. The public was eager to uncover Gênesis's identity and motives, but he left no messages or clues behind. His attacks were calculated. He had studied the hero's behavior and strategies, leading experts to believe he possessed a quirk that enhanced his mental capabilities or allowed him to foresee events. His efficiency was alarming, and with each successful operation, the hero's credibility diminished. As the school year approached, the heroes found themselves powerless to stop Gênesis. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku had carefully selected his targets based on their quirks, aiming to gather samples from individuals with diverse abilities. For instance, Iwabami and Centipede both had mutant quirks, but their mutations manifested differently. By comparing blood samples from heroes with various quirk categories, Izuku aimed to identify a common gene that could be isolated and studied further. Izuku had already pinpointed the gene responsible for activating quirks and was working on a method to trigger it. He conducted experiments on laboratory mice, modifying a trigger drag to alter genes in a specific manner. Although he faced setbacks, he continued to make progress, utilizing the wealth of information available on the internet. He often revisited abandoned research, extracting useful elements to enhance his own studies. One notable example was a thesis by a German scientist on overcoming genetic limitations through brain STMLTN. While the original research had failed, Izuku saw potential where others had given up. He also explored a Korean study on mixing human DNA with other species to create an evolved version of humanity. By synthesizing insights from both studies, Izuku developed a process to activate quirks in individuals who lacked them. His method involved identifying the gene responsible for quirks, using compatible animal DNA, and applying serums to STMLT the brain and activate the quirk gene. This approach could safely awaken a quirk, typically of the mutant or transformation type, linked to the characteristics of the chosen animal. Remarkably, Izuku discovered that this method could even grant a new quirk to someone, having successfully tested it on a villain without adverse effects. As Izuku continued his research, he remained focused on his ultimate goal, determined to unlock the secrets of quirks and reshape the landscape of heroism in Japan. Izuku was deep in thought, realizing that what he truly desired was something beyond what he currently had. He understood that to change society, he needed to acquire an overwhelming power that would make him unbeatable. Only by reaching this level of strength could he begin to implement his plans. As he examined the products used in a recent experiment aimed at STMLTNG the brain, he concluded that the approach needed to be reversed. Instead of focusing on brain STMLTN to force the body to evolve, he believed that the body should be compelled to evolve first, with the brain being stimulated afterward to keep pace with those changes. While he was engrossed in his analysis, the ringing of a cell phone on the table broke his concentration. He glanced at the screen and noticed an intriguing name, Jiren. An underworld broker who had been instrumental in his endeavors, Jiren had helped Izuku establish this lab and discreetly brought heroes to him. Izuku picked up the phone and answered, "Hello." Izuku received a call from Jiren, who urgently requested a meeting. Jiren mentioned that he had a proposal for a significant job opportunity and needed Izuku's expertise to assess its security and reliability. Izuku was skeptical and questioned why Jiren needed him specifically. Jiren insisted that the matter was serious, and if things went wrong, it would have serious consequences for him. He acknowledged Izuku's skills as the best strategist available. Curious about the benefits of getting involved, Izuku listened as Jiren outlined 3 incentives: an advance payment of $700,000, Information about a person with a unique quirk that could restructure DNA, and access to military-grade equipment. After considering the offer, Izuku agreed to meet. Jiren arranged for an associate to pick him up, instructing Izuku to choose a location. He advised Izuku to be prepared for a surprise, hinting at potential danger. Izuku decided on a secluded spot in the forest near his laboratory. After a brief wait, a black portal opened, and a figure emerged. The man, Kurojiri, introduced himself as Jiren's contact. Izuku, cautious and ready for anything, asked for the password to confirm Kurojiri's identity. Once verified, he lowered his weapons and entered the portal. They arrived at a bar where Jiren was waiting, accompanied by a thin, pale man with a peculiar appearance. Izuku immediately inquired about the business at hand. Jiren explained that there were 3 deals to discuss, but Izuku was not pleased with the sudden change in the number of tasks. Jiren reassured him that he would compensate for the additional work, emphasizing their history of collaboration. As they spoke, the pale man interrupted, expressing annoyance at being ignored. Izuku coldly dismissed him, asserting that he was there solely as Jiren's hired mercenary. Jiren introduced the man as Shigaraki Tamura, who had 3 services to request. The first involved an attack on UA, which was currently being planned. The second was a smaller task on I Island, where Izuku would need to gather information. The third was a personal issue for Jiren, involving a rival group. Izuku listened carefully as Tamura outlined his plan to attack UA with the intent to eliminate All Might. However, as Tamura detailed his strategy, Izuku grew increasingly concerned. He questioned the effectiveness of the plan, pointing out the lack of solid information and preparation. Izuku firmly advised Jiren to distance himself from Tamura's plan, predicting it would lead to failure and jeopardize their connections. Tamura reacted defensively, insisting that his plan was flawless, but Izuku remained unconvinced, recognizing the gravity of the situation they were discussing. Izuku stood firm, his voice steady as he addressed the group. You are overlooking several crucial factors. You have blind faith in an untested weapon and are basing your entire plan on it. You lack any information about the students present. You don't know if the timing is right, the structure of the place, or the attack patterns of the teachers. You haven't planned alternative escape routes beyond Kurojiri, and you haven't considered how to enhance the attack's efficiency. In fact, you haven't planned much of anything. He continued, do you really believe that the UA Heroes Corps students are weak? They are the pinnacle of the younger generation, selected for their potential. Their entry test involved battling several robots with combat strength close to rank D heroes. The strongest among them can hold their own against a rank B hero, and some have even defeated them. Any student in a UA hero class knows how to fight well enough to take down a few rank D heroes, with the strongest capable of facing rank B, perhaps even rank A. Izuku's gaze sharpened. And you want to confront them without a proper plan and with only one escape route? Let's discuss your weapon against All Might. Assuming it can defeat him in one-on-one combat, do you think the students and other teachers will just stand by? Your weapon is designed to combat All Might, not others. If they possess quirks that neutralize your weapon, you're in trouble. Without alternative plans, if your strategy fails, it's game over for you and everyone who follows your lead in this flawed plan. If you want to devise a strategy, do it right. Jiren listened with a calm smile, his eyes fixed on a camera. Tamura, angered by Izuku's criticisms, prepared to retaliate when a monitor lit up, and a voice commanded him to remain calm. Tamura, stay calm. Kurojiri, open a portal. Kurojiri nodded and opened a portal, from which emerged a man in a black suit and a skull mask, life support apparatus attached. As the man appeared, Izuku felt a wave of fear wash over him. Every instinct screamed for him to flee. He sensed that this man had taken countless lives, and his very presence was terrifying. Biting his lip to regain composure, Izuku steadied himself, hands lightly resting on his weapons. He had no intention of backing down without a fight. If All for One attacked, he would respond, regardless of the outcome. Jiren appeared surprised. Few could maintain their composure in the presence of this man. The figure from the portal soon regained his calm demeanor. And as for you, Gênesis, I must admit, You impress me. Even in my presence, you show no fear. After hearing the plan just once, you've already identified numerous flaws and deduced a probable course of events. You are exactly as Jiren described, cold, calculating, a born strategist, the man continued. Who are you? Izuku demanded. I'm all for one, but you can call me sensei. I've heard much about you, Gênesis, and from what Jiren said, you've heard about me too. Izuku's surprise was evident. Jiren had informed him of All for One's notorious reputation as the emperor of the underworld, the very person Izuku had longed to analyze. He recalled asking Jiren about someone with a quirk capable of permanently stealing or copying others' abilities. Jiren had mentioned only one person fitting that description and had shared All for One's story. I heard you were dead, Izuku stated. Many believe that, but I'm very much alive, All for One replied. Izuku glanced at Jiren, who nodded in confirmation. It's clear you've been assessing me. Why? He asked. I was testing your ability to join the League of Villains, and you passed splendidly, All for One said. Sorry, I'm not interested. I work better alone, Izuku replied. Even if I could assist you with your research? All for One pressed. What do you know about my research? Izuku challenged. I know you're investigating how to artificially grant quirks. You've found a method, but the results aren't controllable and you can't provide any specific abilities that someone desires, which leaves you unsatisfied, All for One explained. I must say it's impressive. You were wise not to leave any data or samples of your work behind, along with progress reports. How do you know that? Izuku narrowed his eyes, a sense of dread creeping in. One of his greatest fears was that someone would infiltrate his lab and steal his research. He had taken extreme precautions to ensure his work remained secret, documenting all crucial formulas and procedures in a diary that he kept close at all times. He had left no samples of the serums he used, only the raw materials for synthesis when needed. Because you're not the only one who assesses targets before pursuing them. I've been observing you for the past month, All for One revealed. I know your attacks on heroes were premeditated to advance your research. I apologize, but I took the liberty of breaking into your lab to review some of your findings. I must admit, it was challenging. You had numerous traps in place, including neodymium lasers and heavy weaponry to deter intruders. If I hadn't possessed quirks that allowed me to bypass your defenses and hack into your systems, I would have met my end. Hearing All for One, Izuku's eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Jiren. The only visible eye of Jiren's mask trembled. I didn't reveal anything about the place, and I didn't say anything that anyone watching you wouldn't find out. He followed you on his own after the Uwabami kidnapping incident, Jiren said hurriedly. Izuku had no tolerance for betrayal, and Jiren was well aware of this. He remembered the brutal fate of a weapons supplier who had set a trap for Izuku. The supplier had met a gruesome end, and Jiren knew that Izuku would not hesitate to do the same if he believed he had been betrayed. And how did he know where I would be? Izuku asked, his voice colder than before. Jiren was in a cold sweat. He understood that Izuku was meticulous, never leaving a trace behind. Even after 4 months and frequent meetings, Jiren had never seen Izuku's face without a mask. Izuku was extremely careful, always acting quickly and effectively, emphasizing the importance of keeping his identity and location secret. Before leaving, he had studied an updated map of the city, planning his movements with precision to avoid detection. It wasn't him who leaked it to me. I simply deduced it. I also have a scientist who studies quirks, All for One interjected. And he deduced that the next target would be someone with a mutated quirk that only altered a specific part of the body, All for One continued. You limit yourself to heroes, and you wouldn't attack one that was excessively strong, as their operations are always swift. Facing someone with a mutation-type quirk for long PRDS would risk being surrounded by other heroes. Your preference would be a non-combat hero, someone you could attack efficiently and kidnap quickly. There are few who fit that description, and even fewer who usually walk alone. I simply placed lookouts on each of them, and when you attacked Uwabami, I had an associate track you. That's how I found your lab. It took a lot of work to prepare everything, All for One explained. And who would be the researcher who predicted how I would act? Izuku asked. Kyudai Garaki, all for one replied. You mean the creator of the Quirk's singularity theory? Izuku said, shocked. Yes. Upon hearing the name, Izuku felt a wave of astonishment. He knew who Garaki was, the genius behind much of the research that had influenced his own work. Garaki had conducted extensive studies on the singularity of the Quirks, and Izuku recognized the brilliance of his findings. How is it possible that he's alive? Izuku asked, intrigued. He has a very useful longevity quirk, all for one noted, sensing Izuku's interest and smiling beneath his mask. He understood that to win Izuku over, he needed to offer something of great value. The prospect of Garaki's research was a tempting lure, one that Izuku would find hard to resist. All for one knew that Garaki was far ahead in his understanding of quirks, and Izuku had only been researching for 2 months while Garaki had dedicated his entire life to the subject. You said you could help me with my research. How do you plan on doing that? Izuku inquired. For the first time, Izuku showed genuine interest in the League of Villains. The moment he asked that question, All for One realized he had captured Izuku's attention. All for One had conducted extensive research on Izuku over the past 2 months, uncovering his identity. The resources he had to expend were staggering, as Izuku's meticulousness meant that All for One had to invest an unimaginable amount of effort. Without access to the underworld's information network and a slide of luck, he might not have succeeded. All for One was intrigued to discover that a quirkless individual under the age of 15 was causing such significant trouble for the heroes. He still didn't fully understand Izuku's motivations, but he could make educated guesses. I can help you by providing test subjects, giving you access to Garaki's recent research on quirks, which includes methods for replication and artificial granting of quirks, and I can supply you with resources and technology, All for One offered. Izuku Midoriya stood in the dimly lit room, contemplating his options as he listened to All for One. Joining the League of Villains could accelerate his research significantly, but it came with the risk of exposing his work to All for One. On the other hand, rejecting the offer would likely lead to a confrontation, one that could leave him severely injured and reveal his identity to the world. He had a plan in place for such a scenario. His armor was equipped with explosives, and he could use one to create a diversion. The explosion would attract the attention of nearby heroes, allowing him to escape through the alleys before removing his armor. Without it, he would blend in with the crowd as an unknown civilian, making his getaway easier. However, this would mean losing access to his laboratory on the Nabu Islands and his combat suit. Izuku had a secondary hideout, though it was far from his main lab. He had also strategically hidden money in various locations across Japan, highway lockers, lost parcels in the mail, though he hoped not to resort to that, as it could expose him. Completing his research in less than a decade after this incident would be a monumental challenge if his identity were revealed. For now, he felt trapped. Looking at All for One, Izuku spoke up. I can agree to join, but I have 3 requests. What would they be? All for One asked, intrigued. First, I will not obey Tamura until he proves he is worthy of it. I refuse to serve someone who acts irrationally and lacks purpose. All for One nodded, having anticipated this response. He understood that Izuku was not loyal to him. Second, I want blood samples from Kurogiri. Understanding how his quirk works will significantly advance my research, especially in teleportation. That can be arranged, but you will only receive blood samples, All for One replied. Third, I do not want anyone in my laboratory without my permission. Dr. Garaki can enter when I'm present, but no one else. Agreed, but I expect you to share your research results with us, All for One said. Izuku nodded, knowing he would share only what was beneficial for him. Welcome to the League of Villains, Gênesis, All for One added. Thank you, Izuku replied simply. Is it preferable for you to stay here or return to your place? All for One inquired. I'd like to go back and take the survey data now, Izuku responded. Before you leave, I hope you'll reveal your identity as a show of trust, All for One said. If I do, how can I be sure Tamura won't leak it? He still sees me as a threat, Izuku countered. I assure you, it would be foolish to reveal your identity now that you've joined us, All for One stated. All right, Izuku said, removing his helmet to reveal his youthful face. I'm Izuku Midoriya, also known as the hero hunter, Gênesis. All for One acknowledged him and handed over a pen drive. I hope we can work together safely in the future. This contains the updated surveys, and I expect you to share some of your findings with us soon. After putting his helmet back on and taking the pen drive, Izuku said, I will send the formula and procedure I used to grant quirks with animal characteristics soon. Have Kurogiri come to my lab tomorrow at midnight for the research data. Get my cell number from Jiren. And Jiren, I want my payment, he added. Jiren handed Izuku a piece of paper. This is a deposit on Nabu Island. Your payment is there, he said before getting up to leave. As Jiren walked over to Kurogiri, he instructed, Open a portal to my house. We're done for today. Kurogiri complied, and Jiren bid farewell. Izuku watched as Kurogiri nodded and opened a portal that led directly outside his lab. Once inside, he surveyed his laboratory and muttered, I need to increase the security of this place. He connected the pen drive to his computer, eager to delve into the research contained within. His anxiety mounted as he explored the files, hoping that what All for One had said was true. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains hideout, Tamura was in a fit of frustration. Sensei, why did you accept him? Because it's always better to have allies like him. People like Izuku are valuable to us, All for One replied patiently. He's just an arrogant fool who knows nothing, Tamura retorted. All for One looked at him seriously. Prove me wrong. Execute your plan, and if it succeeds, I'll acknowledge your concerns and deal with him. But if you fail, I want you to listen to what he has to say. All for One understood that Izuku was right and that Tamura's plan would likely fail. However, he believed Tamura needed to learn from his mistakes. As the chosen successor, he needed to grow, and All for One was willing to let him start that journey now. Understood. I'll prove him wrong, Tamura said defiantly. 2 weeks after Izuku joined the League of Villains at 8 a.m., he found himself observing a peculiar mouse. This mouse had limbs resembling firearms, and it occasionally fired water shots that made a loud noise upon impact. As he watched, Izuku couldn't help but laugh excitedly. I did it. I really did it, he exclaimed. After studying Garaki's research data, Izuku felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Garaki had discovered a method to transfer an existing quirk to someone else, but his research lacked the means to modify quirks. This sparked an idea in Izuku's mind. Why not use his own method to force the fusion of two quirks? He had developed a serum that granted animals quirks by stimulating the gene responsible for them and integrating it into the DNA of a compatible animal. While Garaki's approach involved infusing an external quirk gene into a target's body, Izuku's method focused on activating a dormant gene within the host and guiding its development. By combining the quirk factor with animal DNA and incorporating Garaki's DNA stabilizer formula, Izuku devised a way to artificially fuse two quirks and direct their awakening in a more selective manner. The little rat he experimented on had quirks derived from gunhead and backdraft, resulting in high-pressure water bullets. Although it wasn't exactly what he envisioned, it was a significant step closer. As Izuku celebrated his progress, his cell phone rang. Noticing the League of Villains number on the caller ID, he answered. Hello. Kurogiri's voice came through. Izuku, I'm reaching out because Sensei has requested your presence. Glancing at his experiment, Izuku replied, Is it very important? I'm in a tricky part of my research right now. After a brief silence, Kurogiri confirmed, Yes, it's very important. Open a portal in front of my laboratory in 1 hour. I'll get ready and head there, Izuku instructed. Understood, Kurogiri responded. After the call, Izuku took a shower, donned his costume, and prepared his weapons. Following that day, he upgraded his weaponry with military-grade technology. His weapon's caliber increased significantly, and he further enhanced his costume. While he wouldn't rely on it forever, it was perfect for his current needs. It provided excellent protection against impacts, projectiles, and cuts, along with several additional functions. For instance, his boots were equipped with jet thrusters, and his mask featured an artificial intelligence aiming system in the right eye visor, allowing him to hit targets at long range and perform complex calculations. Another enhancement was in his gauntlets, which could emit electrical discharges controlled by specific actions rather than continuously. Izuku's costume was designed to compensate for his lack of a quirk. While it couldn't match the strongest heroes, it elevated him to a level where, except for the likes of All Might and Endeavor, he could contend with most others. Izuku was confident that if they were on equal footing, he could defeat them. Most heroes relied heavily on the advantages their quirks provided, often lacking effective combat skills. He recalled an encounter with Kamui Woods, where he easily overpowered him with a makeshift flamethrower. The hero had been unprepared for a confrontation against someone with equipment that countered his quirk. Few heroes trained in martial arts that didn't involve their quirks, and even fewer knew how to fight without them. This lack of training and the arrogance displayed by many heroes amused Izuku. Relying solely on quirks was a foolish decision. He reflected on All Might and Eraserhead. Without their quirks, All Might would be defenseless, while Eraserhead could still defend himself, albeit less effectively against quirk users. This understanding fueled Izuku's confidence that he could overcome them if they were evenly matched. Once he was ready, Izuku meticulously put everything in order and destroyed all samples of the new serum he had developed. He had committed the formula to memory and recorded it in his personal diary, ensuring he could recreate it whenever necessary. Izuku had indeed shared part of his research with the League, but only a very specific part. He provided a much weaker and diluted version of the Quirk's wake-up serum, withholding the more potent serum he used to stimulate the brain during the process. The result of this decision was significant. The new serum could awaken an animal-type quirk, but it also meant that the individual would have the instincts of that animal intertwined with their own, which would severely impair their combat abilities. Additionally, this version of the serum caused an immense amount of stress to the brain and resulted in considerable pain. The person would also need to undergo an adaptation process lasting at least 2 weeks. Izuku understood the importance of using a brain stimultng formula when administering a quirk. Having a quirk often placed a tremendous burden on the brain. For instance, Katsuki's quirk, Explosion, required his brain to manage an extraordinary number of functions. To expel nitroglycerin as sweat from his palms, Katsuki's sweat glands had to be different from those in other parts of his body, adding another layer of complexity for his brain to control. The same principle applied to activating the explosion. It was yet another process that the brain had to manage. There were numerous factors involved in how these glands functioned and their effects. The brains of individuals with quirks had to calibrate all these processes to prevent nervous breakdowns and manage the real burden their quirk placed on their bodies. The more powerful or complex the quirk, the greater the mental strain on the user. If the brain was overstimulated or unable to maintain the necessary balance, the result could be catastrophic. This was why Izuku injected the brain's stimulant simultaneously with the quirk formula. One balanced the other. This careful balance was why his test subject had not succumbed to madness, as Izuku ensured stability throughout the process. All for One was not pleased with the incomplete research Izuku had submitted. He had hoped to use it to enhance his subordinates. However, he did not press the issue, knowing that Izuku was aware of Garaki's limited access to the entire research. All for One could have used force, but he recognized that making an enemy of someone like Izuku was unwise. Soon after joining the League, Izuku began devising a plan in preparation for a potential betrayal by All for One. A few minutes after stepping outside the lab, Izuku noticed a black portal appear and entered it without hesitation. Upon exiting, he found himself in a private lab facing All for One. What was so urgent? Izuku asked. Tamura will proceed with the plan to attack the USJ, All for One replied. Upon hearing this, Izuku expressed his concern. This is a mistake. Not only will the plan fail, but it will also risk exposing your spy within the AU, jeopardizing all future League plans. I know it will fail and I know this is risky, but Tamura needs to learn from his mistakes, All for One stated. Izuku, before I tell you why I called you today, I want to talk to you a little. Do you mind removing your helmet? All for One requested. Removing his helmet, Izuku fixed his gaze on All for One, waiting for him to continue. Satisfy my curiosity, Izuku. What is your goal? Why take such chances? All for One inquired. Because today's society needs to change, Izuku replied calmly. This society is heading towards an imminent collapse, and nobody is doing anything to change it. People turn a blind eye to the world's problems, claiming there's nothing they can do or that this is just how things are. The more this continues, the closer we come to widespread extinction. If this doesn't stop, in another 300 years at most, humanity will be extinct. That has to change. Society as a whole needs to change, Izuku asserted. I had never realized this until a few months ago, when I reached the lowest point of my life, he added. Extinction? I think you are exaggerating, All for One countered. Exaggerating? Izuku challenged. How would you describe society now? A society that idolizes heroes but inadvertently creates villains in doing so, All for One answered. I don't see it that way. I view our current society more directly. We are living in an era governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail and no one seems to notice, Izuku explained. What matters to most people these days is how strong or versatile a quirk can be. If you investigate my past, you'll see that I suffered from discrimination, violence, and prejudice just for being quirkless. If our society were evaluating people fairly, my abusers would have faced consequences for their actions when my mother sought help in a police station. I don't want to brag, but I am above average, both physically and mentally. If society judged by abilities, I could have been a hero, as I placed third in the AU exam. Instead, my potential was overlooked simply because I lacked a quirk. I just wanted to help others. I didn't need to be the best hero. I only wanted to be someone who could make a difference. If society valued ideals and intentions, I would have been a hero, and my aggressors would have been seen as villains. Izuku had endured a lifetime of suffering, feeling the sting of rejection as those around him turned their backs and mocked his dreams simply because he lacked a quirk. In a society that idolized quirks, the powerful often escaped scrutiny for their actions. It seemed that no matter the harm they inflicted, whether it was encouraging despair, causing pain, or shattering dreams, those with significant abilities were always celebrated. Meanwhile, those without quirks were marginalized. He pondered the implications of this CYC, realizing that it could ultimately lead to humanity's downfall. Each generation, stronger quirks emerged, and with them came individuals whose inflated egos and overwhelming power could threaten the very existence of the planet. The inevitable clashes between such powerful beings could result in catastrophic destruction. Izuku reflected on the harsh reality. It wasn't a matter of if such a disaster would occur, but when. He also considered the possibility that humanity might destroy itself in conflict before reaching that point. He shifted his focus to the plight of the weak. In a world where the strong had the upper hand, oppression was inevitable. This oppression extended beyond those without quirks. Even those with less powerful abilities faced suffering. Eventually, the weak would realize that to combat discrimination, they might need to take drastic measures. However, even a united front of the weak would struggle against someone as formidable as All Might. In desperation, they might turn to technology, seeking ways to level the playing field. Izuku posed a question. Could All Might withstand the force of a nuclear bomb? He understood that those in despair might resort to extreme actions, even if it meant harming countless innocents to challenge the strongest. Such actions would instill fear in the powerful. If it became evident that the strong could be defeated, more would follow suit, leading to a cycle of violence. The strong, convinced of their superiority, would not change their ways, resulting in further oppression of the weak. This oppression could provoke retaliatory attacks with devastating consequences. As conflicts continued, the death toll would rise, surpassing the number of new lives. The outcome was clear. Extinction loomed unless society changed its course. Izuku calmly asked All for One if he still thought he was exaggerating. All for One contemplated the possibilities, realizing that Izuku's scenarios were plausible. History had shown that wars often ignited from the oppression of a few. What happened to you to shape your view of the world this way? All for One asked seriously. Izuku replied, I have always wanted to help others, but I was realistic about my situation. I understood that dreaming big without the means to achieve it was futile. That's why I pursued my dream with determination. I wanted to offer hope to others, to let them know they were not alone. Despite the discrimination he faced, even from those closest to him, his resolve never wavered. He recalled the moment that shattered his spirit, the day the principal of his dream school denied him entry due to his lack of a quirk. After 10 years of struggle, he realized that society would never accept him as long as he remained quirkless. This realization opened his eyes to the true problem. It was not his lack of power, but the hypocrisy and prejudice of the society around him. With this understanding, he made a decision. If society would not accept him, he would dismantle it and create a better one. A place where everyone had a chance, where character was valued over ability. My goal is to build a society where everyone is accepted for who they are, not judged by their quirk, Izuku declared with conviction. I will be the beginning of a new society. After listening to Izuku, All for One understood his perspective. Looking at him, All for One spoke calmly. I see. In that case, let me ask you what your plan is to create this world. Izuku replied, That's something for me to know, and for you to watch. Let me be straightforward, All for One continued. I know Tamura will fail, but I'm concerned he might end up being captured. And why would that concern me? Izuku asked. I would like you to rescue him if that happens, along with Kurogiri and another individual. Honestly, I prefer not to reveal myself, and if he is captured, few will have the ability to get him out of a police station that will surely be under heavy surveillance, All for One explained. What you're asking is absurd. If he is caught attacking the AU, the security around him will be immense. It's one thing to ask me to face 2 or 3 rank B heroes, but wanting me to rescue him alone from a police station is insane. I'm not willing to risk myself for Tamura after he disregarded my advice and decided to proceed with a reckless plan, Izuku responded. You know as well as I do that this plan will fail. The most Tamura will achieve is to harm some students and infuriate all of Japan, Izuku added. Listening to Izuku, All for One said, If you don't want to risk a rescue, you could accompany him. If Tamura loses, you can help him with Kurogiri. It wouldn't help because he wouldn't listen to me, even if I tried to get him out of there, Izuku replied. He won't, but Kurogiri will. If it becomes clear that you're going to lose, just give the order, and Kurogiri will get you all out of there, no matter how much Tamura protests. I guarantee that, All for One assured him. Recognizing this as a good opportunity to test the AU students' abilities, as well as to gather some blood samples and conduct a drive test in their new suit, Izuku said, Okay, I'll do what you want, but I need your help in return. What do you want? All for One asked. I have information about a person with a quirk that will be very useful for my research. However, capturing that person in the current situation is impossible. I need your help to capture her, Izuku explained. Who is the person you're looking for? All for One inquired. A villain named Mishima Shigeki, but he is known as Dr. Strange, Izuku replied. What's his quirk? All for One asked. His quirk is genetic surgery, which allows him to alter the DNA of a person he touches. He can completely change that person's appearance on a genetic level, but unfortunately, he can't change a person's quirk, only physical characteristics that do not involve a quirk, Izuku clarified. Why don't you capture him? All for One asked. He is working with a group of politicians, and the place where he is located is too well guarded for me to infiltrate, especially if I have to bring out a 250 kilograms individual while facing several top-ranked heroes, Izuku explained. And what do you need my help with? All for One pressed. I need a distraction and Kurogiri. I need you to use some villains to draw the attention of the heroes while Kurogiri and I infiltrate and extract him, Izuku said. All right, Tamura's attack should start in 5 hours, All for One replied. This is good. It will give me some time to gather my complete equipment and prepare, Izuku said calmly. But I need to know what weapon Tamura is relying on if you want me to find a way to give him at least a chance of success. I understand, All for One said, handing Izuku a report with all the information on the Nomus. At this point, Izuku realized that All for One had been planning for him to accompany Tamura from the beginning. After reading everything, Izuku was even more convinced that the Nomus would not win against All Might, but he decided to address another issue first. Sensei, Tamura hates me, and he will likely try to confront me during this operation. If he does, I will retaliate. Are you okay with that? Izuku asked. All for One understood the implications of Izuku's question. Izuku was essentially asking, are you okay with me taking action against Tamura if he tries to harm me? All for One knew it was highly likely that Tamura would attempt to confront Izuku with the resources they had amassed for the attack, and he recognized that Izuku was not the type to stand by and be harmed. You will not kill Tamura, All for One said coldly, releasing an aura of intimidation. Then I refuse to go. I'm not going into a situation where Tamura commands an army of villains, with a Nomu that could easily kill me, and who knows what else he has planned to attack me without my ability to defend myself adequately, Izuku stated firmly. If you want to kill me, go ahead and do it now. It would save us both time. I will not walk into a trap like this, Izuku declared. After a moment of silence, All for One said, Izuku, let me be direct. I know he will try, but I want you to help me guide Tamura towards maturity. An important lesson is that all actions have consequences. If you go and he attacks you, I will allow you to physically confront him and instill enough fear for him to grow. As for the Nomus, you don't need to worry. I will order them not to attack you under any circumstances, and I will instruct them to ignore Tamura's orders regarding you, All for One assured him. Understanding that this was the best arrangement he could get and recognizing the need to be cautious with All for One's patience, Izuku nodded and said, Okay, I'll do what you ask, but I need to gather some equipment. Kurogiri will open a portal for you and then bring you back, All for One confirmed. Izuku nodded and left with Kurogiri. Upon returning to the laboratory, he moved to a more isolated area and opened a box. Inside was a vial containing a yellow serum. After removing the grips and exposing his arm, Izuku took a syringe and injected the serum into his arm. This was something he had created for dire situations, a last resort he called Formulus. Formulus was a physical enhancement serum, akin to a fast-acting super steroid. It was based on research from an ancient scientist, but the original formula had been deemed taboo. The scientist's formula permanently increased the user's attributes but also led to severe mental health issues. Izuku had found a way to modify the formula so that it did not cause permanent side effects. His version was slightly weaker and the effects were temporary, but it spared the user from lasting damage or incurable diseases. Once someone injected Izuku's Formula S, they would experience 24 hours of superhuman physical abilities, including increased strength, speed, agility, regeneration, dexterity, stamina, endurance, and reaction time. It amplified attributes to the point where users surpassed even Olympic athletes. However, the downside was significant. Once the effects wore off, the user would face extreme physical fatigue for 48 hours, accompanied by intense pain. One day of incredible powers came at the cost of 2 days of weakness and suffering. This was a sharp double-edged sword, and Izuku only used it in the most challenging situations. Knowing that Katsuki and Sakura were in the room he was about to attack, Izuku felt he had no choice but to take the formula. Sakura's quirk, telekinesis, allowed her to manipulate objects with her mind, and she was powerful enough to lift an entire stadium with little effort. Izuku understood the risks involved in confronting her, but he had a plan, albeit a risky one. After injecting the serum, Izuku waited for it to take effect while putting on the armor's gauntlet. He armed himself with various weapons, preparing for the confrontation with Sakura and Katsuki. He was well aware of Katsuki's explosive personality and hoped that his physical enhancements wouldn't match Izuku's own. If Katsuki underestimated him, it could work to Izuku's advantage. Next, he retrieved a unique grenade from his arsenal. Telekinesis had been extensively studied, and there was a specific grenade designed to disrupt psionic energy, effectively nullifying the powers of anyone within a certain radius. However, This grenade was banned due to its dangerous side effects on those nearby. Izuku had spent a significant amount of money on the black market to acquire a few of these grenades, knowing that they could be crucial in his plan. His mask would protect him from the grenade's effects, giving him confidence as he prepared for the mission. After gathering everything he needed, Izuku calmly followed Kurogiri to the bar where he met Jiren and All for One. Upon arrival, he overheard All for One speaking to Tamura through a communicator. "Tamura, the subject is not up for debate. It will go along with you whether you like it or not. Are we clear?" All for One's tone was serious. "Yes," Tamura replied, clearly dissatisfied but compliant. "Great," All for One continued. "Gênesis, take care of Tamura during the mission and ensure minimal loss while giving the plan a chance to work. Tamura will command, and you must not make any changes that aren't absolutely necessary." Listening intently, Izuku interjected, "In that case, I must warn you that if you want the plan to have any chance of success, I'll need to be placed in the mountain zone with a student who is there." "Who would this student be?" All for One inquired. "My sister, Sakura Midoriya. I'm sure you've investigated my past and know she's in that room," Izuku replied. "And what's so special about her?" Tamura asked, his tone aggressive. "She alone can defeat all the villains you've gathered. When I ran away from home, Sakura was incredibly powerful, probably among the top 3 strongest students, if not the strongest, if she knows how to use her powers," Izuku explained. "Sakura's only weaknesses are that her telekinesis cannot affect living beings directly, and she needs to focus to manipulate smaller objects," he added. "Other than that, she doesn't have any weaknesses, and I assure you she knows how to use her quirk. I have a plan to incapacitate her, but for that, I need to be isolated with her in a place where she doesn't have many objects to use against me. The mountain area is the most practical for me to fight," Izuku concluded. "Are you sure you're not exaggerating her strength just to save her?" Tamura challenged. Looking directly at Tamura, Izuku replied, "I know you don't like me, and honestly, I have my own issues with you. But we are going on a mission that is a mistake because of you, and Sensei is making me go to try to prevent you from being arrested." Izuku took a deep breath, focusing on the task at hand. "So, be a good boy and stay quiet. I'm going to do what I need to give you a minimal chance of success, and then I'll watch your plan fall apart," he said firmly. "My plan will work," Tamura replied, his voice filled with confidence. "No, it won't," Izuku countered. "I've seen Nomu, and I can calculate the chances of him defeating All Might. The odds are below 1%. Even if he's injured, as Sensei said, the chances of Nomu winning are approximately 0.5% without outside interference," Izuku continued. "And that's assuming All Might fights him one-on-one. If other teachers get involved, Nomu will be defeated with 100% certainty. If you were smart, you'd save Nomu as a last resort, using him only when absolutely necessary, especially since creating another like him is difficult even for Sensei," Izuku advised. "I'll only step in while All Might and Nomu are fighting, ensuring the others don't interfere too much," he added. "After that, it's all on you." Izuku made it clear that he wouldn't interfere with Tamura's planning or how he commanded his followers. "I won't stop you from doing anything here," he said calmly. "But let me be clear, you don't boss me around and I'm not loyal to you. Don't test me, Tamura." Tamura listened, his anger evident as he scratched at himself, but he remained silent. He understood that confronting Izuku alone was a dangerous choice. Despite his childish demeanor, he recognized Izuku's readiness for combat whenever they were near each other. One wrong move could lead to dire consequences. As silence enveloped them, Izuku began to feel the effects of the formulas. He could sense his strength increasing as warmth spread through his body. After a few hours, Kurogiri approached him. "We're ready to go," Kurogiri announced. "Then let's get to it," Izuku replied calmly. As they moved with Kurogiri, Izuku observed a large group of villains. He assessed them and felt confident he could handle any one of them individually. Turning to Kurogiri, he reminded him, "Don't forget, when you separate the students, send Sakura first and then handle the rest." "I understand," Kurogiri responded. Izuku fell silent, waiting as Kurogiri opened a portal and sent a villain capable of disabling the AU alarms. Then, Izuku stepped through to the mountain zone. Upon arrival, he wasted no time setting traps with explosives. After preparing the traps, Izuku released 6 drones into the air. They climbed high and camouflaged themselves, each designed to record the combat in all areas. He knew he had less than 5 minutes to set everything up before Sakura arrived, and he needed every second. Minutes later, Izuku found himself calmly positioned on top of a mountain with a sniper rifle. Soon, a black portal opened, and Sakura emerged alongside 3 others. The moment Izuku saw them, he realized things were about to get complicated. The newcomers included Katsuki Bakugo, a girl with green hair resembling a frog, and a boy with red hair. Izuku didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly fired a shot at Katsuki's right chest and another at his right arm, effectively taking him out of the fight and inflicting a serious injury. Before Katsuki could react, Izuku aimed at the red-haired boy's stomach and fired 3 consecutive shots, bringing him down as well. Just as he was about to target the frog girl, a massive rock hurtled toward him at incredible speed. Without a second thought, Izuku activated the boot thrusters of his suit and propelled himself away from the impact zone. The ground where he had been standing was struck, and as he glanced around, he spotted Sakura in her heroine costume advancing toward him with a furious expression. Izuku continued to run, relying on the jet thrusters in his boots to escape. Occasionally, he would stop to fire shots at Sakura, but she had created a telekinetic field around herself, allowing her to accelerate toward him while hurling large rocks in his direction. Izuku dodged the projectiles, his supernatural reflexes from the Formula S keeping him agile. Without the formula, he knew he would have been severely injured by now. He had hoped to confront Sakura alone, believing that the initial shots would weaken her and make the fight easier. Instead, he was now up against a fully powered Sakura. To make matters worse, he was aware that Tamura had sent Kurogiri to bring others along with Sakura. As all-for-one's protege, Izuku couldn't confront him just yet. As he continued to lead Sakura toward the area where he had planted explosives, Izuku dodged more attacks, constantly altering his route to avoid the car-sized rocks. Once he had her where he wanted, he pulled out a detonator and pressed the button. Explosions erupted throughout the mountainous region, sending a cloud of dust into the air. In a swift motion, Izuku retrieved a grenade from his ammo pocket, pulled the pin, and held the lock in his hand as he ran. Suddenly, he felt his body become immobilized, realizing that his armor was being crushed to trap him. His plan had worked. Sakura was dragging him closer while constricting his armor to inflict pain. Izuku groaned in discomfort as he saw Sakura approach, glowing with an eerie green light. She drew nearer, and he prepared to use the grenade. With the arrival of others, Izuku abandoned his initial strategy and shifted to Plan B. He had intended to weaken Sakura with shots laced with a fast-acting anesthetic. Even the strongest would succumb in under 3 minutes, and he knew Sakura would be no exception. However, with the presence of additional opponents, he decided to eliminate the most dangerous ones first. Katsuki was a significant threat with his explosive quirk, and if he had already received All Might's quirk, he would be even more formidable. That left 3 others to contend with. Izuku was aware of Sakura's capabilities and had formulated a strategy to counter her, but he was uncertain about the red-haired boy's quirk. If it turned out to be powerful and he didn't neutralize him early on, it could spell disaster for Izuku. Thus, despite the missed opportunity to take down Sakura first, he opted for caution. Feeling the pressure of his armor tightening, Izuku winced as Sakura approached with an arrogant smile. "And here's the great Gênesis. You don't seem like much to me," she taunted. Izuku responded, his voice altered by a voice emulator. "You're just as Midoriya described, an arrogant person who thinks she's above everyone." Sakura's expression shifted to seriousness. "What do you know about my brother?" "Apparently more than you do," Izuku replied. Before he could continue, he was suddenly thrown against a wall and then to the ground, only to be pulled back in front of Sakura. The impact was jarring, but thanks to his armor, he managed to endure the blows. "What do you know about my brother? Where is he?" Sakura demanded, her tone aggressive and anxious. "I know he suffered a lot at your hands." The things Izuku told me about you made it clear how much you've hurt him, Izuku stated. Physical and mental abuse, destruction of his belongings, humiliation, I've heard it all, he continued. I know what he wanted me to know about his past and the pain he endured because of you. Where is he? Sakura pressed. And why do you care? Izuku shot back. At that moment he was flung again, feeling the armor constricting painfully around him. Where is he? Sakura yelled, advancing on him. He's dead. Izuku took his own life because he couldn't bear the weight of the discrimination and abuse you and Katsuki inflicted on him, Izuku replied. You're lying, Sakura shouted, her anger boiling over as she grabbed him by the neck. In a moment of desperation, Izuku exerted himself and released the lock on the grenade. The instant he did, a powerful pulse of energy erupted, knocking Sakura to the ground and freeing him from her grip. As they both fell, Izuku saw Sakura struggling to regain her strength. He approached her cautiously. It's no use trying to use your powers, you won't be able to for the next hour. And about your earlier question, I'm not lying. Izuku had not been kidnapped or disappeared, he had run away from home in despair and ended up in an abandoned place where he encountered me. If one were to look at Izuku's old notes, they would notice that most of the technology one used was developed based on his projects. We made a deal. I would avenge him, and in return he would provide me with notes about the heroes he had encountered and all the technology he had created. I aimed carefully when I shot Bakugo, choosing to hit him in the chest instead of aiming for a quicker kill. My intention was to prolong his suffering. The location of my shot was meticulously planned. I was less than 200 meters away, with no obstacles in my line of sight, and I had access to one of the most advanced aiming systems available. I couldn't miss unless I wanted to, and I wanted Bakugo to suffer. After we agreed on the terms of our arrangement, Izuku, knowing he would be avenged, took a leap into a river and drowned. I confronted Sakura, reminding her that she was one of the main reasons for his death. I wondered if she felt proud, knowing her actions had led to Izuku Midoriya's demise. Would her colleagues still see her as a hero, or would they recognize her for the monster she had become? In that moment, I was deliberately cruel to Sakura. For years, I had tried to change her, but I had never succeeded. This time, I wanted to see if making her suffer would prompt a change. Despite all the mistreatment Izuku had endured at her hands, he couldn't bring himself to hate her completely. She was his sister, and there would always be a place for her in his heart. As much as he might have wanted to harm Bakugo, he knew he could never do the same to Sakura. He could hurt her, yes, but he could never bring himself to kill her. Deep down, he believed that Sakura could be so much more than the person she had become. He knew she had the potential to be a great woman and an incredible heroine, but only if she was willing to change. As Izuku spoke, Sakura began to shed tears, his words striking a chord within her. Yet, she held on to her determination and courage as she replied, "If you're going to kill me, do it at once, but know that the AU will hunt you down." "I won't kill you, Sakura. I'll let you live because I know that every day will be worse than death for you," Izuku replied. "Live knowing that Izuku Midoriya died because of you. Live with the knowledge that your mother suffers every day because of your actions. Live knowing that you helped create what I am today, because without your brother's technology, I could never have taken down so many heroes. Live with the weight of the blood I've shed, all because you are a monster who hurt your own family. Live knowing what kind of person you are, and that everything you touch will always be destroyed. It was like that with your brother, it was like that with your mother, it will be like that with Bakugo, and it will be like that with everything else you love, because you destroy everything around you." Izuku spoke coldly, and upon hearing him, Sakura's resolve wavered. In that moment, her eyes became dull. She had lost the will to move forward. Izuku knew that after he left, the relationship between Sakura and Inko would deteriorate, affecting Sakura deeply. Despite her disdain for Izuku, she cared for Inko immensely. The thought of Inko's state after his disappearance, coupled with the rejection from her, would drive Sakura to seek him out, even if she didn't want to. When Izuku vanished, he left no message, which could be interpreted in various ways. To those unfamiliar with him, it might seem like a kidnapping. But to those who understood his struggles, The fear that he had run away or harmed himself would weigh heavily on their minds. Izuku hated putting his mother through this, but he felt it was necessary. If anyone discovered that he was Gênesis, or that he was labeled a villain, Inko would be in danger. There were always those who took justice into their own hands, judging the mothers of criminals as if they were guilty of their children's actions. Ostracism, prejudice, and even violence could befall Inko if it became known that Izuku was a villain before he was strong enough to protect her. He had to prevent that, so despite the pain it caused him, he hadn't contacted her since he left. Inko plastered the city with posters of Izuku, searching tirelessly day and night, barely eating or sleeping. Izuku often watched her from a distance, his heart breaking at the sight of her relentless search. He knew this situation affected Sakura as well. The more distressed and agitated she became, the more she would want to confront Gênesis. If Sakura weren't so arrogant, she might not approach him, but she was. Izuku had a plan. If his initial strategy failed, he had a backup. He intended to push Sakura to her limits, knowing that his words could either inspire her to rise from her current state or leave her forever haunted by his rejection. As he approached Sakura, he took out a medical kit and collected a sample of her blood. Her outfit was wrinkled but still functional, though her jet boots were too damaged to work. After securing the blood sample, he tied her up and left her behind as he made his way to where Katsuki was. Upon arrival, he saw that a girl with a frog-like face had given Katsuki first aid, but he was in critical condition. Izuku knew they needed immediate help. As he approached, the girl took a defensive stance. "Relax," Izuku said. "If I wanted one of you dead, I would have used my rifle." "What do you want?" she asked. "Help to keep them alive," he replied. "Why?" she pressed. "Because I don't kill innocent people. As for Katsuki Bokugu, I want him to suffer as much as possible. A death like this would be too easy for him." "Why do you hate Katsuki?" she asked. "Because he was responsible for my only friend's suicide and the reason Sakura Midoriya became the person she is now," Izuku explained, moving to assist Katsuki. He began first aid on Katsuki, sewing up his wounds. As long as Katsuki remained still, he would survive. Afterward, he did the same for the red-haired boy. "Where's Sakura?" the girl asked, concern in her voice. "About 400 meters in that direction." "She's trapped but intact," Izuku indicated. "Why would you do all this, just to help later?" she questioned. "Because it's necessary. This society is heading toward collapse, and it needs to change. I'm not with those attacking you, we're just helping each other. I do a service for them, and they help me in return." "What do you mean by heading toward collapse?" she asked. "What is the most basic role of a hero?" Izuku replied. "Helping other people, even if it means risking your life," she answered. "And what is most important to a hero, character or power?" he continued. "Character," she said. Izuku pointed at Katsuki. "Based on personality alone, ignoring Quirk, do you think he can be a hero? Just counting based on his personality, do you think he would sacrifice himself to help someone else?" he pressed. The girl fell silent, knowing the answer but unwilling to admit it to a villain. "See, your silence reveals the answer," Izuku said. "Katsuki Bokugu is not fit to be a hero, he's only considered one because of his strong quirk. If you want to know what kind of person he really is, look. For information about Izuku Midoriya, Sakura Midoriya's brother." Izuku stood in the rain, his expression serious as he spoke to the girl before him. "Think about what happened to me," he urged. "Consider how many others are in similar situations. Reflect on how this could impact society as a whole. Only then will you grasp what I mean by the collapse of society." The girl paused, contemplating his words. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "Because you asked," Izuku replied. "Why not just tell me directly what you want instead of making me think?" she pressed. "Because you wouldn't believe me. Honestly, you seem like a smart person, which is why you didn't attack me," Izuku explained. "If a confrontation starts between us, it's your colleagues who will pay the price." He stood up, looking directly at her. "What is your name?" "And why should I tell you?" she countered. "Because I have no intention of harming any of you. If I did, you would already be in danger," he stated firmly. "Azuitsuyu," she finally replied. Tsuyu-san, I can see the kindness and true qualities of a heroine in you. That's why I suggest you stay away from Sakura and Bakugo as much as possible. You don't want to end up like them, Izuku warned. I understand what you say about Bakugo, but Sakura is a good person, Tsuyu defended. As I mentioned before, look into Izuku Midoriya, her twin brother, and you'll see how good Sakura really is, Izuku said as he began to walk away. She used to be a good person, but in her longing for Katsuki Bakugo's approval, she did terrible things to her own brother. After a moment, Izuku ran towards Tamura, finding him with Nomu holding Eraserhead on the ground, while Tamura approached to unleash his destructive power. Without hesitation, he drew a pistol and shot Tamura's outstretched arm before he could harm Eraserhead. How does it feel to have someone betray you? Izuku asked, his voice cutting through the tension. Eraserhead was shocked to see who had come to his rescue, the hero hunter, Gênesis. What do you think you're doing? Tamura snapped, anger flashing in his eyes. I was very specific about wanting to be alone with the strongest student. Kurogyari unexpectedly brought others along and ruined my plan, Izuku replied, his tone steady. I know Kurogyari wouldn't act on his own. He must have received orders, and since Sensei wouldn't do that, you're the only one left, Izuku continued, his gaze unwavering. Because of your foolish orders, I've faced several problems and was almost defeated. My equipment is mostly destroyed, all because of your childishness, he added, frustration evident in his voice. If you try something like that again, the next shot will be aimed at your head. Tamura's fury boiled over and he shouted, Nomu, kill him. To his surprise, Nomu remained still. Did you really think Sensei wouldn't foresee your recklessness and give XPLCT orders for Nomu not to attack me? Izuku questioned, a smirk playing on his lips. As Tamura began to scratch at his arm, preparing to attack, Izuku moved with lightning speed, positioning himself behind Tamura with his gun aimed at the villain's head. Don't be fooled, Tamura. I'm not Sensei and I won't hesitate. Stop your tantrum, or your brains will paint this floor, Izuku warned. Sensei won't let you get away with this, Tamura retorted aggressively. Maybe, but he's not here to protect you from me, Izuku replied coolly. If I kill you here, I guarantee I can escape the heroes. I have plans in place for when Sensei tries to eliminate me. It will be difficult, but I know I can make a comeback. You, on the other hand, are in trouble. You have no plans or backups besides Sensei, you're nothing without him. That's why he insists I stay in the league. He knows you're a useless child. So do yourself a favor and grow up, or I'll kill you, Tamura, Izuku said, his voice laced with menace. Now stop your childish behavior and compose yourself. Taking out the same type of wire he had used to trap Sakura, he approached and immobilized Eraserhead, who was still restrained by Nomu. He also took another blood sample from him. As he looked around, he noticed some students running toward him. Grabbing a sniper rifle, he shot them in the shoulder, waiting for them to fall unconscious from the drag before he moved to apprehend them as well. When he saw Tamura approaching Eraserhead with intent to harm, Izuku's voice turned cold. Remove your hand from him, or you'll be taking shots too. The students and Eraserhead were shocked that Izuku had saved them once more. Why are you interfering this time? Tamura asked, irritation evident in his tone. Because when your plan goes wrong, we will need bargaining chips. Students and a teacher are useful in this situation, Izuku explained. It would make our lives much easier if Kurogyari is captured or if Nomu loses, which is likely to happen. I'll keep as many hostages as I can in the best condition possible. If we start killing them now, the heroes will disregard it. Letting villains who killed students or teachers go would damage the school's image permanently. But capturing villains who killed an entire class would at least redeem the situation a little, he added. I already told you to start thinking, Izuku said firmly. I lead this operation, Tamura insisted. You led this operation, and you used your authority to undermine me, which cost you your privileges. If you don't want to end up dead, you'll listen to me, Izuku replied. As Tamura attempted to move forward, Izuku shot him in the other arm, causing him to scream in pain once more. This time, the bullets were not anesthetic. Tamura felt every ounce of agony. Approaching Tamura, who had collapsed to the ground, Izuku caught his arm at the wound site and picked up a fire flare. He lit it and cauterized the wound. Tamura's screams echoed, sounding like a wild animal in distress. Afterward, Izuku turned back to tie up the students who were down. He approached Eraserhead and placed explosives on various parts of his body, connecting them with wires. If you move wrong, you die. So stay still, Izuku warned coldly. Seeing the tension between Izuku and the apparent leader of the attack, Eraserhead asked, "Why is someone like you with them?" "It's none of your business," Izuku replied, his tone icy. At that moment, Kurogyari teleported back to the scene, taking in Tamura's barely conscious state, along with the trapped students and teacher. "Sensei won't like this," Kurogyari remarked. "I don't care," Izuku said dismissively. "I warned him that this plan was a mistake. He insisted on going through with it, so I expected something like this." "Did you deal with 13? Izuku asked. "Yes, but a student managed to escape to ask for help," Kurogyari replied. Looking at Tamura, Izuku mocked. "Infallible plan, right? Your plan wouldn't go wrong, would it? Look at the result. You didn't even manage to eliminate the strongest among the students. You're pathetic, Tamura." "Shut up," Tamura shouted angrily. "Your luck is that I'm here and prepared. I'll give your Nomu a chance to face All Might, to see if your plan is even remotely viable, though I doubt it," Izuku said. Turning to Kurogyari, he instructed, "Start evacuating the villains except for me, Tamura, Nomu, and those still fighting. Open portals so I can go to the places where combat is still happening. I'll capture all the students and teachers. Let's minimize our losses." "Shouldn't we leave now?" Kurogyari asked. "No. As long as the majority of students are alive, the teachers won't disregard the lives of the rest." Izuku stood confidently, assessing the situation. He doubted that the villains Tamura had gathered could pose a real threat to the UA heroes. With 8 students and a teacher already captured, and 13 injured, he felt a sense of control. As long as they could keep the Nomu occupied with All Might, they could use the captured students as leverage to test Tamura's plan. With a strategic use of Kurogyari's portals and his sniper rifle, Izuku took down the remaining students one by one, ensuring they were all gathered in one location. He faced some challenges with the invisible girl but ultimately succeeded. After securing the students, he collected blood samples and set complex traps around them, using wires and explosives. 19 students and 2 teachers were now hostages, and Izuku knew that if All Might acted recklessly, he could lose them all. Moments later, All Might burst through the door, ready to confront the villain. However, before he could make a move, he heard a voice altered by an emulator. "I don't suggest you attack, All Might," Izuku warned. Upon seeing him, All Might declared, "Gênesis, surrender villain. Today your days of evil end." "Evil?" Izuku replied, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Your hypocrisy disgusts me. You are one of the main reasons for the suffering of many, yet you call me evil? I only made criminals suffer," All Might retorted. "I didn't know that Izuku Midoriya was a criminal," Izuku shot back. "But you destroyed his dream and pushed him into a serious state of mental instability. What do you know about him?" All Might asked, his demeanor shifting as he prepared to act. Izuku smirked. "Surprisingly, you remember him. But be careful with your movements. I've set traps with explosives around your students." He gestured toward them. "Be," All Might growled, realizing the gravity of the situation. He knew that even he couldn't save all the students without triggering the explosives. "What do you want?" All Might demanded. "Actually, it's quite simple. We're here to test an interesting theory," Izuku replied calmly. He pointed to Tamura. "This young man and I made a bet. He believes his gun can defeat you. I'm not so sure, but he's convinced it will tear you apart. Let's make a deal. You fight against his gun. If you win without help, we'll leave immediately, and you can treat your students and the wounded. If you lose, unfortunately, he wins the bet, and you'll die along with your students and fellow teachers." "And how do I know you'll keep your word?" All Might challenged. "If I wanted any of them dead, I would have done it already. I could have killed all the students and teachers without exposing myself," Izuku replied. What do you know about Izuku Midoriya? All Might pressed. Who knows? But win the fight, and I'll tell you more about him, Izuku offered. Oh, I accept, All Might said, steeling himself for the confrontation. Izuku turned to Tamura. See, that's how it's done. Thinking and strategy solve problems efficiently. Tamura growled but remained silent. Izuku continued, now, feel free to order your gun to do what it should. I'll ensure the teachers who haven't arrived yet won't interfere. He moved to a better position to aim at the door. And let's keep the fight away from this area, we don't want the devices to activate. All Might nodded and moved away, while Tamura seethed but did nothing. He knew he couldn't afford to provoke Izuku, who had already demonstrated his willingness to harm him. Nomu, go and kill All Might, Tamura finally commanded. Izuku watched as the fight began. All Might struggled against the Nomu, and Tamura began to boast. A mocking smile crept onto Izuku's face. He knew the Nomu was destined to fail. As All Might sent the Nomu flying, Izuku approached, clapping his hands. Truly worthy of being the symbol of peace. In the midst of Tamura's tantrum, Izuku turned to Kurogyari. Send him away, he needs medical attention and some time to reflect on his failure, even after I helped with his plan. Kurogyari complied, whisking Tamura away before he could react. Izuku observed All Might, who was maintaining his transformation through sheer willpower. He recalled the day All Might shattered his dreams and realized the truth about his injury. It was clear that All Might could no longer fight effectively. Very well, you won, and I am a man of my word. You have 3 questions about Izuku Midoriya. Ask wisely, Izuku said. Where is he? All Might asked, desperation creeping into his voice. Izuku is dead. He committed suicide 3 months ago, Izuku replied flatly. That's a lie. All Might exclaimed, clenching his fists. No, it's true. Ask Sakura Midoriya later, I've already told her most of what happened, Izuku said. Why would he kill himself? All Might pressed, his voice strained. Do you really not know, or do you refuse to accept reality? Izuku responded coldly. All Might's fists tightened, his nails digging into his skin, but he remained silent. How did you meet him? All Might finally asked. I met him shortly after he ran away from home. Izuku originally planned to work with villains for revenge, but I made a different deal with him, Izuku explained. In exchange for the technology he developed and the hero notes he had, I would help him fulfill his revenge. Izuku accepted without hesitation and shared everything I needed to know. After finishing his response, Izuku turned and declared, with that, my promise is fulfilled. He then called out to Kurogyari, let's go. Kurogyari opened a portal, and together they stepped through, leaving a frustrated All Might behind, unable to move. Upon exiting the portal, Izuku found himself at a bar, where he noticed Tamura throwing a tantrum, shouting at the monitor. As soon as he entered, Tamura turned to him, accusingly saying, this is all your fault. My fault? Izuku replied, surprised. Yes. If you hadn't stopped me from taking down Eraser, I could have at least dealt a blow to All Might's reputation, Tamura argued. If I hadn't intervened, the entire nation would be after us. It would only be a matter of time before they tracked you down. All for One isn't at his peak anymore and can't face the entire association alone, Izuku explained. It would have been a matter of time before he lost and ended up imprisoned or worse, taking the entire league down with him, he continued. Your actions could have led to our downfall. I stopped you from making a huge mistake. I saved resources for the league and saved you from being arrested. I was the one who defeated the strongest among the students, Izuku asserted. I gave your plan a chance to work, despite how ridiculous it was. I warned you it wouldn't succeed. And just as I predicted, it failed in every way, he added. If I hadn't interfered, you would have lost more than 100 villains, along with the Nomu, all because of your arrogance. It was your plan, Tamura. If you hadn't tried to pull that stunt with me, I could have disarmed the students much more easily. My equipment is in ruins because of your incompetence. It's time to face your mistakes. I'm not here to clean up after you every time you mess up. Looking at the screen, Izuku said, Sensei, I'll be unavailable for the next 2 days. We can discuss that operation later. Turning to Kurogyri, he instructed, open a portal to my laboratory. Kurogyri nodded and complied. Once inside, Izuku removed his armor and took a shower. After enjoying a hearty meal and drinking plenty of water, he prepared for rest. He plugged in an infusion of serum and injected a sedative strong enough to keep him asleep for the next 62 hours. Lying down on a gurney, he closed his eyes, choosing to sleep through any pain rather than endure it awake. After all, he wasn't foolish. 3 days later, all the UA teachers gathered in a room to discuss the recent events. At that moment, Nizu, the small white mouse and principal, spoke up. Everyone, I know this subject is delicate, but we need to carefully and calmly review everything we know from the beginning. Let's take it step by step. First, let's start with the injured students and teachers. As Nizu finished speaking, Recovery Girl chimed in. Most students had no serious physical injuries. They were all hurt, but only one had life-threatening injuries. She paused, her expression serious. Psychologically, however, it's a very different story. Almost the entire class is traumatized to varying degrees. Sakura Midoriya is undoubtedly the most affected. Gênesis broke her in a way that not even the best therapeutic treatment could help her. She can only recover from this on her own. Present Mike interjected, I understand about Sakura Midoriya, but why do you say that about the others? In the end, the students won, and we repelled the villains. Aizawa shook his head. We didn't repel the villains. Gênesis left us alone. There's a significant difference between the two. Nizu looked concerned. Was the situation that bad? It was worse, Nizu, Aizawa replied. The guy is even more formidable than his combat recordings suggest. He is brutal, relentless, determined, and a born leader. If Gênesis had wanted to, he could have killed every one of the students and teachers, including All Might himself. He might not have won in a one-on-one fight, but he could have planted explosives and set traps. Aizawa's tone grew grave. I have no doubt he wanted the operation to fail. If not for that, we would all be dead. Nizu nodded, listening intently to Aizawa before turning to Recovery Girl. How is 13? 13 is very injured, but stable now, Recovery Girl replied. Aizawa was also badly injured, but thanks to Gênesis' intervention, he is fine and has no serious injuries other than his elbow. The one who hurt the students was mostly a single villain, and he made sure to strike only non-lethal areas or places that wouldn't cause permanent injuries to almost all the students, with the exception of Katsuki Bakugo. Even in Katsuki's case, he didn't let him die. Present Mike added, Gênesis, this guy is a mystery. All Might, who had been silent in the room, recalled Gênesis' words and shared them with everyone. From the information given by the students, this guy is connected to Izuku Midoriya in some way, and it seems he is acting out of revenge for the boy. Vlad King spoke with a grim expression. When the name Izuku Midoriya came up in conversation, the atmosphere grew heavy. Izuku Midoriya would always be a controversial figure in the AU, a name that sparked debate. 3 months prior, his case had been brought up for review. A young Quirkless individual, he had accomplished the impossible. When tallying the rescue and villain points, Izuku should have ranked first. Despite facing a large group of enemies, he had performed remarkably, demonstrating impressive martial arts skills and agility. He had proven himself to be genuinely capable. However, the significant issue was that he was Quirkless. To complicate matters further, he had intense rivalries with the second and third best contestants, his sister, Sakura Midoriya, and Katsuki Baku. Before accepting students into the hero course, UA conducted thorough investigations into their backgrounds to ensure they were not villains in disguise. The findings of this investigation sparked a heated debate. The AU faced a dilemma: should they prioritize character or potential in their heroes? Katsuki Bakugo and Sakura Midoriya possessed extraordinary potential, capable of becoming top-tier heroes with the right training. Unfortunately, they also had a history of bullying those they deemed weaker, using their abilities to intimidate others. Despite their troubling behavior, their potential often allowed them to evade consequences. In contrast, Izuku Midoriya lacked the same level of potential but had a heart full of heroism. He had demonstrated bravery even before entering UA, risking his safety to save Bakugo from a villain. Despite years of mistreatment from Katsuki, Izuku still acted to help him, showcasing his true hero spirit. He was dedicated, kind, and intelligent, always striving to help others, even at great personal risk. The UA faculty knew they could not accept all three into the hero course, leading to a difficult choice. If Izuku joined alongside Katsuki and Sakura, the likelihood of further bullying was high, as he often outperformed them in every aspect except raw power. If past incidents resurfaced, it could jeopardize Katsuki and Sakura's futures, given their history of breaking rules and using their quirks to harm others. The stakes were high. Rejecting Katsuki and Sakura could push them toward villainy, while rejecting Izuku would mean turning away someone with a genuine hero's heart in favor of those who had acted like bullies. Ultimately, a vote was taken, and all but one teacher chose Katsuki and Sakura, much to the dismay of Shota Aizawa, who disagreed with the decision. All Might's argument swayed the final decision, suggesting that a quirkless individual might become a liability to heroes. However, denying a student who ranked first posed its own challenges. Journalists closely followed the results, and if Izuku's disqualification became public, UA's credibility would be at stake. In the end, Izuku's rescue points were disregarded, and his ranking was lowered to third place. Nizu, along with Recovery Girl, delivered the news to Izuku. Nizu believed he deserved better and would regret that decision for years to come. The look of despair on Izuku's face was something they would never forget. They knew it would be difficult for him to make a rational decision in that moment, so they allowed him a week to decide whether to pursue another AU course or drop out. In the end, Izuku Midoriya vanished without a trace. The faculty at UA feared the worst, grappling with guilt over their decision. They held on to a flicker of hope that they were mistaken and searched for him. They found footage of him leaving home with a suitcase and notebooks but lost track of him after he arrived in a nearby town. It was as if he had become a ghost. The possibilities were grim. Izuku had either evaded the cameras, been kidnapped, or taken his own life in a secluded area. The river in the town led to the sea, and if he had chosen that path, it was likely no one would find him. He had the motivation and resources to disappear, having lost all hope. Izuku's life had been filled with hardship. Mistreated and despised by those around him, he had only his mother to support him. The school, meant to nurture heroes, had turned its back on him as well. The weight of their choices hung heavily on their consciences, knowing that a young man with a noble heart had likely succumbed to despair. Izuku had been struggling for a long time, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. According to what Gênesis shared with some of the students, Izuku had run away from home. During those 3 months, he and Gênesis formed an unexpected friendship. However, as time went on, Izuku found himself consumed by thoughts of revenge. In a moment of desperation, he made a deal with Gênesis, seeking technology that would aid him in his quest. But ultimately, the burden became too much for him to bear, leading him to a tragic decision. Nizu pondered the situation for a while, considering the possibilities, until a hypothesis formed in his mind. "I believe Gênesis may have lied," he stated. "How so?" Recovery Girl asked, intrigued. "I don't think Izuku took his own life. He was certainly familiar with Gênesis, and from the designs Sakura provided us, it's clear that Gênesis's technology is based on Izuku's own work," Nizu explained. "But why would Izuku end his life after finding someone willing to seek revenge for him?" Recovery Girl questioned. "Or perhaps he didn't want to witness the revenge firsthand," Nizu suggested. "The only conclusion I can draw is that he didn't kill himself," he continued. "Where are you going with this, Nizu?" All Might inquired. What if Izuku made a different arrangement with Gênesis? Instead of seeking revenge, perhaps Gênesis was gathering resources for Izuku, Nizu proposed. "Resources for what?" Present Mike asked, curious. "To search," Nizu replied. "We always assumed Izuku took his own life, but what if he chose a different path instead? The entire society rejected him as a hero, why couldn't he embrace the role of a villain? Izuku has already demonstrated his genius, And according to Sakura, his primary strengths lie in technology and genetics, Nizu elaborated. In recent months, Gênesis has launched several attacks in pursuit of money and technology, specifically the kind used to establish a laboratory for genetic research. Now consider this scenario. Izuku, an extraordinary genius who has faced constant rejection and mistreatment, revolts and runs away from home in despair. Along the way, he encounters a highly skilled mercenary and forms a friendship with him, Nizu continued. Izuku was many things, but foolish was not one of them. He would understand that if he revolted against society, he would likely be crushed by the heroes, Nizu reasoned. So he devises a plan. He decides to do what inventors do, create something that could aid him. Something that could tip the scales in his favor, granting him the power to stand against society and emerge victorious. However, he needs resources, and that's where Gênesis comes in, a mercenary who would serve as Izuku's right-hand man, acquiring the necessary resources in exchange for advanced technology. And when everyone inquires about what happened, Gênesis would weave a tale in which Izuku died, the narrative closest to what people believed had occurred. Meanwhile, we would be too preoccupied with searching for Gênesis to ever discover the truth about Izuku, Nizu concluded. As Nizu spoke, his conviction in the theory grew stronger. The pieces began to fit together, and he contemplated the implications. That's why Gênesis targeted those heroes. He didn't aim to kill, but rather to obtain research materials for Izuku, Nizu asserted. Is that so? Vlad King asked, considering the information. Think carefully, Vlad. What gives us the advantage? What caused Izuku to be despised by everyone? Nizu prompted. Quirks, Vlad replied. Now consider each hero that Gênesis kidnapped. One from each category or with different rules regarding their quirks. If Izuku were studying these quirks, gaining access to various individuals with unique abilities, it would accelerate his research at an alarming rate, Nizu explained. As they listened, the others began to see the logic in Nizu's words. If this is true, this kid is terrifying, planning so far ahead and executing it is nothing short of insane, Present Mike remarked. We're talking about a genius who developed technology that could level the playing field between himself and those with quirks, Nizu added. It's merely a theory, but if it's accurate, we must stop him before Izuku completes whatever research he's conducting, Nizu urged. But how do we find him? Midnight asked. Gênesis, Nizu replied. We need to capture Gênesis. He is the only one who can confirm any of this. 2 weeks after the attack on USJ, Izuku found himself in his laboratory, examining the results of his latest analysis. A smile crept across his face as he realized how close he was to achieving his goal. Before him lay a golden gauntlet, adorned with a large blue jewel at its center. This was the culmination of his work since he had taken Mishima Shigeki. Izuku believed that Mishima's quirk was being wasted. It was one of the strongest on the planet, and he intended to harness its true potential. Many underestimated the power of genetic alteration, but Izuku understood its significance. In the hands of someone like him, Mishima's quirk could become a formidable weapon against their enemies. For the past 2 weeks, Izuku had dedicated himself entirely to this project, even pausing his research on developing the ultimate quirk for himself. The gauntlet was designed to allow Izuku to use a quirk, despite being quirkless himself. He had isolated Mishima's quirk factor and combined it with various ability-enhancing substances, crystallizing the result into a form that could be activated through the gauntlet. This device would mimic the conditions of the human body, granting the user access to Mishima's quirk. Unbeknownst to Mishima, with this quirk, he could have taken over the world with enough time and preparation. Izuku reflected on the potential of genetic inheritance. Talented parents often produce talented children, and he intended to exploit this principle to its fullest. He envisioned a future where he could alter his own genetics fundamentally, creating the perfect body. He had run simulations on how human DNA could evolve through selective breeding over thousands of years, focusing on traits like strength, intelligence, and resilience. After compiling the results, he crafted a DNA sequence that would replace his own, particularly the parts inherited from his father, who had never supported him. With a determined smirk, Izuku prepared to use the gauntlet. He had already practiced with Mishima's quirk, isolating the quirk factor from several villains he had encountered. He knew that no quirk was useless, it was merely a matter of finding the right user. The only limitation of the gauntlet was that the crystals containing the quirks could only be used for a limited time before they wore out. But Izuku was ready. "It's time to become a superhuman," he declared, slipping the gauntlet onto his hand. Taking a deep breath, he activated it, initiating the process of reconfiguring his DNA and physical structure. A blue glow enveloped him, radiating with energy. After an hour, the light faded, revealing a transformed Izuku. He stood taller, his physique more defined than ever before. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. At that moment, Izuku had reached the pinnacle of human potential without a quirk, embodying the ideal form that would allow him to maximize his abilities. Every muscle in his body had been enhanced, setting the stage for the next phase of his journey. Izuku had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had converted every muscle fiber in his body into the most efficient type, giving him an extraordinary physical capacity. His DNA had been altered, incorporating traits from some of the strongest and most intelligent individuals from various worlds, resulting in a unique genetic makeup that pushed the boundaries of human potential. His bone density and quality had been enhanced significantly, and his muscle structure was optimized for maximum efficiency. Even the muscles in his back had been restructured to support his newfound abilities. Izuku had improved the quality of his organs to such an extent that he would only need to sleep for a minute each day. At that moment, he realized that his physical capabilities surpassed anything he could have achieved with other enhancements, and this transformation came without any side effects. He had reached the pinnacle of human genetics. Carefully removing the gauntlet, Izuku attempted to walk but stumbled, landing flat on his face. He stood up cautiously, a sigh escaping his lips. "I'll have to get used to this new body quickly. The UA Sports Festival is in 6 days, and I need to be ready by then. But overall it was so worth it." Izuku walked calmly, a sense of determination radiating from him as he adjusted to his new body. Meanwhile, in a house in Mizudafu, a young girl with green hair lay quietly, holding an old photo. In it, 2 children smiled as they embraced, one boy and one girl, both with green hair and emerald eyes. This girl was Sakura Midoriya. Sakura reflected on her past, haunted by the words of Gênesis, "Live knowing that Izuku Midoriya died because of you." These words echoed in her mind, especially as she witnessed her mother's sorrow over her brother's fate. The guilt weighed heavily on her heart, pushing her closer to despair. She tried to dismiss Genesis's claims, convincing herself that he was merely a villain trying to manipulate her. Yet, she couldn't shake the memories of Izuku's despair when he was denied his place, or the pain she had caused him in the past. Sakura had always envied Izuku. His determination, talent, and willpower made her feel inferior. Despite being considered quirkless and often looked down upon by society, he excelled in school, consistently achieving top marks even when faced with discrimination. For 14 years, he had been a model student, a true anomaly. When Sakura discovered that the results of the UA exam had been tampered with, her anger flared. She had initially intended to prove her superiority over Izuku, but the truth revealed a different story. His rescue points should have been much higher, and she realized that the academy had deliberately undermined him because of his lack of a quirk. After the attack, Sakura rummaged through Izuku's room, searching for anything that could help her prepare for Gênesis. She found detailed notes left behind by Izuku, showcasing his brilliant mind. He had designed a costume that could compensate for his quirklessness, potentially making him stronger than Katsuki. The technology he developed included an exoskeleton that would enhance strength and speed, allowing a person without a quirk to perform extraordinary feats. The weaponry integrated into the suit was formidable, capable of taking on entire armies. While he might not have been able to defeat the likes of All Might, he could certainly hold his own against heroes like Endeavor. However, Izuku's designs had one major flaw: he lacked a viable power source for his suit. Sakura marveled at the depth of his projects. If he had continued his research, he could have transformed the hero society. The only obstacle was finding a sustainable energy source, a challenge he could have tackled with time. As she absorbed the brilliance of Izuku's work, a mix of admiration and regret filled her. She realized that she had underestimated him, and in doing so, had lost sight of her own potential. Sakura found herself reflecting on the irony of her situation. She had always claimed to be better than Izuku, and though her words had hurt him, he never seemed to react. However, as she considered the projects he had created, a realization dawned on her. It wasn't that Izuku couldn't respond, rather, he chose not to. If he had truly wanted to, he could have easily sold some of his project ideas to a support company and used the funds to create equipment that could surprise her and exact revenge. The same could be said for Katsuki. The troubling part was that no one would believe a quirkless individual, deemed useless by many, could leave them in such a state. They could openly harm Izuku, but they could never truly cripple him without facing consequences. Sakura recalled the many times Izuku had pleaded with her to change her ways. She had always thought it was because he could no longer endure the pain she inflicted, but now, seeing his projects, she understood. He wasn't begging her to change for his own sake. He had seen the monster she had become and hoped she would choose a different path. Izuku had always aimed to help others, often volunteering his time at an NGO that taught orphan children. Sakura had lost count of how many times she witnessed him working at charity events, even when he had been injured due to her and Katsuki's actions. There was one particular charity event where he had shown remarkable resilience. Despite suffering from a broken arm and numerous injuries, he had gotten up, disguised his wounds, and worked tirelessly as a cashier, helping to organize the event. This was Izuku Midoriya, someone who endured pain for the sake of others. Since the confrontation with Gênesis, Sakura had spent a lot of time reflecting on her brother. In terms of mind, body, character, and abilities, Izuku was superior to her in every way. She had bullied him to the point of breaking him down, and she had no memories of supporting him or being kind to him after he turned 4. Not even once. Another reason for her mistreatment of Izuku was her secret crush on him. She had tried desperately to suppress those feelings, even convincing herself that she liked Katsuki instead. For a long time, she believed she loved Katsuki, justifying her actions by thinking that hurting Izuku was the right thing to do. But after the incident with Gênesis, everything changed. Sakura realized that Katsuki had merely been a crutch for her, a way to escape her true feelings. She had fallen in love with her own brother. Fearing how others would judge her, she had convinced herself that Katsuki was a better choice. However, after the Gênesis incident, she could no longer suppress her emotions. It was no wonder Izuku had come to despise her, even making a deal with someone like Gênesis. She felt like the worst sister in existence, grappling with the reality of her feelings for her twin brother. Sakura stared at a fruit-peeling knife not far from her, contemplating her life for what felt like the 100th time that month. With her quirk, she brought the knife closer, holding it over her wrist. A murmur escaped her lips, "One cut, and I could be with Izuku." But she hesitated, pulling the knife away. "As if I would go to the same place as him. Izuku must be in paradise. With all the good he did in life, God wouldn't overlook his few sins." She sighed. God probably turned Izuku into an angel full of light, considering how good he was. I, on the other hand, must have a place reserved in hell for everything I did with him. Regret washed over her as she stood up, placing the photo and knife on her dresser. Her eyes fell on a green-covered notebook, a last gift from Izuku before he disappeared. He had given it to her before Nizu visited their home. It contained designs for a heroine costume he had created for her, intended to maximize her powers. As she looked at the notebook, memories flooded back. Izuku had shared his hopes for her to change. "Sakura, I know you hate me and I know saying this might be useless, but seeing you act this way makes me sad. You have so much potential to do good for others, but you waste it on thoughts of superiority. No one is superior to another, we are all human." He had urged her to be a hero for the right reasons, not for status. "You have an amazing quirk, and the good you can do with it is incredible. But instead of helping, you hurt people. What you're doing is no better than a villain." At the time, Sakura had scoffed at his words, dismissing the notebook. But now, as she opened it for the first time, she saw the beauty of the designs. The more she looked, the more she realized how perfect it was for her. On the last page, she found a message that stirred her heart. To my beloved sister Sakura, if you're reading this, it means something has happened that made you open your eyes. You're probably at a low point, feeling remorse for the past. No matter what happens, look ahead and stay strong. I know you can do it. If you're reading this without me, it means I'm dead or far away. If it's the first, I'm proud of you. I always knew you could become a wonderful woman, and I hope this costume helps you on your way. Sakura fell to her knees, clutching the notebook as tears streamed down her face. After a time, she calmed, her eyes filled with a determination she had never felt before. Even after everything I've done, you still loved me and gave me this. I won't waste your last gift, she vowed. I never supported you, never took care of you. I only made you suffer. I realized how wrong I was too late. I was never a hero, but I can honor your memory and become the woman you always believed I could be. She wiped her tears, a new resolve forming. You always wanted to be a hero, and I will be one in your place, not for glory, but to help others. I'll be a hero you could be proud of, someone worthy of your belief in me. I'll be a hero for both of us. With a newfound spirit, she declared, I always called you useless, but I'll be Deku, the heroine who saves everyone with a smile. And even if I'm not worthy of your gift, I'll use it as a reminder that you existed. Sakura held the notebook tightly, a smile spreading across her face. This is proof that Izuku Midoriya is and always will be my other half, she declared, her heart filled with warmth as she thought about their bond. 1 week later, Izuku was calmly doing push-ups with just one finger. After finishing his set, he stood up and stretched his body before heading to take a shower. As he moved to a different part of the laboratory, Izuku noticed a newly adapted combat suit. It maintained the appearance of the previous one but featured several improvements. Using the same type of mechanism from his gauntlet, Izuku had developed this suit with advanced technology. The suit allowed him to utilize predetermined quirks, with 5 slots available for the best options he had. Among the quirks he selected were Eraserhead's quirk, which could cancel the quirks of others through the helmet, Kurogiri's portal quirk for enhanced movement and quick escapes, Tamura's decay quirk for decomposing obstacles, Kamui Wood's quirk for versatility, and the invisibility quirk of a UA student. The most advantageous aspect of Izuku's equipment was that he could activate and deactivate the quirks at will. However, the downside was that the quirk crystals wore out quickly, as they were still prototypes and not suitable for prolonged battles. Yet, in short skirmishes, Izuku would have the upper hand. His ultimate goal remained to understand how Gene's quirk functioned and to follow his plan to gain the necessary power. Izuku was making progress, having perfected the process of granting quirks artificially. He had discovered a reliable method to allow a person to possess up to 3 quirks, one of mutation type, one of transformation type, and one of emission type. Izuku had already decided on acquiring a transformation type quirk and was preparing for it, but he wanted to wait on the mutant and emission types. He refrained from using Sakura's quirk or any of the stronger ones, saving them for when he could achieve his goals. He aimed to break down the genetic code of quirks to understand their workings and definitions. Through his research on All for One's quirk, Izuku had identified 4 divisions of quirk factors: 1 for mutant quirks, 1 for transformation quirks, 1 for emission quirks, and 1 for the triggers that activated them. Izuku discovered a way to expand these divisions sufficiently by chemically STMLTNG them, allowing for the addition of another quirk. This enabled him to potentially possess up to 3 quirks by activating the quirk gene for each partition separately. The gene quirk was responsible for creating the quirk factor, and he could generate up to 3 forms of quirk factor if stimulated correctly. He had already chosen the quirk he would acquire for the emission type and was close to obtaining it, but he wanted to ensure there were no weaknesses. For that to happen, the operation plan for that day had to succeed. Utilizing Garaki's research, Izuku figured out how to synthesize quirk factors from blood. However, he could only produce a limited amount of quirk factor from a specific volume of blood, and STMLTNG it to grow would take weeks, possibly months, making it unfeasible in the short term. The conversion rate from blood to quirk factor was 1 to 10. 1 milliliter of blood could be converted into 10 milliliters of quirk factor. To create a crystal usable for 15 minutes, Izuku needed 30 milliliters of quirk factor. He desired a quirk that could make him virtually invincible, which would require a perfect combination of abilities. Izuku had decided to use All-for-One's quirk as the foundation for his emission-type quirk. He planned to simulate the conditions for this quirk to merge with others that would compensate for its weaknesses and advance from there. The problem was that All-for-One's quirk had too many weaknesses, and Izuku didn't want something imperfect. First, there was a limit to how many quirks a person could possess. Exceeding that number would break the user's body. Second, one had to practice with every quirk acquired to use them efficiently. Third, after analyzing the All-for-One blood sample, Izuku discovered that whoever possessed this quirk would end up with a telepathic link to the previous wielder. Fourth, this quirk could be nullified by abilities like Eraserheads. Fifth, it took time for the body to adapt enough to use a stolen quirk. Lastly, All-for-One could not strengthen a quirk after it was stolen. While it could increase its destructive power by combining it with others, the quirk's original power remained unchanged. Additionally, the quirk itself rendered All-for-One infertile. Izuku had plans to address some of these issues, but others would be more complex. He knew how to tackle the quirk limit and practice problems, but the rest required further thought. Limited access to blood meant limited quirk factors, which restricted his research capabilities. His priority was to find a way to eliminate the consciousness of All-for-One within the quirk so he could use it safely. However, the genetic code was ingrained in the quirk, making removal without destruction a significant challenge. To accomplish this, Izuku needed one of three things: a quirk that could dismantle and restructure a person, including their quirk, a quirk that could alter other quirks, or a better lab with superior resources. Option 3 was out of the question. He already had a state-of-the-art lab, and while his resources weren't infinite, they were sufficient. Option 2 would be ideal, but anyone with that ability would likely be heavily protected by the government, making it a difficult mission. Thus, he focused on the first option. Izuku had tasked Jiren with finding someone who possessed the necessary quirk, and during the attack on I Island, he would gain access to the government's quirk data. He also had ideas to resolve the issue of the lack of quirk factor and how to increase its production, but those plans would require morally questionable actions. He had resolved to only pursue such actions with villains and had commissioned an underworld broker to compile a list of villains unaffiliated with All-for-One. Izuku began plotting the downfall of All-for-One, relocating all devices and research from his lab to another hidden facility using Kurogiri's quirk. He moved his subjects to this new lab, leaving only a few items behind while contacting a different broker for backup plan locations with fake IDs. He meticulously checked all his subjects and equipment to ensure there were no trackers or tricks left by All-for-One or anyone else that could be used to track him. Since he began planning against All-for-One, Izuku had grown wary of Jiren and turned to other information brokers as a precaution. The situation was becoming dangerous, and he wasn't willing to take any chances. All-for-One had become a risk for Izuku. After the events at the USJ, he started monitoring Izuku's movements closely. Both Izuku and All-for-One understood that for Tamura to fully mature, All-for-One would need to be captured or killed. However, All-for-One knew that Izuku wouldn't submit to Tamura as he was, and without All-for-One to keep him in check, it was likely that Izuku would eliminate Tamura. Understanding this, All-for-One aimed to eliminate Izuku before allowing himself to be captured, although for now, Izuku was still too valuable. All-for-One wanted Izuku to complete his research on the quirks to aid Tamura. Izuku was aware of this and had already devised a plan to remove All-for-One from the equation, starting with the events of that day. This month, Izuku subtly hinted to Tamura that if he truly wanted to strike a blow to the hero's image, he needed to convert a promising student into a villain. Gradually and imperceptibly, Izuku encouraged Tamura to follow this path, knowing that if Tamura acted on it, All-for-One would have to intervene to protect him. Izuku hacked into the computer Tamura used, occasionally spamming fake news stories or sending fabricated evidence to manipulate Tamura into acting on his plans, all while believing it was his own idea. The reasoning behind Izuku's actions was simple. If Tamura kidnapped a UA student, it would provoke the entire school and hero association, including All Might. Izuku wasn't sure if All Might could defeat All for One, but he knew he could weaken him, and if necessary, Izuku would finish the job if All Might failed. Dressed in his costume, Izuku prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step out, his phone rang. Upon answering, Kurogiri's voice came through. "We need you here now," Kurogiri urged. "I'm not available today. I have my own appointments," Izuku replied. "Sensei said it will be something quick," Kurogiri insisted. Checking his schedule and noting that the AU Sports Festival wouldn't start for another 2 hours, Izuku decided he had enough time. "Open a portal in front of the lab," he instructed. After disconnecting the call, Izuku moved to the front of the laboratory and waited until a black portal appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped through, remaining vigilant. On the other side, he found All for One, wearing a black mask shaped like a skull, a life support system created by Garaki for combat. "So you're finally taking action, huh?" All for One remarked. Izuku responded, "I don't understand what you mean by that." Izuku was on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. He sensed that All for One had a plan, and if a confrontation occurred, it would quickly escalate, especially for him. "I refer to your Emitter plan, where you intend to take me down using All Might," All for One taunted. Just then, Izuku felt an attack coming from behind. Using his enhanced reflexes, he ducked and rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding a Nomu that had appeared in its place. Before he could regain his composure, All for One struck him with a powerful punch, sending him crashing through the wall of the room. If it weren't for his armor and genetic enhancements, Izuku would have surely been severely injured. Regaining his footing, Izuku saw All for One aiming a hand at him, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Without hesitation, he activated the thrusters in his boots, narrowly dodging the attack that obliterated a large area around them, revealing that they were in a shed in the forest. Determined, Izuku drew his weapons and began firing at All for One, but the villain effortlessly dodged. Without missing a beat, Izuku activated the quirk of Eraser Head through his helmet, nullifying All for One's abilities. The villain's shock was evident as he realized he could no longer use his quirks. Pointing his guns at All for One, Izuku declared, "Goodbye." Unfortunately, his plan fell apart when a Nomu stepped in front of him, taking the hit instead. Realizing he had lost his opportunity and that All for One would not be caught off guard again, Izuku quickly grabbed a grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it toward All for One and the Nomu before using Kurogiri's quirk to escape. He understood that facing All for One head-on without the element of surprise was a death sentence. The grenade exploded, creating a massive cloud of smoke, but with a mere wave of his hand, All for One dispelled it. Izuku emerged from a black mist portal, defiantly showing the middle finger before fully entering the portal as it closed behind him. All for One, witnessing Izuku's use of Kurogiri's quirk, smiled wickedly. He found a way to use other people's quirks without having them. What a terrifying talent. Kurogiri, observing the scene, questioned, "Sensei, why are you smiling?" "His escape means trouble for us." "Not really," All for One replied. "I could have killed him with full power, but I let him go. Tamura needs motivation, and I didn't want Izuku to continue influencing him." He continued, "Originally, I would have captured him, forced him to reveal all his research, and then staged a situation for his escape." "Why take the risk?" Kurogiri asked. "Because he was created directly by All Might's actions. Izuku never revealed his plan, but if he wants to establish the partnership he mentioned, All Might and his successor must be eliminated. Watching All Might fall to someone he created is as crucial to me as Tamura taking my mantle." Meanwhile, in an isolated area of Kyoto, a portal opened, and Izuku stepped through, filled with rage. "All for One, you won't get away with this," he shouted, glaring at his damaged armor. Knowing he needed to regroup without revealing his survival, Izuku took a deep breath and removed his armor. He quickly changed into a DLVRY outfit, complete with a cap, and grabbed a device resembling a watch and a pre-packed bag. "I'm glad I have a plan B," he muttered. "I'll have to expose myself a little, but there's no other choice. Picking up a box meant for DLVI and donning a mask, Izuku pressed 2 buttons on the watch simultaneously. A portal of black mist appeared before him. Fortunately, I collected a significant amount of genetic material from Kurogiri and created 2 devices that utilize his quirk. I still have enough to make more, he said, stepping through the portal. On the other side, Izuku emerged in an alley, carrying the package. He walked calmly toward a building a few blocks away, where he noticed the sign, Tenshi Labs. Taking a deep breath, he approached the entrance. Tenshi Labs was a prominent facility dedicated to quirk research, typically guarded with high security and staffed almost around the clock, making an attack nearly impossible. However, today was different. It was the UA Sports Festival, a day when students showcased their quirks. Most of the scientists had gone to the event, and many security personnel were off duty, leaving only a doorman and a single guard behind. After all, who would dare attack such a well-protected place? With the building largely unguarded, Izuku saw his opportunity. Today, he would make his move. After successfully executing the plan, Izuku quickly grabbed a rag soaked in anesthetic and used Kurogiri's quirk to move again. He arrived at a house in Mizudafu, where he found a woman with green hair and eyes watching television. Without hesitation, he pressed the cloth to her face, rendering her unconscious before she realized what was happening. He then carried her through the portal. Once in the laboratory, he gently placed her on a stretcher and whispered, "Sorry, Mum. I promise that when you wake up, I'll explain everything." At this point, Izuku couldn't afford to take any more chances. All for One would undoubtedly try to target him, and his mother was his only vulnerable spot. To protect Inko, he made the difficult decision to take her away. Afterward, Izuku turned on a nearby television to watch the UA Sports Festival. He had sent drones to the event to record everything from various angles, programmed to follow the top competitors. He wanted to gather as much information as possible about them, as they could be the next generation of heroes. He deployed 120 drones to track the first 40 students from each year, equipped with self-destruct mechanisms to prevent them from being captured. While waiting for the UA exams to begin, Izuku studied the research he had taken from Tenshi Labs. He had stolen decades of research on quirks, which would be invaluable to him. As he read through the findings, he gained more knowledge and ideas on how to enhance his own quirk. Noticing that the sports festival was about to start, Izuku decided to watch. He was particularly interested in Sakura's performance. Despite the years of conflict between them, he still cared for her and wanted the best for her. He hoped to see if she had moved past her issues with Gênesis. The first event was an obstacle race. As it began, Izuku smirked at the sight of Katsuki and others struggling while Sakura finished in just a minute, using her psychic powers to create a barrier around herself and zooming through the course. The second event was a cavalry battle, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder about the AU teacher's decision to include such a challenge with Sakura in the mix. Her advantage was overwhelming, and as expected, she dominated the competition. She formed a team with 3 girls, quickly stealing all the bandanas using her quirk and soaring into the sky, where the thin air left the other participants at a disadvantage. During the break between events, Inko woke up and began to panic upon realizing where she was. Izuku rushed to her side, ready to reassure her, but Inko acted first, embracing him tightly and crying, "Izuku, my son, I finally found you." Though Izuku had changed, Inko instinctively recognized him. He gently hugged her back, saying, "Hi, Mom, it's been a while." After nearly half an hour, Inko calmed down and asked, "Izuku, where have you been all this time?" "Mother, it's a complex situation. The AU event is happening now, and they just finished the second event. They're preparing for another round," Izuku explained. "Let's watch the rest of the event first, and then I'll answer all your questions." "Don't worry, I've recorded the first 2 events for you," he added. Inko nodded, eager to see Sakura compete. As the third event began, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that the tournament organizers were being unfair. The isolated environment favored Sakura immensely. Using her telekinesis, she easily eliminated most of the participants before they could react. The only one who managed to challenge her was Katsuki, but even he was no match. Sakura quickly created a barrier around herself and tossed him aside with force. Izuku noticed her aggression toward Bakugo. While she handled the other contestants gently, she threw him against the wall, and Izuku feared he might have broken some bones. Sakura's demps in the events was striking, and seeing Katsuki's frustrated expression was satisfying. They had to restrain him to prevent further outbursts. As the winner, Sakura was called to the podium to give a speech. Izuku smiled as she confidently declared, "Today I won this tournament, but this is just the beginning of a new era for me. Until a week ago, I was a person who made choices that could only be considered villainous." Sakura stood with a heavy heart, reflecting on her past actions. "A recent event made me open my eyes, and I deeply regret everything I did," she confessed, her expression filled with melancholy and longing. "Once, someone very important to me, someone I failed, told me that I had the potential to be the greatest heroine, someone who could save everyone with a smile." She continued, "Even when I acted like a monster, my brother always believed I could be better. He saw kindness in me, even when I didn't know it existed. I failed him, and I wasn't there for him when he needed me the most." Her voice trembled as she added, "The person I failed was my twin brother, Izuku Midoriya, the person with the most noble heart I've ever met." Sakura took a deep breath, determination shining in her eyes. "Unfortunately, I can't go back in time and correct my mistakes, but at least I can prove to everyone that he was right to believe in me. I will be a hero that everyone can count on, not someone who seeks fame or status. I will be a hero who truly helps people because it's the right thing to do." The resolve in Sakura's eyes was undeniable, a strength that even the best actors could not replicate. When Izuku saw her determination, he knew that Sakura would become a new symbol for the world. "Thank you, everyone, for watching me today," Sakura said, her voice steady. "And I want to make a special statement to a villain. Gênesis, you took advantage of my brother's moment of weakness and manipulated him to acquire technology meant to help heroes save people. You better turn yourself into justice before I earn my hero license, because as soon as I win, I'll come after you." With that, she walked off stage, leaving the audience in awe and giving her a standing ovation. Izuku smiled gently at her. "Congratulations, Sakura," he said, but his expression quickly turned serious. "Unfortunately, I can't stop now. Your becoming a good person doesn't change the fact that today's society is run by bad people." Inko, who had been watching, shed tears of joy at her daughter's words. But Izuku's statement brought her back to reality, making her realize the change in him. Once the event concluded, Izuku turned off the television. "Very well, mother, now we can talk." Inko looked at him, concern etched on her face. "Izuku, what happened to you?" "Because you ran away from home," she added, her voice trembling. "It was necessary," Izuku replied. "Mom, I'll start from the beginning. It all started the day Nizu went home." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "That day, I was broken. Honestly, I planned to end my life." His voice was heavy with sadness. Inko's heart ached as she listened. "I had written a letter to you, found an isolated building high enough to ensure my fall would be fatal, and I went there. I just wanted to end the pain and suffering. I couldn't take it anymore. Everything around me caused me pain. My sister mistreated me, my neighbor hurt me, my teachers discriminated against me. Everything, except for you, hurt or rejected me." He continued, "Even my idol, All Might, who said anyone with determination could be a hero, discriminated against me. Nizu, the principal of my dream school, crushed my hopes just because I didn't have a quirk. I couldn't take it anymore." Izuku's eyes grew serious. "But when I got to the edge of the building and was about to jump, I realized something. My death wouldn't change anything. I would just be another quirkless person who killed himself for no reason. Society would hush it up, just like everything else that happened to me." He took a deep breath. "My bullies would be accepted at UA for their potential, and no one would blame them for my death. Society would see me as just a quirkless nobody." As he spoke, Inko realized the depth of his pain and the transformation he had undergone. This society values quirks so much that they treat those without them worse than trash. They despise people who don't fit their mold, not even considering that we are more than just our quirks. We are human beings. Izuku's calm voice resonated with conviction. When I realized this, I understood that no one would act to change things. The strong would always dominate the weak, and for them, this is the ideal society. What Katsuki and Sakura did to me, and what Nizu and All Might did, guaranteed that I wouldn't change without an external factor. The current society is rotten, and if no one moves, nothing will ever change. So I decided if no one would act, I would. If no one would stand up for the weaker, I would stand up. But I'm not foolish. I know that if I tried to stand up as a quirkless person without combat skills, I would be crushed. I needed power. Power so overwhelming that no one could defeat me and make people see what someone like me could achieve. I've always been smart, and I realized that technology could be challenged by someone with technomancy. That's why I had to abandon my previous projects and focus on genetics. I understood that quirks were mutations in DNA, and if I learned what caused them, I could grant myself any quirk I wanted. But for that, I needed resources. I knew our family couldn't afford the research, and starting a company as a quirkless person felt like a failure. Finding a job was even harder, as I faced discrimination everywhere. That's why I decided to resort to a life of crime. Izuku sat across from his mother, Inko, who listened in horror as he recounted his experiences. Have you ever heard of the criminal Gênesis? He asked. Yes, he is a villain who has kidnapped several heroes and robbed banks, factories, and laboratories across the country, Inko replied, her voice trembling. He has also killed some heroes and is the most wanted villain in the country. He attacked the USJ, injuring every student and teacher there. Yeah, I'm him, Izuku said, his words hanging heavily in the air. Inko nearly fainted at his admission. Why? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Why did you do all these things? From what you explained to me, the robberies were necessary, but the kidnappings and murders were not, she continued, searching for answers. I did it because it was necessary, Izuku replied, standing up and retrieving a folder from a drawer. He returned and handed it to Inko. The kidnappings were for my research, and the heroes I took are still alive and well. He paused, allowing her to process his words. The murders were because those heroes were monsters. If you don't believe me, check the contents of the folder. In the underworld, there was a huge reward on their heads, most of which came from survivors or family members of those they destroyed. Izuku's voice was steady as he recounted a specific case. There was a woman who sold her body just to order the murder of one of these so-called heroes. I spoke to her and could hear the pain and despair in her voice when she begged me to kill him. He continued, the attack on USJ happened because I wanted to try to change Sakura using a different approach, among other factors. In that attack, the villains would have killed at least some of the students, but I stopped that. I want to change this society, but I'm not a monster. Why do you have to be the one to do this? Inko asked, her voice filled with concern. Because no one else is stepping up, Izuku replied. Why didn't you ever come to me? Why didn't you ever get in touch? Because you would be safe if everyone thought I was dead, he explained. I am challenging the status quo, and those who are strong will not be happy about it. For them, the current society is perfect, they can do whatever they want. He leaned closer, his expression serious. As long as people remain ignorant of what's going on and don't have someone strong enough to stand up for them, nothing will ever change. If I, who am capable of changing the game, turn against them, I will be their main threat. They will want to take me down as quickly as possible, and the first thing they will consider is how to do that. Only I know how to hide and stay hidden, as long as they can't handle me directly. Inko finally grasped the implication. I become the fastest way, right? Because of your love for me, if they kidnapped me and threatened to hurt me, you would try to rescue me, and they could deal with you. Izuku nodded. Exactly. Recently, I had a confrontation with someone who knew my identity. That's why I came to you now. I already know how he's going to react. He will probably reveal my identity soon or try to kidnap you to make me submit to him. Inko's concern deepened. I understand, but what about your sister? Sakura will not be attacked, especially after her demonstration of power and the fact that she is an AU student. I don't care about my father, which makes him useless in the eyes of my enemies. But in the unlikely event that someone tries to attack Sakura, you can relax, I've thought of everything. Inko nodded, her mind racing. Where will I stay? I have a room prepared for you. It's furnished and ready. I also took your clothes and prepared everything, Izuku said calmly. Why are you so different? Inko asked, her curiosity piqued. Because I replaced any genetic traits I inherited from my father. Genetically speaking, I'm your son with another man, Izuku explained. Inko understood the weight of his words. She knew very well why Izuku hated Hisashi, and honestly, she couldn't blame him. Sighing, she said, Izuku, dear, could you show me my room? I had to assimilate a lot today, and I need some rest. Okay, Izuku replied, leading her to her room. Afterward, he returned to the lab, resolutely studying the research results from Tenchi Labs. For the next 7 days, Izuku immersed himself in his studies, gaining a new understanding of quirks. Occasionally, Inko would gently remind him to take breaks to eat. On the 8th day, Izuku conducted an experiment on a villain while observing him with a device he had built based on designs from Tenchi Labs. The lab had created a quirk scan device, allowing him to accurately identify a person's quirk as long as the person had already awakened it and was using it. As he looked at his subject, a smile crept across Izuku's face. He had discovered an intriguing phenomenon. A person's quirk, despite being of one type, could show clear signs of another. For example, someone with a mutant-type quirk might display abilities that could be categorized as emission or transformation. Having reviewed all the research from Tenchi Labs, Izuku had once again refined his process for granting quirks to a new level. 1 week later, at that moment, a large werewolf was calmly doing upside-down push-ups, balancing on his fingertips. Around him, various objects floated, each performing a different action. Notebooks and pens practiced drawing complex shapes. Puzzle pieces assembled and disassembled themselves, spools of thread wound and unwound, and firearms were continually assembled and disassembled. Nearby, Inko watched in awe. Unlike her previous chubby appearance, she now had a slender figure, her beauty restored to its peak, resembling her youthful self from when she was 20. Izuku had used Mishima's quirk on her, enhancing her genetics and altering her appearance. After finishing his exercises, Izuku straightened everything out and returned to his human form. That's really interesting, Izuku remarked. Inko looked at her son, still amazed. I still can't believe you found a way to grant yourself a power like that. What can I say? I'm a genius, Izuku replied with a casual shrug. Inko nodded, considering his words. What are you going to do now? I received important information. I found someone with a quirk that I need, and I'm going to capture him, Izuku explained. Mother, I'm also going to bring a small child here. Like this? Inko asked, surprised. I've already explained that I'm aiming to become the strongest being on the planet, literally invincible, Izuku stated. To achieve that, I need a very specific set of quirks. For my plans to reform this society, I need to act decisively to gain absolute power before I can start the second phase of my plan. At this point, I can face the strongest heroes, including All Might one-on-one, but I'm still far from being able to take on the entire hero association by myself, he continued. To make this happen, I need a way to challenge every situation and come out on top. My quirk, the Alpha, still has weaknesses. I'm resistant to other powers, but not immune, and I lack long-range offensive capabilities. My telekinesis isn't nearly enough. What is your plan, Izuku? Inko asked, concerned. I want to reshape this society from the ground up while eliminating all corruption, but there are only 2 paths to do this, Izuku explained. The first, faster and bloodier, is to destroy everything with brute force and force everyone to follow my way. That's not practical, and honestly, it's not the way I want to go. The second, which I prefer, is to make society depend on me to the extent that they have to listen to me. With that, I can start reforming everything from the inside, effectively avoiding a lot of bloodshed. This is exactly the path I will follow. I see. However, how could you create this dependence on yourself? Inko inquired. Simple. I'll take down All Might. The problem with having a defined peace symbol is that when it falls, everything starts to crumble. All Might is just putting up a strong front. The truth is he's badly hurt and can't use his power for more than a few hours a day. If I expose his weakness, the facade of peace he represents will shatter. Without All Might, the crime rate will skyrocket. When that happens, I'll start revealing some of the dirty secrets that several heroes try to hide. This will cause crime to increase dramatically, leading to a war between heroes and villains. The government will need a new symbol, someone who can fill All Might's role, someone so powerful that villains will fear his presence. They'll need you, Inko said, shocked by her son's brilliance. Izuku was devising a situation where the government would need him desperately, effectively forcing them to accept his terms or face the consequences. How far have you planned? Inko asked. I've planned several decades ahead. I have everything mapped out, including contingency plans for unexpected situations. I also have alternatives in case I need to abandon one of my original plans. Inko sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she thought about how the heroes had created an enemy they could not defeat through their prejudice. She understood her son's motives. While she didn't agree with his methods, she knew he wouldn't stop. He was right that no one was acting to resolve the issues at hand. What are you going to do today? Inko asked. I'll deal with a man named Kai Chisaki. He has the quirk I need to follow through with my plans, and he's currently experimenting on a child. This child can't stay in an ordinary orphanage because someone will undoubtedly want to do the same as Chisaki. Why is he doing this to a child? Inko asked, horrified. Because Chisaki is a disturbed individual. The child has a power bordering on the divine. She can rewind living beings to previous states, even making someone cease to exist. Eri can literally make a person immortal in terms of age, as she can rewind the body while leaving the mind intact. Depending on how this power is used, it can kill quirks, and when combined with other quirks, it can even resurrect the dead. It's an absurd power. Izuku walked to a corner, starting to put on his improved costume. Chisaki is experimenting on Eri to destroy quirks and find ways to retrieve them later. My informant told me that Chisaki wants to sell weapons that can destroy quirks to villains while providing methods for heroes to recover them, thus controlling society. Unfortunately for him, I'm here to deal with him permanently. And since I don't trust anyone else to take care of the child, I will adopt her as my daughter. Inko could see a look of determination in Izuku's eyes. He clearly had thought everything through and wouldn't stop for anything. She watched as he put on his costume and then stepped into a fog portal. Meanwhile, at UA, a meeting was taking place. Nizu was considering everything that had happened. Nizu, you mentioned before that Gênesis was working for Izuku. Why would he kidnap Inko? Midnight asked. I've been thinking about it and I have 3 possible options, although the third possibility is something that deeply concerns me, Nizu replied. First, Izuku might be held captive by Gênesis, and he recently refused to collaborate, prompting Gênesis to kidnap Inko. The second option is that Izuku angered someone who knew he was alive and part of his plans, and that person might reveal this knowledge, leading Izuku to order Gênesis to kidnap Inko. And the third? Aizawa inquired. The third is that Izuku is Gênesis, and someone who knows this may be about to reveal it, Nizu stated. The moment Nizu spoke, everyone was shocked. All Might, realizing the implications, reacted with anger. Don't say that, Nizu. It's impossible for someone without a quirk to accomplish everything Gênesis has. Aizawa, remaining calm, asked, Why do you think this is a possibility? Because of the Tenshi Labs theft incident, Nizu explained. I ran the kidnapper's images through our most advanced recognition software, and it showed a 60% compatibility with Izuku Midoriya. Considering that Mishima was kidnapped, Izuku may have made him change his appearance. However, to execute an operation with the calm and precision displayed, it couldn't be the first time he was doing it. Nizu continued, I decided to compare images of Izuku's exams with the fighting style shown by Gênesis in various situations that occurred similarly to the exam. He opened a screen displaying footage where Gênesis fought and another where Izuku did, showing that both reacted similarly, despite some differences in form and methods. This could be coincidence, Or they may have learned the same martial arts style, Nizu noted. But before the AU incident, Gênesis never showed superhuman abilities or used a quirk to fight any of the heroes. Add this to motivation, intelligence, and the hypothesis that Izuku Midoriya is alive, along with the clear distinction in how he handled Katsuki Bakugo and Sakura Midoriya. My God, Midnight said, horrified by the implications. If this were true, the AU had inadvertently created Gênesis, as their rejection of Izuku may have led him to become a villain. They were the ones who chose to accept Katsuki Bakugo and Sakura Midoriya instead of Izuku. They were the ones who dismissed his hard-earned notes out of prejudice. They were the ones who denied him a place he earned through merit. They were the ones who shattered Izuku's faith in society. Aizawa, taking in the gravity of the situation, looked around and said, I truly hope you're wrong about this hypothesis, Nizu, because if you're not, we'll be facing the consequences of your poor choice. Why do you say that, Aizawa? Cementos asked. If Nizu's theory is correct, and Izuku is Gênesis, that means he managed to put the entire guild on high alert before he even had a quirk, and he defeated 2 heroes and 20 students during the USJ incident, all without a quirk, Aizawa explained. For someone as cautious as he is to take risks at Tenchi Labs, it means he must be close to finishing his research, or he's already done and needed the equipment there. In either case, we're in serious trouble. If he was capable of everything he's done so far without a strong quirk, imagine what he could do with one, Aizawa added. And all of this is due to a wrong choice you made. And if he is really Gênesis, after being discriminated against as he was, the hatred he will harbor against society will be unprecedented. I can already envision a scenario where he starts eliminating all the heroes and takes control of society, Aizawa concluded with a sigh. In an old Japanese house, chaos reigned. A group lay on the ground, bleeding from bullet wounds, while a single figure walked calmly into the property. Anyone who saw this person would recognize him as the most wanted villain in the entire hero association, Gênesis. As he entered, Gênesis continued to fire at anyone who moved, his bullets laced with a paralyzing agent that incapacitated those hit. After a moment, he spotted someone trying to escape the house, accompanied by 8 others. Well, if it isn't Kai Chisaki, the infamous Overhaul, Gênesis said. What do you want here, Gênesis? Overhaul asked indignantly, seeing his incapacitated subordinates. Nothing too serious. I'm here for you and the girl, Eri. If you surrender peacefully, I promise you'll receive kinder treatment. Refuse, and I'll rip your hands off and drag you half dead to decide your fate, Gênesis threatened. Do you think you can come here and threaten me? Overhaul retorted. I think I can now. Answer me, Chisaki. Do you really think I came unprepared? Gênesis replied. I know how your quirk works, what happens to Eri, and everything about your subordinates. Unlike the heroes, I have no qualms about killing, and none of you are fast enough to dodge my shots. I have weapons that can pierce through Hekiji Tengai's barrier like paper. Even if Toya Setsuno steals my guns, I can still eliminate you all with my quirk. So, as I said before, the choice of how this goes is yours. Collaborate, or watch me take down your subordinates like flies while I search for Eri. Right now, Overhaul was considering his chances. He knew that Gênesis didn't act without a plan. Everyone in the underworld was aware of that. Gênesis was known to be Jiren's strategic consultant, and whenever he predicted something would go wrong, it happened just as he said. Chisaki was many things, but foolish wasn't one of them. He understood that if Gênesis was here, it meant he had the confidence to come out on top. Why are you after me and Eri? Overhaul asked. In your case, it's for your quirk. In Eri's case, it's for a personal reason, Gênesis replied. After you finish with me, what are you going to do? Overhaul inquired. I'll let you go, however, Eri stays with me, Gênesis stated. Not happening, Overhaul shot back. Then it seems things will go the hard way, Gênesis said. Without hesitation, Gênesis used his quirk to nullify the abilities of everyone present before anyone could react. In less than 2 seconds, he drew his gun and fired at them all. He didn't kill any of the 8 precepts, as he intended to use them and the employees as living sources for quirks. His plan was simple. induce these people into a coma, give them the quirk he wanted to cultivate, and keep them alive through a prop. A living person could produce a lot of blood, which meant a significant amount of quirk factor. He would treat them as mere vessels, taking advantage of their existence. Looking around at those he had incapacitated, he walked over to Chisaki and injected him with a syringe filled with a purple liquid. This agent would ensure that Chisaki wouldn't wake up for the next 24 hours, no matter what anyone tried. Opening a portal, Izuku used his telekinesis to lift all the incapacitated individuals by their clothing and drop them through the portal. On the other side was an abandoned shed, fully equipped for Izuku to establish his operation. He had gotten the idea from a movie he had seen. Izuku already had plans on how to extract what he wanted from these individuals to amass a large amount of quirk factor from specific quirks. Their treatment would be harsh, but Izuku didn't care. They had chosen to harm the innocent for their own gain, and that was unacceptable to him, especially since they were using a child in their schemes. Wasting no time, Izuku entered the house and began searching until he found the entrance to the labs. There, he continued to incapacitate anyone who crossed his path, collecting equipment, research data, and more. Eraserhead's quirk was particularly advantageous in Izuku's hands. When he nullified others' quirks, he was able to incapacitate them with firearms. If someone died, it didn't matter to him, making him a figure to be feared. Most people had become highly reliant on their quirks. Without them, they were weak. Izuku understood this better than anyone and exploited that fact. As he walked, the only thought in his mind was, pathetic, everyone is pathetic. Such arrogance about having quirks, when the truth is they can't even defend themselves once I cancel their abilities, Gênesis mused as he continued walking. Eventually, he arrived at an isolated room. Opening the door, he saw a little girl with white hair, a horn, and red eyes looking at him in fear. Removing his helmet, Izuku slowly approached her and spoke reassuringly. "Eri, it's okay now. No one else will hurt you," he said gently. He pulled out a red bracelet and placed it around Eri's wrist as she trembled. "It's okay, this bracelet is designed to help you maintain control," Izuku explained with a calm and comforting smile. He had developed this bracelet after learning about Eri, using his understanding of Eraserhead's quirk to create a device that would emit a controlled radiation to suppress her quirk. Eri, still panicking, said, "You have to get out of here now. Chisaki will kill you." Hugging Eri, Izuku patted her head reassuringly. "No one will hurt you anymore. Don't worry, I'm here for you," he assured her. Feeling the warmth from him, Eri began to cry as she hugged him tightly. Izuku held her until she fell asleep. Once she was resting, he opened a portal and took her to a room he had prepared. It wasn't the most luxurious or suitable room for a girl, but it was a place where he knew Eri would be safe. As he tucked her into bed, Inko opened the door and saw the girl. "Is it her?" she asked. "Yes," Izuku confirmed. "From today, she will be Eri Midoriya, my daughter, and I will not let her suffer anymore," he declared. Izuku looked gently at the small child who was sleeping peacefully. Inko, watching her son, felt a deep sense of pride. She could see that Izuku was taking on a significant responsibility to ensure that Eri had a better future. He feared that the girl would suffer again if she went to an orphanage, and he was determined to prevent that. After a few minutes, Izuku left and went to the shed where he had left Chisaki and the others who worked for him. He began preparing them for what was to come. Izuku induced them all into a chemical coma and placed them on vital supports, ensuring they would constantly produce blood for him. There were 100 people at the Chisaki facility, and Izuku planned to make good use of them. In the facility, he had acquired even more equipment and several bags of Eri's blood. Her quirk fascinated him, but he vowed never to use her in experiments. Instead, he decided to grant her quirk to one of Chisaki's henchmen and experiment on him. Chisaki and Mishima had no idea how powerful her quirk could be in the right hands, but Izuku understood its potential. Chisaki didn't realize that he could restructure a person's entire gene chain, effectively altering their quirk. It was a delicate process, but it could be done as long as he knew what he was doing. Instead of using his abilities wisely, Chisaki wasted his time deconstructing people to display power, which Izuku found utterly ridiculous. So much power in the hands of fools, Izuku thought. This idiot, like many others, has access to incredible abilities but squanders them in foolish ways. It's truly absurd. But to what end? It's not like I'm not taking advantage of their stupidity, he mused. A few days later, Izuku was watching the news when he noticed many journalists digging into his past due to recent events, and they were criticizing Sakura. While some praised her for risking her chance to be a hero and possibly facing arrest to show her remorse, Bakugo faced severe backlash. Many magazines and newspapers speculated about how he could become a villain at any moment, contrasting him with Sakura, who had been working hard to help others since changing her mindset. Katsuki remained unchanged, acting as if the world owed him respect. Even Best Genius, who had welcomed him into his agency, struggled to manage Bakugo's ego. The situation was escalating. As Izuku watched the news, he pondered the latest research he had been conducting and the headache that accompanied it. He desired the quirk from All Might as well as the quirk from All for One. However, he found that Katsuki's DNA only contained his own quirk and did not reveal any others. Izuku recalled that he had already possessed All Might's quirk during the USJ attack, so it should have manifested in his DNA, but for some reason it hadn't. For the past week, he had been trying to figure out how to reveal both Katsuki's and All Might's quirks, but he was struggling. While deep in thought, Izuku made a decision. He picked up an old cell phone and dialed a number. When Jiren answered, Izuku spoke quickly. "Jiren, it's me. I need you to arrange a meeting between me and All for One." Jiren hesitated. "You know he wants to capture you alive to learn what you know. Are you sure this is a good idea?" "Yes, set up a meeting at the warehouse where we first met, at midnight tonight." "Okay," Jiren replied before hanging up. After the call, Izuku looked at the phone and muttered to himself, "Your days are numbered, Jiren. Don't think I don't know about your betrayal. I'll wait until the I-Island service occurs because I need access to the sample bank and the data center there. After that, I'll deal with you." Izuku had ensured that all loose ends were tied up when plotting against Tamura, except for Jiren. All for One had traced the matter back to Izuku, indicating Jiren's betrayal. Izuku had left various red herrings pointing to former enemies of All for One to mislead anyone who might investigate. Only Jiren knew the truth, and Izuku had made sure everything was executed perfectly. If there was a leak, it was on Jiren's side. Although Izuku didn't want to meet All for One, he needed to. If anyone had information about All Might's quirk, it was him. So, he opened a portal to the meeting place, and set up cameras around the warehouse, along with a holographic projector. When the time came, Izuku activated the cameras from his location and monitored All for One's arrival. A hologram of Izuku appeared in the warehouse, and the camera footage displayed All for One in place. "Hello, Sensei. How are you?" Izuku greeted with a calm smile. "I thought you would come to me," All for One replied. "Sorry, but I don't trust you not to attack me the moment I show up. Honestly, I'm not ready to face you one-on-one, especially with your access to multiple nomes. What can I do for you, Izuku? If you called me here, you must have a purpose. I want to know what you know about All Might's quirk and its previous bearers." "And why do you want to know this?" "I intend to steal the quirk from the current wielder." "And why would I provide you with information that could harm me?" "Because knowing the despair All Might will feel when the monster he created steals his quirk from his chosen successor would bring you unparalleled pleasure. You hate All Might to the point where nothing would bring you more joy than seeing him suffer," All for One remarked. "And I can't think of anything that would cause him more suffering than that," Izuku added. After a moment of silence, All for One finally spoke. "You really are a scary young man. How do you know there were other carriers?" "Because I heard his little secret. Honestly, there's no way All Might could be the first wielder. A power that is cultivated every generation and then passed on. That was All Might's description of the ability. He described it as having received someone else's ability. If someone with such a strong quirk exists, then you know about them." "Very well. All Might's quirk is called One for All. It passes from one wielder to another, constantly. Cultivating the power. This accumulation can enhance physical attributes or the power of quirks. Initially, it was a weak quirk, but with each generation, its power increased. All Might was the 8th holder, and his successor is the 9th. How is it passed on? Izuku asked. The new bearer must consume DNA from the current bearer with their consent. Consuming the DNA without consent or obtaining it forcibly is useless. Upon hearing this, Izuku understood how the ability worked. Essentially, the quirk had a genetic lock that could only be unlocked if the current wielder allowed it. This explained why Katsuki's blood had not revealed the quirk. I understand, Izuku said. Who was the carrier before All Might? Nana Shimura. Is she still alive? No. Did you kill her? Yes. Do you still have her remains, or did you bury them? Why do you want to know? Just for research. Neither her corpse nor those of the other carriers remain, All for One replied. Are there any living relatives? Tamura. He is her grandson on her father's side. All for One spoke calmly, aware that Izuku aimed to take the One for All. He intended to use this to his advantage, seeking to extract something from Izuku. Izuku contemplated for a moment before speaking. What do you want with a bag of Tamura's blood? Why do you want that? All for One inquired. I have a theory on how to steal the quirk, but I need a few things for that, Izuku explained. Nana Shimura's DNA is one of those things. I can trace her DNA from Tamura's. I want your research on quirks, All for One demanded. Forget it. A bag of blood isn't worth it, Izuku replied firmly. Then I want you to grant a new quirk to Tamura. I know you figured out how to do it safely, All for One insisted. Which quirk do you want him to have? Izuku asked. The quirk of Kurogiri, All for One stated. I want him to have the quirk without the burden that comes with it. That can be arranged, but I want 1 liter of his blood. A bag is not enough for Kurogiri's quirk, Izuku countered. After a moment of thought, All for One nodded. When can the deal take place? You give me the blood now, and after you're captured, I'll go to Tamura and grant him the quirk, Izuku proposed. And how do you know I'll be captured? All for One challenged. Because you want Tamura as your successor. The only way for him to mature is if you're arrested, Izuku explained. And how do I know you'll fulfill your part of the deal? All for One pressed. Because it benefits me. The stronger Tamura becomes, the more attention he will draw, which will ultimately aid my plan, Izuku stated calmly. I need Tamura to become strong. It's the only way my plan will succeed. What would your plan be? All for One asked, intrigued. I'll do what no villain has ever done, that's all I'll say, Izuku replied. All for One fell silent, considering Izuku's words. He had a strong suspicion about Izuku's plan, and it intrigued him greatly. Okay, I'll give you what you want, All for One agreed. He turned to Kurogiri, who stood nearby. Open a portal to the lab and bring back bags of Tamura's blood. Kurogiri nodded and left, returning a few minutes later with the blood bags. Leave them on the floor beside the hologram device, Izuku instructed. Kurogiri complied, and Izuku wasted no time opening a small portal to retrieve the blood bags. He quickly closed the portal and stored the bags in a nearby thermos. He wasn't in his laboratory and wouldn't dare enter it with the bags. He planned to transfer the blood to other containers before heading to a secondary lab for analysis. Only when he felt safe would he use the blood. Very well. If what you provided is authentic, after you're arrested, I will go to Tamura and grant him the quirk of Kurogiri, Izuku concluded. Izuku turned off the image projector and quickly left the abandoned counter where he had been working. He made his way to one of his isolated labs, where he transferred the contents of the blood bags he had prepared for a previous experiment. As he arrived at the reserve laboratory, he scanned a blood sample, and a device displayed the DNA sequence before him. Using software he had developed, Izuku analyzed the DNA to define the pattern of appearance, and soon, Tamura's image appeared on the screen. Realizing it was indeed Tamura, Izuku began his work. He isolated the DNA from Tamura's father and then extracted the genetic information that Tamura had inherited from his mother. Once he isolated the genetic factor corresponding to Nana Shimura, he started reconstructing the DNA helix. Thanks to his enhanced cognitive abilities, What would have once been a challenging task became straightforward. Working efficiently, Izuku isolated what Nana's DNA would look like, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. His theory about one for all was that the quirk copied all genetic information from one person and passed it on to another, continually accumulating the quirk factor. This meant that with each new bearer, the power would grow stronger, even while still in the same individual. Izuku understood that he could solve the issue by eliminating the genetic information that defined each of the carriers while retaining the accumulated quirks. By doing so, he could position himself as the original bearer. This would allow him to access Bakugo's power, as the quirk ultimately belonged to the first user. To achieve this, he needed to make the quirk reveal itself. Izuku believed that One for All functioned like a database, where every previous carrier existed as a copy. By using Nana's DNA, he could be recognized as part of this existing database, prompting the quirk to manifest. He could then alter the quirk while it was revealed, becoming the first bearer and gaining Katsuki's power in the process. With his unique ability to alter DNA, Izuku planned to create a version of Nana Shimura's DNA to facilitate the quirk's revelation. Now that he had Kai Chisaki, he was close to obtaining his issuing quirk, which would encompass One for All for One, and other abilities that addressed their weaknesses. After saving Nana's DNA data, he placed Tamura's blood in one of the freezers and left the lab with a huge smile. It had been a productive day. Returning to his base, Izuku found Eri learning to read and write with Inko. When Eri spotted him, she ran over and hugged him. Over the past few days, Eri had grown increasingly attached to Izuku, who always took care of her whenever he was around. Although Eri didn't fully understand what Izuku was doing, she knew he was working to create a better society. They had even discussed adoption, and Eri had accepted. Eri still struggled to refer to Izuku as her father, but he could see her trying. Picking her up in his arms, Izuku said, "I made a huge discovery at work, and I'm one step closer to improving the world. How about we go to an amusement park this weekend?" he suggested. "We can enjoy a peaceful day in the park and buy some sweet apples. What do you think, Eri-chan?" Eri's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded enthusiastically. Izuku felt a surge of happiness. She was finally starting to open up to him. "That's excellent," he said with a smile. "Now, how about we watch some movies?" Inko interjected, "Izuku, she still has to finish her exercises." Looking at his mother, Izuku replied, "Let her have the day off. She can relax for today." Inko sighed, "Spoiling her too much isn't good." Inko observed a transformation in Izuku. In just a week, he had come to love Eri as a father loves his daughter. Though Eri hadn't noticed, she was beginning to see Izuku as her father. Seeing Eri's disappointment at the thought of returning to her exercises, Izuku gave Inko an apologetic smile. "Mom, it'll just be for today," he insisted. "You said that yesterday," Inko replied. "I promise this time it's true. You said the same yesterday, just like the day before." "This time it's really true," Izuku insisted, employing his most persuasive puppy eyes. With a deep sigh, knowing Izuku wouldn't relent, Inko finally agreed, "Okay, we're done for today." Izuku looked at Eri and noticed a hint of a smile forming. "What movie should we watch today?" he asked. "The Shrek trilogy," Eri exclaimed. "Then let's watch the Shrek trilogy," Izuku said, ready to enjoy the time together. Izuku walked into the living room, having transformed the entire laboratory building into a cozy home suitable for raising a child. He settled down with Eri to watch a movie, and soon she fell asleep halfway through, as it was getting late. Eri had been unable to sleep until she saw Izuku arrive, fearing that Chisaki might come to take her back. To her, Izuku was a safe haven. He always helped her drift off to sleep, but today he had been busy, and she had dozed off in the afternoon. That was why she was so tired now. After ensuring Eri was asleep, Izuku left the room and noticed his mother, Inko, looking at him with concern. "Izuku, you need to rest for a while," she said. "Relax, Mom. My body only needs a minute of sleep a day," he replied. "That's not the issue. Your body may need little sleep, but your mind needs rest. You never stop working on your research and you're developing dark circles. Tiredness is catching up to you," Inko said, worry etched on her face. I can't afford to relax, Mom. If you keep this up, you'll end up collapsing. Don't worry, I'm almost there, Izuku reassured her. Soon, I'll be able to relax. My research is finally yielding the results I wanted. He continued, soon I will have the power I need to initiate changes in this society. But for today, we can rest. Why try so hard? Inko asked. Because of Eri. Now that I'm a father, I refuse to let my daughter grow up in a broken world. She has already suffered too much, and she deserves a better life, Izuku declared, his tired eyes filled with unwavering determination. I will build that world, even if I have to do it brick by brick with my own hands. With that, he passed her and headed to the lab. Inko watched him go, sighing before a smile spread across her face. Looking at Izuku's back, she no longer saw a boy, she saw a man. A man she was incredibly proud of. A man she could proudly say, this is my son. 3 weeks later, Izuku was calmly watching a news report about how Endeavor had gained credit for arresting Stain. In reality, it was his sister Sakura, clad in her armor, who had accomplished the feat. The news featured an intriguing recording of the fight, which was more of a one-sided battle until Sakura arrived. Before her intervention, there had been an emotional struggle between Tenya Ida, Shoto Todoroki, and Stain, but once Sakura appeared, it quickly turned into a rout. Recognizing that this could enhance Sakura's career, Izuku uploaded the footage to various entertainment sites and the dark web, titling it, Hero Endeavor Fraud, taking credit for other people's deeds. The response was overwhelming, and the topic spread rapidly, much to Izuku's satisfaction. He had not only supported his sister but also tarnished Endeavor's reputation. Another advantage for Izuku was that he had discovered the location of Tartaro's prison. A drone following Sakura was equipped with a system that alerted him whenever she encountered a confrontation or any sudden movements indicative of combat. When he received a notification and saw the scene unfold, he redirected the drone that had been tracking Ida to follow Stain instead. The drones were designed with solar recharging systems and engine cooling, allowing them to operate for months as long as they remained undamaged. Izuku had ordered his drones to follow the top 40 students each year, knowing that they likely possessed strong quirks. Among them was Nito Monoma, whose quirk was exceptionally efficient and could cover various weaknesses of the other quirks Izuku intended to use. With some effort, Monoma's quirk could evolve into something unique. Izuku was already experimenting with Overhaul's quirk and was close to mastering its use. His cognitive abilities had reached superhuman levels due to his relentless efforts, which made everything he was doing all the more fascinating. As he contemplated these developments, Izuku's thoughts turned to Eri. A wave of hatred surged within him as he recalled Kai Chisaki, the person he despised most. Since Eri had entered his life, he had done everything possible to care for her, even though the environment was far from ideal for a child. He took her to amusement parks and the beach weekly, despite the risks involved, but Eri had yet to smile. The fear instilled in her by Chisaki was deeply rooted. Eri often woke from nightmares in which Chisaki would come to harm Izuku and Inko and take her away. To comfort her, Izuku had started sleeping alongside her. The more he thought about the trauma Chisaki had caused, the more he fantasized about revenge, and his hatred for Chisaki grew. It took immense self-control for Izuku not to act on those dark thoughts. To this day, he had never seen Eri smile, and her fear of anyone other than him and Inko was troubling. She loved being outside but panicked at the sight of strangers. Despite this, Izuku's love for her never wavered. Each time he witnessed the impact of Chisaki's actions on Eri, his hatred intensified. If Chisaki's current state had not been worse than death, Izuku would have found a way to make him suffer. Shaking off those thoughts, Izuku took a deep breath and focused on the progress he had made in his research. Over the past few weeks, he had made remarkable strides in creating his issuance quirk. If not for his longing to acquire a few more quirks, he might have already perfected it. The most significant achievement was that he had successfully taken one for all from Katsuki Bakugo, who remained oblivious to the fact that he only possessed remnants of its power. Using Nana's DNA, Izuku managed to manifest the quirk in a blood sample. Anyone who consumed that sample would gain one for all, But he didn't stop there. By utilizing Overhaul's quirk, which he had taken from Chisaki, Izuku altered the quirk's composition, ensuring that he was the only one with the DNA imprint on it. This meant that no one could assimilate the quirk without his permission. Izuku had retained the quirks of all previous wielders, along with their accumulated power. Ironically, this led to him obtaining a pure quirk factor from Bakugu's quirk. He had reconfigured it so that any future carrier would inherit the accumulated traits and copied quirks, but the only lasting genetic influence would be his own. This effectively prevented anyone from stealing the quirk, even All for One, as long as they didn't genetically alter it like Izuku had. At that moment, the quirk resided within a villain who was more dead than alive, while the power continued to grow. Izuku was determined not to miss the opportunity to further enhance it. Every second the quirk spent within a wielder increased its power and quirk factor. He had to act quickly to complete a perfect issue special quirk before All for One could intervene. Additionally, he had to prepare for the upcoming attack on I Island, with the AU summer camp set to begin in 25 days. Time was of the essence, and Izuku was ready to make his move. Izuku was focused on his study schedule for history, determined to gather the information he needed. Today was important. He wanted to be at his best when the I Island event arrived. This event would provide him with everything necessary to complete his research. As he finished preparing, he noticed Eri approaching him, her eyes filled with tears. Concern etched on her face, she asked, "Are you going to do something dangerous?" Izuku looked at Eri, her eyes filled with tears that threatened to spill over. He sighed deeply, crouching down to meet her gaze. "Yes," he replied softly. "Please, do not go," Eri pleaded, her voice trembling. In that moment, Izuku felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He could face countless villains without fear, but seeing Eri in such distress made his heart ache. He could have lied to her, but he didn't want to break her heart further or let her associate him with Kai Chisaki. He had always kept her away from the lab for that reason. "Eri," he said, gathering his resolve, "I need to create a world where no one has to suffer like we have. I need to go, but I promise I will come back to you, no matter what." He gently stroked her head. "Promise?" Eri asked, extending her little finger, looking at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Izuku linked his pinky with hers and smiled. "Yes, I promise. I'll be back safely, and I'll bring you ice cream when I return." Eri hugged him tightly, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I love you, Dad. Please come back safely." Hearing her call him Dad, for the first time brought tears to Izuku's eyes. He embraced her gently, whispering, "Leave it to me, Eri. I'll come back safely." Inko, who had arrived during this tender moment, watched with a smile. "Be careful out there, Izuku, and come back safely no matter what." "I will," he replied, standing up and putting on his helmet. "After all, I have an appealing daughter waiting for ice cream today." With that, he stepped through a portal he created. Eri stood beside Inko, her gaze fixed on Izuku's retreating figure. Inko reassured her, "Don't worry, he'll come back safely." Eri nodded, her faith unwavering. "I know he will. He promised me, and my father always keeps his promises." Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in a shed filled with villains. He needed information, records of quirks and the secrets of the Heroes Association. Both were located in the same place, the headquarters of the Public Safety Committee. The challenge was that the headquarters was heavily guarded by top heroes. Attacking alone would be reckless, so Izuku devised a plan. He couldn't do it alone, so he sought out disposable helpers from the underworld. He gathered a group of weaker villains and equipped them with devices that would allow them to use stronger quirks. These quirks came from UA students and other sources, and he had helped them learn to control their new abilities over the past week. Although this plan would expose his ability to grant quirks, Izuku was unconcerned. He had planted explosives in each device, ensuring they would self-destruct if tampered with. He wanted to create an image that he relied on these devices to use quirks, catching everyone by surprise. Even if someone managed to take the device from him, it would be useless without the proper activation. Izuku had everything planned out. He would act as if all his quirks came from the same device and then leak false information about it. He was cautious, knowing that unexpected situations could arise, so he prepared accordingly. Addressing the villains he had gathered, Izuku said coolly, "You know the deal. Help me attack the Public Safety Committee, and I'll provide you with Quirk crystals that can last up to 10 years. The plan is simple. You create a distraction, I get what I need, and then you escape using the portal quirks I've given you. It's an easy task, and I'll pay you as promised at the meeting place." "Any questions?" he asked. The villains were silent, their eyes gleaming with anticipation of the rewards. Izuku had not given them weak quirks. He had chosen powerful ones that required minimal practice. He specifically sought out villains who were eager to cause chaos, ensuring he only recruited those who deserved it. One of his motivations for attacking the Public Safety Committee was the knowledge that many had been wronged by the so-called heroes. He needed manpower, and there were plenty of downtrodden individuals who wanted change. He didn't need them to be the strongest. He could empower them himself. What he needed were people who wouldn't betray him easily and who had nothing to lose. He knew it was cold to take advantage of others, but he was determined to achieve his goals. Seeing that no one objected, Izuku opened portals and said, "Do as agreed, and we won't have any problems." Stepping through one of the portals, he emerged in front of the Heroes Association. "Very well, heroes. It's time to show me what you have." Izuku opened several portals, and from within them, a large number of villains emerged. As soon as they appeared, chaos erupted, with the villains attacking not only the guild but also hero agencies throughout the city. Without hesitation, Izuku activated the quirk embedded in his armor, rendering himself invisible as he infiltrated the scene of chaos. He moved quickly, knowing the layout of the buildings well. His destination was the server room, where he connected one of his devices to copy information. After that, he made his way to the Public Safety Commission Director's office and connected another device to her computer. Izuku was aware that not all important files would be stored on the servers. Some of the most sensitive information would be on her personal computer or in physical files. He intended to gather it all. Using his portal quirk, he accessed the physical archives and began collecting documents without hesitation. He wanted access to every piece of information available. After 5 minutes, he had gathered everything, and his devices had downloaded all the necessary data. Looking out the window, he saw the villains outside, wreaking havoc with their powerful quirks, including those of Bakugo, Tamura, Shoto Todoroki, and Denki Kaminari. Pulling out a device, Izuku pressed a button, watching as the villains' devices exploded, causing significant damage and injuries among them. Without a second thought, he opened a portal and stepped through, leaving the villains to their fate. He had achieved his goal, demonstrating that he possessed the means to create an army at any moment. As he left the scene, one thought occupied his mind. With this, the game will enter a more advanced stage. Soon I will take you down, All Might. A cold grin spread beneath his mask as he continued on his path. Once back in his lab, Izuku wasted no time opening the files and searching for individuals with the quirks he needed. He required 13 quirks to complete his issue-type quirk, and he was determined to acquire them that day. As he reviewed the list, he identified his first target, Ectoplasm, a professional hero. Izuku successfully kidnapped him. The second target was a boy with a quirk that activated human cells. Izuku simply knocked him unconscious and took a blood sample, leaving him at home with a note and a sum of money as compensation. The third target was a man whose quirk allowed him to adapt to any environment or situation almost instantly. The fourth was a man immune to harmful chemicals. The fifth was a woman whose quirk removed her body's growth restraints, allowing her to grow stronger under stress. The sixth was a girl who could amplify the power of others' quirks. For her, Izuku also left money, having acquired ample funds from his previous exploits. To reach this girl, Izuku had to infiltrate a military base, overcoming numerous soldiers, but he succeeded. The seventh target was a villainess with a quirk that absorbed others' vitality and attributes through touch. The eighth was Nito Monoma, from whom Izuku took a blood sample. The ninth was Tetsu, another student with a quirk that transformed his skin into a steel-like substance, enhancing his strength. The 10th was the hero Cementos, followed by the 11th, the heroine Pixie Bob. The 12th was a scientist with a quirk called insight, which allowed her to learn and MST our subjects at an accelerated rate. The 13th was a woman with a quirk called restoration, enabling her to revert non-living objects to an earlier state. With all the preparations complete, Izuku had what he needed to create his new quirk. But first, he had something more important to do. After changing out of his armor and into a sweatshirt and face mask, he visited a market to buy Aries' favorite strawberry ice cream. On his way back, he also picked up some caramelized apples for her, smiling as he approached. After a little over 2 hours, when Aries saw the familiar portal and Izuku stepping through, she rushed toward him like a small missile, throwing herself into his arms. Izuku gently patted her head as he spoke. "I promised I'd come back safe, and I brought ice cream." Aries smiled slightly and replied, "You always keep your promises, father." In that moment, Izuku kissed her cheek and, while revealing the caramelized apple he had hidden behind his back, said, "Look what I bought for my princess." Aries' eyes lit up at the sight of the apple, her smile widening even more. Seeing her joy, Izuku couldn't help but smile back. He knew she was slowly emerging from Chisaki's shadow, and he vowed to eliminate any threat to her happiness. 2 days later at UA, Public Safety Committee Chair Shizuka Haingawa stood before Nizu and the UA teachers, her voice filled with urgency. "Nizu, I want everything you know about Gênesis. This cannot go unpunished," she stated firmly. "I understand your concern, Shizuka, but anger won't change the situation," Nizu replied calmly. "I'm not angry, Nizu, I'm terrified," Shizuka confessed. "Gênesis is a greater threat than all the villains we've faced. Even All for One doesn't pose the same danger." She continued, "This individual has found a way to grant quirks artificially and has stolen the abilities of nearly every hero. He could easily build an army and crush us if he wanted to." Shizuka's voice grew more intense. Unlike All for One, whose followers were mostly weak when All Might defeated him, Gênesis can create an entire army of powerful individuals in just a few months. With the right documents, he could find all those who have been wronged, give them overwhelming powers, and incite a rebellion against the government. If he does that, he will win. Our Prime Minister despises discrimination and has been instrumental in enacting laws that protect the Quirkless and those with weaker quirks. He already believes the hero system needs significant changes. A frenzy caused by Gênesis could lead Prime Minister Imagawa to permanently abolish the hero system. Shizuka took a deep breath, her expression grave. What's worse is Gênesis's audacity. He attacked the Public Safety Committee in broad daylight and succeeded. This level of confidence is terrifying. He must have a brilliant mind, able to predict how everyone will react. He's been haunting my thoughts for days. "We need to find and stop Gênesis, and we need to do it now," she insisted. Nizu listened to Shizuka and understood the panic she felt. He acknowledged that Gênesis's attack was a masterstroke, a clear demonstration of his power and intent to challenge the Heroes Guild. All the teachers in the room, except for Aizawa, shared her concern. The thought of Izuku Midoriya potentially being connected to this threat sent chills down their spines. Izuku's disappearance had been felt throughout the community involved in charity events. He had always participated with a comforting smile, and now, with the protests surrounding Sakura and Katsuki Bakugo, the pressure on UA was immense. Sakura Midoriya had changed significantly. She was now actively involved in community service and helping with social projects. She worked as an assistant at an orphanage for quirkless children, striving to make a difference. Her remorse over Izuku's suffering and disappearance drove her to help those in need, seeking peace for herself. While Sakura's transformation had led many to forgive her past, Katsuki Bakugo remained under heavy scrutiny. His apparent indifference to the situation only fueled public discontent, leading many to question his suitability as a hero. UA faced a dilemma. Expelling him could push him further into villainy, exacerbating the problems they already faced. Nizu, acknowledging Shizuka's concerns, spoke up. "As much as I understand your perspective, I can't take action. The confirmed information has already been sent to you." "What about the unconfirmed information?" Shizuka pressed. "It's not confirmed data, it's merely theories," Nizu clarified. "What theories?" she asked. There's a possibility that Izuku Midoriya may be supporting Gênesis or could even be Gênesis himself, Nizu revealed. Are you suggesting that a young man known for his charity work could be involved in something so destructive? Shizuka questioned incredulously. I'm saying it's a possibility, Nizu reiterated. Why would he do something like that? Shizuka demanded. Because he has faced discrimination and injustices throughout his life. It's possible he has rebelled against society, Nizu explained. Shizuka understood the implications of Nizu's words. She was well aware of how the Quirkless were treated and knew about the circumstances surrounding Izuku's rejection from UA. She had been involved in covering it up. Do you have any plans to address this if your theories are correct? Shizuka inquired. I've developed a plan, but I'm not sure how effective it will be, Nizu admitted. What does it involve? Shizuka asked. Using some underworld informants and contacts, we've learned that Gênesis is creating a device that could give him the power to confront society and win, Nizu explained. The problem is, we don't know where or how he will do it, he added. What kind of device? Shizuka pressed. We've confirmed he has the technology to create devices that can grant access to quirks, even to those who don't possess them, Nizu stated. Have you considered that if he's advanced in his research, he might have found a way to go even further? Shizuka asked, concern etched on her face. Shizuka, what are you suggesting? Nizu replied, sensing the gravity of the situation. Shizuka spoke with fear, a sentiment echoed by some of the teachers present. Aizawa had received alarming information from an underworld informant. Rumors were spreading that Gênesis was assembling the final components needed to create a device that would grant him immense power. Whispers of an impending revolution suggested that soon, heroes might find themselves forced to hide in the shadows. Nizu, the principal, shared the troubling news. We are currently investigating with all available resources. Recently, we discovered recordings of someone we believe to be Izuku Midoriya, seen in various locations with a small child. He continued, this is particularly concerning because Gênesis has attacked our teachers once again. Ectoplasm and Cementos, who were present, lowered their heads in frustration. Gênesis had captured them both with alarming efficiency, taking their blood and then discarding them in a garbage can far from their homes. My God! Shizuka exclaimed, horrified. I will call an emergency meeting with every hero in this country. The focus will be to find Gênesis and/or Izuku Midoriya. She added, all AU teachers will have full access to any government resources as long as they are used to locate Gênesis. We can't let him succeed, Shizuka insisted. Nizu nodded in agreement. We'll stop him, he affirmed. Meanwhile, in Izuku's lab, he had just completed another creation, a special type quirk tailored for himself. His research had progressed to the point where he could modify certain aspects of quirks. While he couldn't change all their effects, he was able to restructure them, allowing him to alter some effects entirely. He named this new quirk, the World. Name, the World. Category, Issue Special. Category Effects, Emission. All for one modified. One for all modified. Overhaul. 1. Immunity to harmful toxins. Izuku had a unique quirk that granted him immunity to harmful toxins, but he was vulnerable to mind-type attacks. He named this quirk as a representation of the power he would gain, embodying the strength of an entire world within himself. All that remained was to acquire his mutant-type quirk, and he would become the strongest being on the planet. Taking the syringe filled with the quirk serum, Izuku moved to a secluded area of the lab and injected himself while biting down on a cloth to stifle any sounds of pain. He didn't want Eri to hear him and worry. The pain hit him hard, reshaping his body from the inside out, but he managed to suppress his cries, tears streaming down his face as he fought to remain silent. After an hour, the procedure concluded, and he removed the cloth from his mouth. Clenching his fists, he felt the changes within him, even if they weren't visible on the outside. His hair, once dyed black, had reverted to its natural green, and his eyes glowed for a brief moment before returning to normal. Izuku had succeeded in another procedure. Just one more, he thought to himself. He had 5 days until the attack on Island, and with his new quirks, he estimated it would only take 2 days to MSTR their use. After that, he could finally begin to enact his changes in society. Despite the lingering pain in his muscles, Izuku stood up. Time to start. Wasting no time, he created clones of himself using his new quirk and instructed them, "You know what to do." The clones opened portals and dispersed to train, while Izuku focused on adapting to his new physical attributes. Thanks to his quirk insight, he would MSTR everything in just a few hours, leaving the rest of his time to spend with Eri. With the ability to create clones, his efficiency had increased significantly. 5 days later, Izuku, dressed in his Gênesis costume, stood on a boat with Jiren, waiting for the signal from a villain named Wolfram, who was hired to steal from my island. "Jiren, is it true that you're creating a device that will make you omnipotent?" Jiren asked, looking at him with curiosity. "Depending on the definition of omnipotence, yes," Izuku replied. "What do you mean by that?" Jiren pressed. "I mean that with this device, defeating All Might, All for One, and the entire hero's commission will be easy, but there will still be limits to what I can do. For example, I couldn't raise the dead without significant preparation." Jiren's eyes widened in shock as he processed Izuku's words. "You mean you could raise the dead as long as you had enough preparation?" "Once the device is complete, and if I have access to a comprehensive DNA sample, yes. It would take about an hour, but it is possible." "What kind of device is this?" Jiren asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It's one of a kind, designed to reshape society and eliminate All Might and All for One," Izuku said calmly, glancing at a purple crystal attached to his belt. "Is that the device?" Jiren inquired, noticing the technological gadget. "This is just the prototype. The real one will be different. Although it's not complete yet, it is ready for use." "How strong are you with this prototype now?" Jiren asked, concern creeping into his voice. "Strong enough to take down All Might and most of the hero guild," Izuku replied. Jiren realized the gravity of the situation and felt a wave of horror wash over him. He needed to inform All for One quickly. Izuku observed Jiren's panic with calm eyes, noting the shift in his demeanor. In that moment, he understood that Jiren had chosen a side and would face the consequences. As they waited for the signal, Izuku remained composed. When the signal finally came, he opened a portal that led him to Island. Without hesitation, he pulled out an EMP grenade and detonated it, disabling all nearby cameras. Immediately, he created several clones and instructed them, "You know what to do. Steal everything we can use from this place." The clones nodded and spread out, each equipped with the quirks he possessed. Izuku made his way to the tower, where he encountered Wolfram and several of his subordinates, along with David Shield. The moment Wolfram saw Izuku, he knew trouble was brewing. "What do you want here, Gênesis?" Wolfram asked, trying to gauge the situation. "I'm here to access the server and copy the survey data. Step aside, and we won't have any problems. If you confront me, I will eliminate you and your men," Izuku stated firmly. "Is it just the data you want?" Wolfram asked, aware of Izuku's reputation. "Yes, as long as I can access the servers, I won't harm your men unless provoked," Izuku replied coldly. Wolfram moved aside, saying, "Then no problem. I won't interfere, and you stay out of my way." "Okay," Izuku said calmly, proceeding toward one of the servers. He plugged in a device and began the download, waiting patiently. After nearly 40 minutes, Wolfram approached him again. "Tell me, Gênesis, how did you find out about this scheme?" "An information broker of mine tipped me off and asked me to gather some information for him in exchange for some favors," Izuku explained. "I understand," Wolfram replied, realizing the depth of the situation. Wolfram proposed, "How about we work together? I could use someone with your abilities in case the heroes manage to escape. It could be beneficial for you as well, considering this is just a temporary arrangement." Izuku shook his head. "No. Why not?" Wolfram asked, puzzled. "Because your plan is doomed to fail," Izuku replied confidently. "You've overlooked several crucial factors, and that's why it won't work." "What factors?" Wolfram pressed. Just then, alarms blared throughout the facility. Izuku looked at Wolfram and continued, "For instance, the UA students who are here. I noticed them free as soon as I arrived. And alongside them is the daughter of David Shield. When she arrives, her father will likely give in due to his emotions." As he finished speaking, Izuku's device beeped, indicating he had downloaded all the data he needed. He unplugged the device and looked at Wolfram. "Take it from a professional. Step back now while you still can. If Sakura Midoriya catches you, you'll be in serious trouble." Before Wolfram could respond, one of his subordinates shouted, "Boss, a girl with dark green hair is approaching at high speed." Wolfram turned to his subordinate. "Activate the island's security system and have it attack her." Izuku observed the scene with a smirk beneath his mask. "They really think they can stop my sister with just a defense system? Sakura will take care of them." As expected, Sakura arrived, bringing a group of UA students along with her, including a blonde girl with striking blue eyes. Izuku settled into a chair, watching the chaos unfold from his cabin. Within minutes, Sakura had invaded the facility, taking down every villain in her path. Izuku remained in the corner, simply observing. When Sakura spotted Wolfram, she wasted no time. Using her telekinesis, she ensnared him and his subordinates, trapping them in their own clothes. With a powerful throw, she knocked them against the ceiling and then down to the floor, rendering them unconscious. Turning to Gênesis, she asked, "Why is it that you're always involved in large-scale attacks?" Izuku smiled beneath his mask and replied, "Because I like to profit with minimal effort." Sakura shot him a serious look as she placed the blonde girl and the other students on the floor. "You call going to prison profit?" "No," Izuku corrected her. "I call leaving here with all the data, surveys, and equipment profit." "And what makes you think you'll get out of here?" "I'm already aware of your grenade trick, and you won't catch me in it again," Sakura said coldly as the students took their combat positions. "Sakura, you should know by now, I always have a plan B," Izuku said confidently. "But before we start fighting, have your blonde friend talk to her father, who orchestrated this whole situation. I want to speak with the aspiring heroes present." Melissa, hearing Izuku, looked alarmed. "What are you talking about?" "Your father set all this up to steal his own research, all for the sake of All Might," Izuku explained. "It's not common knowledge, but All Might is getting weaker every day. David Shield created a power amplifier for quirks and decided to steal his own research to give it to All Might, even hiring villains for the job, believing they were just actors." "That's a lie," Melissa shouted, shocked and a bit hysterical. "If you don't believe me, go to the next room and see for yourself." "I have no reason to lie to you," Izuku urged. Without waiting for a response, Melissa ran off to check, leaving the others behind. Izuku glanced around and saw Katsuki Bagu, Sakura, Shoto Todoroki, Kirishima Eijiro, Tinya Ida, Achiko Uraraka, Kyoka Jiro, Minoru Mineta, and Denki Kaminari. "Quite an interesting group," Izuku remarked calmly. "Before we begin, tell me, what do you think it means to be a hero?" Katsuki responded aggressively, "Why does it matter to you?" "It won't matter after I take you down." Izuku surveyed the group and said, "Honestly, your opinion doesn't matter to me, Katsuki Bakugu, but I would love to crush that ego of yours." He continued, "The most ironic part is that Izuku Midoriya wasn't considered fit to be a hero by the AU, but you were. In the end, you're just a spoiled brat who doesn't understand the gravity of the situation you're in." 4 days later, Izuku found himself in his laboratory, surrounded by his clones, a smile spreading across his face as he admired the fruits of his LBR. In front of him lay the last syringe filled with Quirk serum, and the sight filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Izuku's mutant special quirk was named the One. It granted him a variety of extraordinary abilities, including an enhanced skeleton with an increased number of bones and joints, resulting in incredible flexibility. His diamond-like bones provided unmatched strength and density, while his muscles were not only tough but also remarkably flexible. Additionally, his organs were enhanced to peak performance, and his cognitive and sensory abilities were significantly heightened. One of the most remarkable aspects of his quirk was its adaptability, allowing his body to evolve rapidly to meet new challenges. He could store and release energy, replicate the actions of others perfectly, and even see in multiple spectra, such as infrared and thermal vision. However, he had to be cautious, as he was susceptible to powerful poisons. This was the final quirk he would grant himself through his experiments, after which he would possess the power to traverse Japan on his own. Even if he faced limitations, he could always acquire others' quirks using his ability, the world. Izuku took a deep breath, grasped the syringe, and injected himself. He bit down on a cloth to stifle any sounds as the intense pain surged through him. An hour later, the changes were complete, and he looked down at his body with a smile, whispering to himself about the need to adapt to his new abilities before he could set his plans in motion. Determined to enhance his senses, he knew this would help him detect any threats from a distance. He recalled the challenges he faced during his previous transformations, but this time the pain was more intense, especially with the new skeletal structure. Despite the sharpness of his mind and the insight provided by his quirk, he understood it would take time to adjust, at least a week. Fortunately, he had left a clone with Eri to keep her from worrying. After some contemplation, he managed to rise and began creating more clones. It's time to start serious training. I still have strong hero candidates to protect after the AU expels them, he said with a calculating smile. A serious expression crossed his face as he thought about Nizu realizing that the heroes alone wouldn't be enough to stop him. He imagined the moment when Nizu would have to resort to an unlikely alliance. I wonder what All Might will think when he hears that he has to team up with the very person he despises, he mused with a mocking smile. I just hope the AU doesn't detect my improved drones or find the bugs I planted in their meeting room. That would be unfortunate, he added, excitement bubbling within him. I can't wait to see All Might's reaction when he learns they'll have to join forces with All for One. Izuku watched as all the clones nodded and began their practice. He was not naive. Every action he took was part of a larger plan. On the day of the attack on I Island, he had carefully manipulated the psychological state of his fellow students, planting seeds of doubt that would lead them to question their beliefs. As the truth began to surface, those who were unworthy would reveal themselves, causing others with the potential to be true heroes to lose their faith as well. If UA wanted to avoid losing an entire generation of students, they had only one option: expel those who had begun to doubt. Izuku was counting on this outcome, as he needed to gather the right allies, starting with those expelled from UA. Nothing disrupts society like promising individuals being cast aside due to unfair judgments. Izuku was confident they would be expelled. It was a matter of simple logic. They could either expel 7 powerful students now or face the risk of 80 turning against society later. His calculations indicated that it would take about 3 days for the students to verify the information he had provided and realize its truth. After that, it would take 2 more days for them to start questioning their beliefs, and 4 additional days until they were expelled, totaling 9 days until he could recruit them. This timeline would also give him enough time to adapt to his new abilities. 9 days later, a somber atmosphere enveloped UA. Nizu and the other professors were in despair, alongside the chairperson of the Public Safety Committee. The attack on I Island had revealed troubling information that left everyone restless. Nizu felt a heavy remorse upon learning that someone like Gênesis had accessed Sakura's quirk. The notion that Izuku was creating a device that could grant him omnipotence, in addition to having stolen one for all from Katsuki Bakugo, nearly pushed him into despair. The situation worsened as Gênesis managed to turn the students against the school, shaking their belief in society to the core. The only students who remained were Katsuki Bakugo and Minor Mineta. Bakugo cared little for protecting the innocent. He only wanted to prove himself as the best hero. Mineta, on the other hand, was more concerned with his personal interests. What can that guy do? Vlad King exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. He has one of the most brilliant minds behind him, Nizu replied. Izuku has been playing us all along, and since we don't understand the rules of his game, he will always win, Nizu added. What do you mean? Snipe asked. Izuku is always a few steps ahead. He specifically chose to break the faith of those students because they were the most likely to stop him, Nizu explained. He knew we would have to make a choice, either keep them here and risk losing 3 generations of students to him, or expel the 7 who posed the greatest threat. Regardless, he profits, and we lose in both scenarios. Without those students on our side, the chances of Izuku succeeding in his plans are significant. Keeping them here wouldn't change that. Gênesis ensured they wouldn't trust us again, Nizu continued. Think about how he approached the students. From the outside, it looked like an accident, but it was all planned. The outcome was set in motion when Sakura won the sports festival, Nizu elaborated. Gênesis and Izuku would find a way to gather those 7 on the island, and they would ensure they arrived at the same time. It wasn't a coincidence, it was orchestrated, he stated. First, he would gather them in one place, whether through special coupons or other means, isolating them from the heroes who could interrupt his plans, Nizu explained. Then he would shake them with the news of David's shield being the main culprit. Soon after, he would start talking about Izuku, awakening Sakura's guilt and influencing Katsuki with his words, while making his own colleagues confirm his claims. He would highlight how wronged Izuku had been and how aggressive Katsuki's behavior was, which is not a quality of a true hero. Immediately, he would demonstrate his superiority in power, making all the students focus on gathering information from him. When they began to collect that information, Gênesis would reveal that Izuku was alive and had developed technology to grant others quirks. This revelation would further disturb the students, leading them to subconsciously wonder how someone so brilliant could be rejected by UA, thus beginning to erode their faith in us, Nizu concluded. Not only that, Gênesis would emphasize how much Izuku suffered for being quirkless, evoking compassion and pity from everyone, which would lend even more credibility to his later statements. Taking advantage of their shock, Izuku would go even further and reveal that All Might's quirk could be passed on. Nizu observed the teachers casting looks of undisguised fury at All Might. The news had reached the students, and with the quirk in Izuku's hand, All Might found himself compelled to reveal his secret to all the teachers and to Shizuka, ensuring she wouldn't be caught off guard. This revelation only fueled their dissatisfaction further. Gênesis had claimed that Izuku had stolen her quirk, and given the credibility he had gained from his previous actions, the students instinctively believed part of it. This revelation left them shaken, and the question resurfaced in their minds: why was Izuku Midoriya refused in the AU? When Katsuki confirmed the existence of the power and its ability to be passed on, coupled with the signs everyone had noticed, their belief solidified. Each one of them became increasingly convinced, which only heightened the credibility of Gênesis's claims. In the belt's pockets, there were needles and other small items that Sakura could use in emergencies, enhancing her combat ability, along with a first aid kit. The front mask had air filters to protect against toxins. The costume's long ears served as support items that utilized Sakura's telekinesis, functioning similarly to sonar, allowing her to locate enemies and trapped individuals at accident sites. In a large mansion, a young woman with black hair sat in her bedroom, tears streaming down her face as she looked at a photo of a man and woman in hero costumes. This was Momo Yaoyorozu, who came from a lineage of heroes spanning 3 generations. The hero name she had chosen, Creati, was that of her grandmother. Today, she and her classmates had been expelled from the AU. Momo understood the reason for her expulsion. It wasn't due to the Island incident but because she had begun to doubt the system. This realization was devastating, confirming what Gênesis had said: the system was rotten. Her parents, despite their status, were not even in the top 30 heroes, suggesting that their wealth came from questionable means. Their quirk, which focused on nurturing, had likely been exploited for profit, and the lack of criticism regarding their actions made it clear that the subject was being avoided. The thought that the society she had admired was deeply flawed filled her with despair, especially knowing that her parents were part of it. The realization that everything she believed was false, and that her hard work had been in vain, left her feeling empty. As Momo pondered these thoughts, a portal opened in her room, revealing Achiko and a striking young man with green hair and glowing eyes. Momo instinctively prepared to fight, but the young man shook his head and addressed Achiko. "I'm so ugly that every time a woman sees me, she thinks I'm a villain," he said humorously. "Technically, you're a villain," Achiko replied. "I was never advertised as one, I was a missing person," he retorted with a shrug. Hello Momo. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself. I know who you are. You're Sakura's brother and the person for whom Gênesis works, Momo replied. Yes, and today I'm here to offer you a proposal, Izuku said. What is it? Momo asked, intrigued. I'm going to change this society, but I need help. That's why I came to invite you to join me in trying to change this corrupt system, Izuku said with a friendly smile. Izuku understood that different people required different methods of persuasion. Momo was intelligent but lacked confidence, which limited her. The approach that worked with Achiko wouldn't work with her, so he tried a different tactic. Why would you want someone like me? Momo questioned. Because you're amazing and full of potential. I don't judge a person by their parents, I judge them by who they are. All I see is a kind girl who, like me, had her dreams shattered by others, Izuku explained. You remind me of myself, someone who wanted to help others after being inspired by heroes, only to discover that those heroes and what they represent are a lie, he continued. Even after learning the truth, the longing to help remains, but the system has crushed your chances of being a heroine after the AU expelled you for a trivial reason. The AU professors care more about their image than about creating true heroes. They don't consider the dreams they destroy or the pain they inflict on others, Izuku said passionately. The only exception at that school is Eraserhead. Momo, listening intently, lowered her head, realizing he was right. This issue isn't limited to the AU, it's a nationwide problem, Izuku added. What do you mean? Momo asked, confused. There is no part of society free from corruption, Izuku explained. Villains primarily attack cities and shopping centers. There aren't enough heroes to cover all of Japan. If villains spread out and target small towns, the country wouldn't be able to handle it. Why do most villains attack big cities? Momo pondered. As she considered his words, a look of terror crossed her face as she began to understand. Don't tell me. Yes, Momo. Villains and heroes are often part of a scheme. Many of Japan's top heroes are corrupt, making deals with gang leaders or criminal organizations. In exchange for framing a few villains, these groups gain immunity as long as they don't attract too much attention. Drag cartels, mafias, forced PRCDN, human trafficking, there's a long list of horrors happening behind the scenes. Izuku took a file out of its storage and handed it to Momo. As she leafed through the contents, looking at photos and evidence of the subjects, tears began to well in her eyes. The despair she felt deepened when she discovered that her parents were involved in human trafficking. The evidence laid out before her confirmed her worst fears, and with the earlier insights, Momo knew it was true. There are a few heroes who truly fight crime, and some people in government who try to make a difference, but most are corrupt, Izuku stated, his voice steady. This needs to change. Weak people are being slaughtered, tortured, and abused in the hundreds of thousands every year. Society needs correction. Momo listened intently, her eyes clouded with emotion. Izuku could see the determination beginning to form within her. You, Momo, are someone I can trust. You are smart, capable, determined, and above all, you have your heart in the right place, he continued. I need people like you, people who don't discriminate based on how someone is born, people who won't accept wrongs. He extended his hand to her, a warm smile on his face. Momo Yaoyorozu, would you be willing to take a chance on my side to save this nation from this rotten society? A flicker of anger surged within Achiko as she overheard Izuku's words, particularly when he said, Momo, I need you. Meanwhile, Momo felt the light slowly returning to her eyes, glowing with determination. Taking Izuku's hand, she replied, I'll go with you. Izuku's smile widened. Excellent. Now, if you can change, that would be really cool. We still need to gather the others, and I don't think you want them to see you in your pajamas. Momo looked down at her outfit and gasped in horror. I'll be outside. Let me know when you're ready, Izuku said, turning to leave the room. Once outside, he allowed a predatory smile to cross his face as he muttered to himself, 2 are gone, to go 6. He thought about Kaminari, who would likely refuse him, as he didn't truly care about the others and was only involved to avoid exclusion from the group while trying to impress Izuku's sister. That meant he needed to convince Jiru, Shoto, Sakura, and Ida before moving forward. Izuku wasn't naive, he understood that Kaminari was many things, but a person who took risks for the innocent was not one of them. Kaminari was a typical case of a young man who awakened a strong quirk and was pushed to be a hero. The problem was that being a hero wasn't just about wanting the title. A true hero, in Izuku's opinion, was someone who sacrificed themselves to help others. A teacher who genuinely cared for their students and tried to help them without prejudice was a hero in Izuku's eyes. They faced insults, shouting, and rudeness while striving to educate the next generation, sacrificing their time, effort, and often their mental health in the process. Firefighters were heroes, risking their lives to save others and stop fires from spreading. Honest police officers were heroes too. Despite public opinion about the police, standing up to criminals took courage and dedication. An honest cop who fought for equality in a world where few did was a real hero by Izuku's standards. In this alternate universe, Izuku recognized only Eraserhead as a true hero. When students were expelled for questioning the system, Eraserhead was the only one who stood up for them. The administration had refused to explain their actions, choosing instead to kick the students out for trivial reasons. Izuku knew that convincing Shoto and Ida would be easy, especially Ida. Kirishima might be more challenging, but Izuku wasn't overly concerned. He just hoped to catch up with them before the guild intervened. People often overlooked the reason villains lacked adequate training and why only a few reached high levels. The association eliminated those with extreme potential, a strategic move on their part. Young individuals with great potential typically enrolled in hero courses, but by the time they attempted the tests, they were often scarred. If they became heroes, they were reassured. If they didn't, they faced constant supervision. The moment they showed signs of becoming villains, they were either captured or subjected to experiments. This was not public knowledge, but the Public Safety Committee had a research facility aimed at creating the next generation of heroes. Hawks was part of their internal project. Their plan was simple: to kidnap individuals with strong or useful quirks, inject them with drags, and force them to conceive. They disregarded the parents, believing that if they died, it was inconsequential. Once the children were born, they indoctrinated them from a young age to prepare for their future. Kidnapping didn't happen frequently to avoid drawing attention, so they focused on villains or renegade students from hero schools with high potential. If not for this urgent situation, Izuku would have waited a few days to recruit the others, allowing things to settle further. But knowing he couldn't afford to wait, he accelerated his plans. Denki Kaminari, Todoroki Shoto, Ida Tenya, and Sakura were perfect examples of individuals with a high probability of becoming villains capable of causing significant disasters. Izuku had already ensured Sakura's safety, but he hadn't taken precautions for the others. He left a clone to protect Sakura while he went to recruit the others. He could have sent clones to them, but he felt it unnecessary. If one of them were kidnapped by the Commission of Heroes, he would gain clear evidence of their wrongdoing, exposing the rot within society. To clean house, Izuku needed to reveal the dirt. He aimed to tidy up society, not just wipe away the surface while leaving the underlying issues untouched. After Momo changed, Izuku went to Shoto Todoroki's house and found him training. When Shoto noticed the portal opening, saw Izuku emerge alongside Momo and Achiko. "Hello, Shoto Todoroki, how are you?" Izuku greeted. "Let me guess, you are Izuku Midoriya," Shoto replied. "Exactly," Izuku confirmed. "Why are you here?" Shoto asked. "I'm here to offer you the same proposal I offered to Achiko and Momo," Izuku explained. Shoto glanced at Momo and Achiko, who were looking at Izuku with determination and admiration. And apparently they accepted. "Yes, they accepted, and I believe you will too," Izuku said confidently. "What's the offer?" Shoto inquired. "Join me and help bring true change to this society," Izuku stated. Knowing that being direct was the best approach with someone like Shoto, he continued, "What kind of change? I want to change society almost entirely, to remodel it the way it should be. A society that doesn't judge others for their BRH, but for who they are. The current Japanese society is doomed to collapse. If things don't change, in 200 or 300 years, life in Japan will be extinguished, Izuku warned. Before you dismiss this as nonsense, let me explain my reasoning. Do you think your father is the only one arranging Quirk marriages? Or that he's the only one with the resources to force others to follow his will? Shoto shook his head, considering Izuku's words. What nobody understands is that if the current society continues, there will come a time when a child, raised in the same conditions as you, will choose to become a villain instead of a hero, Izuku elaborated. Imagine this happening generations in the future when quirks are much stronger. What if someone is born with the combined powers of All Might and Sakura, and decides to use that power to harm others? Who do you think could stop them? Or worse, what if another person like me is born, but instead of wanting to change society for the better, they want to destroy it? Izuku continued. I've discovered how quirks work and how to create a device that would grant me unprecedented power in all of human history. With this device, I could become something very close to a god. You can take the base from what Gênesis showed you on Island. He alone could have defeated all of you and all the heroes present, Izuku pointed out. He has access to all of Sakura's powers, along with the ability to manipulate gravity and enhanced physical attributes. Can you imagine what someone with all this power could do to society after being mistreated all their life? Shoto listened intently, beginning to understand the gravity of the situation. I want to prevent this. I want to correct society as a whole to avoid creating someone like me, Izuku declared. Your case is just one of tens of thousands across the country. Endeavor is not the only one who does this, nor is he the cruelest. You had a difficult childhood, but you never lacked food, shelter, or necessities. Others weren't so lucky and are on the verge of becoming villains because of it. I came to invite you to make a difference, but the choice is yours. You can join me, try to change things yourself, or continue being Endeavor's golden experiment. We both know he will influence you back into the AU, Izuku concluded. Hearing Izuku's directness, Achiko and Momo were surprised. He was much more assertive with Shoto. Momo found it odd, while Achiko felt confused but decided to focus on the conversation. After a moment of thought, Shoto asked, "What will happen to my father and the other corrupt heroes?" Technically, what they did was supported by the government, so it wasn't a crime, but they won't go unpunished. Even if it's something minor, they'll end up in Tartaro's prison, Izuku replied coldly. Why? Shoto pressed. Because I want to try a path that sheds less blood first. I have the power to destroy this entire society, but I don't plan to kill innocents or cause unnecessary deaths. If I destroy society, the death toll would reach hundreds of millions. I'm prepared to accept casualties of up to a few million, as I know my actions will shake this society to its core. But I don't want more deaths than absolutely necessary, Izuku explained. Shoto paused, clearly troubled. You can't expect me to help you kill millions. No, I don't expect that from you. What I hope is that you become a face for heroes who act because it's right, not like the farces we have now. The deaths will be my responsibility. Anyone who dies due to the changes I bring will be on me, Izuku stated firmly. My example of a hero is someone who puts the lives and well-being of others above their own. I know you have a good heart, Shoto. You inherited it from your mother. I want you to keep that kind heart because that's what makes you fit to be a true hero. I'm fully aware that there will be a special place for me when I die, but that doesn't matter, Izuku added. How does being responsible for the death of millions make you different from other villains or false heroes? Shoto shouted, unable to accept Izuku's calmness about such a grave matter. I know very well what I've become, Izuku replied calmly. I'm a monster and I'm fully aware of it. But you want to know the truth? Monsters don't fear heroes or men. What monsters fear are those bigger and worse than themselves. Izuku looked at Shoto with a serious expression. I know what I am, Shoto. I've never been wrong about it. But a good person can't change this society. The truth is, good people always get caught up in the rot. He continued, 80% of students who enter hero courses have their hearts in the right place. They were inspired by years of seeing perfect heroes who only do the right thing. But when they really become heroes and see how things truly are, there are 4 likely outcomes. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The first and most common is that they get corrupted. The second, which is a bit less frequent, is that they partially corrupt themselves. They don't try to change the corruption, but they also don't get involved in it. The third outcome is that they try to make a difference, fail, and are crushed by society. And the fourth, which is the least common, is when they see the truth, despair, and either take their own lives or turn to drags to escape the emptiness of realizing everything they believed was a lie. Izuku's gaze hardened. That's what happens to good people who try to be part of the current society of heroes. You have no idea how many people die every month in horrible ways at the hands of heroes. The atrocities they commit to maintain their image as heroes are unimaginable. This CYCL continues, and I see so many good people trying to change society, trying to break this CYCL. None of them succeed because it's fundamentally impossible. Society is ruled by monsters, and they have no fear of good people. Their positions make them untouchable. He took a deep breath. Only a monster can change the current society of heroes. Since none of them have the interest or capability to do that, I decided I would. Izuku's voice softened as he spoke about the past. The real truth is that I am someone shaped by a situation that should have ended long ago. Racism, discrimination, the false idea of superiority, this should have been resolved over 200 years ago. Yet, as time passes, it only seems to grow. Shoto interjected, not everyone suffers. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Name a quirkless person who hasn't suffered. My sister, Fuyumi, Shoto replied. Izuku couldn't help but smirk. Do you really think she hasn't faced discrimination? You're terrible, Shoto, if you don't even know. What happened to your own sister? What are you talking about? Shoto asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Your sister was nearly assaulted 3 times in the last 6 years. Each time, it was the same situation. Someone thought they could get away with it because she was quirkless. She wasn't harmed only because Toya was there to protect her. Shoto's expression darkened. Toya is dead. Izuku shook his head. No, he's not. Toya faked his own death. Why would he do that? Shoto asked, bewildered. He wanted Endeavor's abuse of you and your mother to stop. He thought that if he killed himself, Endeavor would be seen as a villain. He left a suicide letter and faked his death, originally planning to return after everything was resolved. But when he saw that nothing would change, he became a vigilante. His body was too weak to handle his quirk, and he gets hurt every time he uses it. Izuku continued, and back to your sister. She not only faced the threat of assault but also endured bullying at school for days until Endeavor found out. He was furious that she was bullied because she is his daughter and hunted down everyone responsible. Don't be fooled, Shoto. All quirkless individuals have faced difficult situations. For some, it was easier than for others, but they all went through it without fail. Shoto listened, entering a state of denial. It's a lie. You won't convince me, villain. All right, I'll take my leave then. It's a shame I couldn't recruit you, but you can't win them all, Izuku said with a shrug. He opened a portal and turned to Shoto one last time. Call me what you want, Shoto. But remember, I may be a monster for acting this way, but doing nothing to save the innocent while claiming to be a hero makes you worse than me. With that, Izuku stepped through the portal, followed by Momo and Achiko, leaving Shoto alone to ponder his words. Shaking his head, he dismissed the negative thoughts and picked up his phone to warn Yue that Izuku was recruiting the expelled students. After the encounter with Shoto, Izuku led Momo and Achiko to a facility he had prepared. It was one of the hidden bases of the Shai Hasaikai, which he had discovered. Chisaki was cautious and had several emergency plans, which Izuku intended to exploit. Make yourselves comfortable, Izuku said. This place will be where you stay for the next month. I'll bring you food every morning, noon, and night. Won't we go get the others? Momo asked. I would like to, but it's not possible right now. I'm not ready to face the association yet. I need a few more days, and Shoto will undoubtedly be calling his father or you now. I only have time for one more trip, and I'll go to Sakura with her. But for that, I prefer you not to come with me, so I brought you here. Izuku sighed. I really miscalculated this time. Momo looked at him curiously. Like this? There's a reason I came to you and Achiko first. You were the ones who suffered the most from everything that happened. I was afraid that if I took too long, you might turn on each other. That's what usually happens when all your hopes and dreams are shattered, and I want to protect you from that." He continued, "Kyoka Jiro, Tenya Ida, Shoto Todoroki, Denki Kaminari, Sakura Midoriya, and Kirishima Ijiro all had strong desires, but for some, being a hero wasn't as important. I started with you out of fear that you would get hurt or worse. For the others, the order didn't matter much because the chances of any of them hearing me were low from the start." "Why were the chances of them hearing you low?" Achiko asked. "Kyoka Jiro lives with her parents, which would prevent me from picking her up before a series of events occurred. Her parents, like everyone else, would call me a devil the moment they heard me. Denki Kaminari had never really focused on helping others. He simply wanted to prove he could be a nice guy. Izuku thought about how Tenya would require a lot of convincing. Kirishima Ijiro would need even more persuasion to accept his methods. Shoto, on the other hand, refused to acknowledge the facts Izuku presented, as accepting them would shatter his beliefs. Izuku felt that Sakura must be furious with him for what had happened. Gênesis had caused her humiliation, and she would likely want to confront him. Regardless of whom he approached first, he knew he would need to spend a considerable amount of time convincing them. He decided to start with Shoto, believing he might understand Izuku's motivations better than the others, given his own experiences with society's flawed heroes. Yet, Shoto remained unwilling to see the truth. When Momo saw Izuku, she paused before asking, "Izuku, how did you know we would be expelled?" "I had a feeling it would turn out this way," Izuku replied. "I instructed Gênesis to awaken doubts about society in you. Once he did, I knew you would be expelled." "Why would you do something like that?" Achiko asked, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Because I wanted you to see the reality of society," Izuku explained. "Think about it. If a good teacher sees a student going down the wrong path, what do? They try to guide them to the right path," Momo responded. "Exactly. If UA had real teachers, they would have tried to explain why I was wrong to you. They would have attempted to change your minds before expelling you. Instead, the moment you started asking questions they didn't want to answer, they kicked you out. I won't lie, I'd prefer you by my side rather than against me. That's why I had Gênesis plant those doubts in your minds," Izuku said calmly. "But before you blame me for your problems, remember, I wasn't the one who expelled you for asking questions, nor was I the one who disowned you for convenience. I didn't destroy your dreams or treat you like something disposable. I may have acted with knowledge of the outcome, but all I did was make you question whether what I was saying was right. Everything else was done by the UA teachers. There are rooms for you, settle in. If you decide it's not worth it to accompany me, I'll take you home tomorrow morning." With that, Izuku created a portal and headed towards Sakura. Momo and Achiko sighed as they processed his words and went to their rooms to think. Meanwhile, at Izuku's old house, Sakura sat on her bed with a packed suitcase beside her. When she saw a foggy portal and a young man with green hair and eyes emerge, she exclaimed, "At last, Izuku! I thought you weren't coming today." Izuku smiled slightly. "How did you know I would come?" "It wasn't hard to guess. After the incident on Island, I wondered why Gênesis acted that way toward us. That's when I realized you wanted to take away the hero's trump cards against you. I know I'm not the smartest person, but since Gênesis broke me, I've been studying strategies nonstop. Once I figured out it was you behind Gênesis, it all made sense. Everything was part of a plan from the beginning. You were already making plans for months ahead to show how society worked. Momo and Ida were your main targets. Everyone else, including me, was just a bonus. Your target from the start was Ida and Momo, but I know you. Despite your changes, you still have your ethics and standards. You wouldn't hurt good people for no reason. After we were rejected by UA, it's easy to imagine the government coming after us. In fact, Momo and Ida posed serious threats to my plan. Momo could replicate the device with enough preparation, and Ida could potentially steal it with the right training and equipment. I was willing to help anyone who wanted it, but those who didn't would serve as bait to catch bigger fish. What fish? Sakura asked. I want you to think about this. As a ruler with access to resources and practically above the law, how can you contain superpowered heroes without having power yourself? Sakura thought for a moment before answering, using heavy weaponry. That's not entirely wrong, but it's not the answer that the Public Safety Committee chairperson Shizuka or her predecessor, Hiroto, found. All Might is immune to most weapons, and if he turned against society, they would need a small army to contain him. Now tell me, what makes All Might nearly invincible? His quirk, or ex-quirk, Sakura replied, her eyes widening as she realized the implication. You don't mean that they… Yes, they did. They kidnapped students with powerful quirks, started selective breeding, and raised child soldiers who grew up believing they must obey government commanders. Basically the same as with Shoto, Sakura noted. Shoto is safe from that, while Endeavor is hero number 2. But the rest aren't. It's only a matter of time until the battalion comes for them, and I'll wait for them to show up so I can follow and see where everything is going, along with proof of what I'm saying. I'll try to keep Kyokujiro away from all this by recruiting her first, but I can't guarantee success. If you know all this, why not reveal the matter? Sakura felt a sense of hopelessness as she listened to Izuku. It's useless, he said, his voice heavy with frustration. The government controls the media. Unless someone oppresses it or does something to provoke it, the media will only tell the story the government wants. Sakura nodded, understanding the weight of his words. No official media outlet will report an incident like this before everything is revealed, no matter how much evidence there is. Izuku's determination was palpable. I'm going to destroy the research centers and rescue the children who haven't been completely corrupted. Those responsible for the project will face the consequences. Sakura's heart raced. What happened to our mother? She is safe, and I prefer not to reveal her location, Izuku replied cautiously. Why not? She pressed. Because I still don't trust you, Sakura. If I take you to her and you're plotting with the heroes, I'll be the one who pays the price. They could use her as a hostage against me. I would never do something like that, Sakura said indignantly. Of course, you would never hurt a family member for your own benefit, he replied with sharp sarcasm. Just remind me how you got high grades in English throughout elementary school. Sakura felt a pang of regret. I know I was wrong, but why bring that up now? I've changed, she insisted. Maybe you have, Izuku said, but until I'm sure, I'll always keep an eye on you. Make no mistake, Sakura. I love you like a sister, but if I have to choose between my goal and you, I will choose my goal. Sakura's heart sank. What if I come with you? If you do, you'll be with Momo and Achiko, who have already accepted my proposal. And if I see that you've truly changed, maybe one day I'll see you as the sister I once loved, he said coldly. Sakura looked into Izuku's eyes and realized they were no longer warm. They were cold and distant, a stark contrast to the brother she remembered. How have you changed so much in such a short time? She asked, bewildered. Simple, he replied. I was tortured and humiliated for 10 years by my twin sister and her boyfriend. My idol shattered my dreams, and the principal of the school I wanted to attend denied me admission just because I don't have a quirk, favoring you and Katsuki instead. Make no mistake, the caring Izuku is gone, he continued. What remains is filled with hate, fury, frustration, and despair. I am the monster you created. The current me was born on the darkest day of my life, the day I stood on the edge of a roof, contemplating ending it all. You found joy in my despair like a child on Christmas morning. Accepting to come with me means you understand that the chances of me becoming the Izuku who dared to dream again are minimal. Izuku was testing how far Sakura had truly changed, trying to maintain a cold demeanor. He couldn't read her mind, so he had to rely on his instincts. Sakura was silent for a moment, weighing her options. I'll go with you, she said, her eyes resolute. Even if you don't believe me now, I'll prove I'm worthy of your trust. Okay, then let's go, Izuku said calmly, opening a portal. Sakura grabbed her suitcase and followed him through the shimmering entrance. As the portal closed behind them, the Midoriya residence was left completely empty. Chapter 7, The USJ Part 2. As the chaos of the USJ unfolded, Izuku Midoriya stood among his classmates, determination etched on his face. The villains had launched a surprise attack, and the students of UA High School were moved into a battle for their lives. Izuku glanced at his friends, each one ready to fight. Momo Yaoyorozu, her quirk modified to draw from her stamina, prepared to create tools that would aid in their defense. She focused, her mind racing as she conjured a shield to protect her classmates. Nearby, Nito Monoma was in the thick of things, having permanently retained the powers he had copied. He moved with confidence, using his enhanced abilities to support his teammates. The thrill of wielding multiple quirks surged through him, and he felt unstoppable. The air crackled with energy as various quirks activated around them. Ectoplasm's clones emerged, each one sharing a collective mind yet acting independently. They darted around, gathering information and relaying it back to Izuku, who was strategizing their next move. Katsuma Shimano's quirk activated, enhancing their physical capabilities, while the ground beneath them shifted as Pixie Bob's earth manipulation created barriers and obstacles for the advancing villains. Izuku felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He had to lead them through this chaos. He called out to his friends, urging them to stay focused and work together. "We can do this. Just remember to watch each other's backs." As the battle raged on, he felt a surge of power from his modified telekinesis, allowing him to manipulate objects around him with precision. He directed debris to shield his classmates from incoming attacks, his heart racing with the thrill of battle. Uraraka's gravity manipulation added another layer to their strategy. She lifted heavy objects and sent them crashing down on their foes, her quirk amplified to cover a wide area. The strain on her body was evident, but she pushed through, fueled by the urgency of the situation. With each passing moment, the students of UA High School fought valiantly, their quirks intertwining in a display of teamwork and resilience. They were determined to protect their school and each other, no matter the cost. As the dust settled and the villains began to retreat, Izuku felt a sense of pride swell within him. They had faced the darkness together and emerged stronger. This battle was just one of many, but it was a testament to their growth and unity as heroes in training. The fight was far from over, but they would face whatever came next, side by side. 2 weeks later, Nizu sat in his living room, calmly reevaluating his options while enjoying a cup of tea. Recently, he and the association had received troubling news. Izuku Midoriya had struck again, this time managing to recruit 4 potential students: Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yaoyorozu, Sakura Midoriya, and Achiko Uraraka. They had narrowly missed capturing Ida Tenya, Kirishima Ijiro, Denki Kaminari, and Shoto Todoroki. To make matters worse, the Heroes Association had unwittingly played into Izuku's hands once more. While they believed they were 1 step ahead, they were actually 2 steps behind. Additionally, a new drag that amplified quirk abilities had begun to circulate in the underworld. This drag, a more potent version of Trigger, not only lasted longer but also provided a greater amplification effect with minimal side effects, leaving users only with extreme fatigue after its effects wore off. There were 3 critical factors regarding this new amplification drag. Unlike Trigger, which had a single version, this new drag, dubbed Formula M, had multiple variations tailored to specific quirk types. For instance, if Endeavor used a fire-type version, his power would soar, but using a version meant for another type would yield minimal benefits and lead to greater exhaustion. The amplifying effect of the drag was immediate, granting users a significant power boost for 2 hours if they used the correct type. The increase could range from 5 to 80 times, depending on the individual's strength. The formula could not be replicated through any means, as it was constantly changing, almost as if it were alive. Nizu had a strong suspicion that Izuku was behind the distribution of this drag. He had been monitoring Izuku's actions for months, and a drag that enhanced powers to such an extent could only originate from him. Nizu was convinced that the M in Formula M stood for Midoriya, indicating that Izuku was once again outsmarting them. The heroes had obtained a sample of the drag and sent it to a lab for analysis. The primary ingredient was a pure quirk factor, created alongside several unidentified substances. Some components matched the results of research conducted on I-Island and at Tenshi Labs, both of which had been attacked by Gênesis. Nizu knew only one person who had managed to decipher the mystery behind quirks, and that person was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's research was so advanced that it posed a significant threat to the heroes. Nizu recognized that he needed to locate Izuku immediately. However, Izuku had somehow learned to block search quirks, rendering their tracking efforts futile. Despite deploying every search-type quirk available, they found no trace of him, leading them to consider declaring Izuku a terrorist on national television, along with Gênesis, Ochako, Momo, and Sakura. They even accused him of kidnapping Kyoka Jiro, despite knowing the truth, that Kyoka had been taken by the Public Safety Commission, and Izuku and Gênesis had rescued her and the other children from a facility. Nizu was aware that Izuku had left someone to protect the children, as anyone attempting to reclaim them with malicious intent mysteriously suffered fatal consequences. In a recorded encounter, Izuku demonstrated an impressive command of one for all, using a device similar to one Gênesis had employed on I-Island, solidifying his status as a formidable threat. As Nizu contemplated the situation, he muttered to himself, regretting the decision to deny Izuku admission to UA. He realized it would have been easier to confront Katsuki Bakugo and Sakura Midoriya as villains than to deal with Izuku. Lost in thought, Nizu was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in," he called out. When the door opened, he saw Shizuka enter with a serious expression, and he immediately sensed that more bad news was on the way. "Nizu, he did it again," Shizuka said. "Izuku?" Nizu asked, bracing himself. "Yes," she confirmed. "What did he do this time?" Gênesis invaded Tartaros and kidnapped all the prisoners there, binding them tightly. The only one released without restraint was Stain. Gênesis provided him with advanced equipment and opened a portal for him to go wherever he wanted. Nizu clenched his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Izuku was at a distance, happily playing with Eri, both of them laughing together. Nearby, Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yaoyorozu, Ochako Uraraka, and Sakura watched the world's most wanted criminal dance playfully with a child. Somewhere in Japan, in a luxurious house, Izuku Midoriya sat calmly sipping tea, while an extremely muscular man, Prime Minister Hayato Amagawa, regarded him with a serious expression. "And then you, the most wanted individual in Japan, tell me, how are the plans progressing?" Hayato inquired. "They are going very well, Prime Minister Amagawa. In a few more days, everything will be ready, and we can initiate the plan," Izuku replied quietly, a calm smile on his face. Izuku understood that if he wanted to pursue a path with minimal bloodshed, raw power alone wouldn't suffice. He needed strong allies, and who better than the Prime Minister of Japan, Hayato Amagawa? It hadn't been difficult to convince Amagawa to join his cause. The Prime Minister had lost both his granddaughters and his son-in-law during a confrontation between All Might and All for One. The tragedy stemmed not from All for One's strength, but from All Might's singular focus on revenge, which led to civilian casualties when he failed to follow evacuation protocols. There was a code of conduct for heroes, mandating that they evacuate civilians before confronting dangerous villains. This rule was in place to minimize harm to innocent lives. However, All Might, consumed by his longing for vengeance, neglected this protocol, resulting in the deaths of Hayato's family members. His daughter, who had been at work during the incident, suffered a mental breakdown upon hearing the news and seeing All Might celebrated as a hero. Hayato's daughter remained in a clinic, and with each passing day, as All Might received more accolades, her condition worsened, fueling Hayato's hatred for what he deemed false heroes. The sight of other heroes committing atrocities only deepened his disgust. When Izuku approached Hayato with a vision for change and a solid plan, the Prime Minister eagerly joined forces. Izuku promised to dismantle All Might's reputation and provide Hayato with an opportunity for justice. Despite his hatred for All Might, Hayato understood that condemning him would be nearly impossible, as the public would never allow it. The tragedy involving his family was deemed an unfortunate consequence of All Might's involvement. "How is the Legion project progressing?" Hayato asked. Izuku was aware of Hayato's disdain for heroes and was using it to their advantage, as they both sought to transform society. They had been planning their course of action since Izuku first approached him 2 months prior. It's going perfectly. Marcus will present the project in a few weeks. With the Legion project in motion, we can clean the streets of Compound M within a month of starting, Izuku explained. We can eliminate all corrupt heroes from society within a year and a half. If we execute the plan correctly, we can initiate significant changes in 2 years. Hayato nodded, contemplating the implications. How is it going with the general? He has agreed. On the day of your confrontation with the heroes, everything will be in place. However, I must ask, are you certain about this? Hayato questioned. Yes. For our plan to succeed, we need a demonstration of absolute power, Izuku affirmed. People must completely lose faith in the current hero system. For a new one to be established, a society built on better principles. They need to understand that the existing hero society has created something unmanageable. Only by witnessing a weakened All Might will they realize that the symbol of peace they idolize is a facade. And only by seeing his vulnerability before me will there be a chance for a fair trial. Hayato clenched his fist, memories of his grandchildren and son-in-law flooding back. His daughter needed justice to heal and move forward. Izuku, once the new society is established and everything is in order, what will you do? Hayato asked. I will raise my daughter and open an orphanage to care for the children affected by my actions. I also plan to become a doctor. With my research, I can help many people suffering from unwanted quirks or illnesses caused by them. After everything is settled, my focus will be on aiding future generations, as they will bear the brunt of my actions, Izuku replied. I see. In that case, I can only express my gratitude in advance. Thank you for your service to this nation, Hayato said, bowing respectfully. Hayato recognized that Izuku possessed the power to change society fundamentally. He was grateful that Izuku had taken on such a responsibility. Although he might not be the conventional hero, Izuku acted for the sake of future generations, and Hayato acknowledged that. How long until your debut fight? Hayato asked. 6 more days, perhaps a bit longer depending on how slow the heroes are, Izuku answered. I want everything to be perfect. Speaking of perfection, I discovered something interesting. What is it? Hayato inquired. Did you know there will be an AU training camp in a week? Izuku asked. No, and why is that relevant? Hayato replied. I'm going to take a chance. The support teams and the heroes will be attending this camp together because they want to replicate what I did with Gênesis. The plan is for the designers to collaborate with the heroes, so both groups will be in the same location, Izuku explained. And what do you intend to do with that information? Hayato asked, intrigued. Hayato looked at Izuku with a sly grin. I'll recruit some UA students, he declared confidently. Izuku nodded, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Since the AU is facilitating, I won't hesitate to accept. Who do you plan to recruit? Hayato inquired, curiosity piqued. Just a few people, Izuku replied, amusement dancing on his face. After all, the AU was so worried about me recruiting the other 4 that they accepted them back, even knowing the risks. With that, he turned and left, laughter trailing behind him. Chapter end. 6 days later, Izuku put on the costume he had prepared for himself, took a deep breath, and got ready. Today was the day that everything started. Eri, who saw him changing, walked over and tugged on his hand. Looking at Izuku with watery eyes, she said, Dad, please come back safely, okay? Kneeling down and rubbing Eri's hair gently with a warm smile, Izuku replied, Don't worry, I'll always come back to my little princess. When I return, I'll bring some sweets, and then we can watch some movies. Shrek's trilogy, Eri said with a slightly forced smile. She knew Izuku would do something dangerous once more, but Eri also understood he wouldn't stop. Izuku had told her that when she asked why. Eri, always remember this. There are 2 types of people in the world, the fighters and the quitters, he explained. The fighters are those who actively pursue their dreams, who do what they need to, and who, no matter how difficult the situation is, keep going. They understand that the world is not a kind place and that everything truly worth it doesn't come without hard work. He continued, Quitters are those who accept the status quo, who give up on their dreams without trying everything they could. They don't seek change and often end up with a long list of regrets in life. A fighter will always face more difficulties, but they usually live life to the fullest. When they die, they do so with a smile, having few regrets, mostly about those they love suffering for their loss. A quitter, on the other hand, carries regrets for the rest of their life, unfulfilled dreams, actions they failed to take, friends they abandoned. Being a fighter or a quitter is a choice, Eri. I chose to fight for what I believe is right rather than take the easy way out, and I don't regret it for a second because that choice led me to you. I thank my past self for making that decision every day. Eri remembered the smile her father had when he said that to her. It was something pure. Noticing her forced smile, Izuku pulled her into a hug and said, "Eri, no matter what happens, know that I'll always love you, and I'll come back to you no matter what." At that moment, Eri began to cry on Izuku's shoulder, and he comforted her by gently stroking her head. After nearly 30 minutes, he slowly soothed Eri, and she left his embrace before exiting the room. After she left, Izuku saw Inko with a very worried expression. "Do you really have to do this?" she asked. "Yes, I have to," Izuku replied. "It's necessary for a better future for Eri. I've told you before, Mom, I used to do this just for revenge against society. I wanted to break it like an egg for what they did to me and then build one that I liked. Now, I do it for her, so that Eri can live in a better world. I'll fight." Inko could see that Izuku was resolute and wouldn't stop for anything. Smiling at him, she said, "So go out there and change the world, but always know, I'm immensely proud to be your mother." Nodding, Izuku said, "I'm going, Mom." He then put on a specially prepared gas mask before opening a portal and appearing on top of a very specific building in Yuzudafu City. This was the building where All Might had denied their dreams and dashed their hopes for the first time. That day, Gênesis was born, lying dormant until Nizu finished the job. Izuku thought this was a good place to start the new world. Utilizing his technomancy quirk, and boosting it with one for all and power amplification from Quirk the World, Izuku hacked every TV station and every internet-connected electronic device in Japan. Now that it was ready, it was time to start the plan. POV, Nizu. At this point, all the AU teachers and I were preparing for the camp that would take place in 2 days as we discussed how everything should be done. I wondered when Izuku would attack. It had been some time since the Island incident, and apart from the breaking of the Tartaros prison, there was nothing else. The anxiety was overwhelming, and I knew we had to find Izuku soon. But as the old saying goes, be careful what you wish for. In the middle of our discussion, the AU door was opened forcefully, and I saw President Shizuka enter the room quickly. "Izuku is acting, turn on the television," she said. As soon as I heard her, I knew I was in for a long day. POV, Nizu end. POV, All Might. Seeing Shizuka enter the room in alarm, I wondered what was going on. But when she mentioned Izuku Midoriya, despair washed over me. Izuku Midoriya is my greatest sin and nightmare. I've made many mistakes over the years and taken actions I bitterly regret, but none compare to what I did to Izuku. I still remember a determined young man with pure eyes asking me if he could be a hero despite being quirkless. My answer at the time was no, and if I could, I would go back and give myself a Detroit smash. Can't he be a hero? Will he be dead weight? Izuku has been causing chaos all over Japan for months. He attacked a heavily protected government location and defeated several heroes with his bare hands. He unlocked the key to manipulating the quirk factor. He figured out how to give quirks to people who didn't have them. He even discovered how to steal one for all, something not even All for One and an entire division of scientists could achieve in over 80 years. Izuku accomplished it alone in mere months. Chapter end. 4 days later, Izuku sat comfortably, sipping coffee with a broad smile as he watched television. The news was dominated by reports of corruption among heroes, including a shocking video of Nizu's plans to manipulate the townspeople against him. The most striking revelation was All Might's willingness to sacrifice 30,000 lives to stop a villain he had inadvertently created. As the story of Izuku unfolded on screen, journalists expressed their outrage at the heroes, and crime rates soared amidst widespread protests. The police and heroes struggled to maintain order. Suddenly, Compound M flooded the underworld, and the number of cases skyrocketed. The public demanded better heroes and called for Nizu to be held accountable. All Might, once a symbol of peace, had become a symbol of betrayal. The AU camp was postponed for a few days, a situation that made Izuku chuckle. Everything was going according to his plan, as he meticulously gauged each person's reactions before executing his strategy. He provided subtle motivations, often unnoticed, while playing a long game. For Aizawa, Izuku made numerous suggestions during their time at UA, from billboards to rallies and even songs on the radio. For other teachers, he posted discreet messages aimed at correcting their mistakes. People absorbed vast amounts of information without realizing it, and this subtle influence shaped their decisions. Izuku was aware of the power of the subconscious mind. He had used this knowledge to manipulate the heroes, and as he observed the unfolding events, he felt confident that it would make it easier to convince key individuals to join him. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of laughter nearby. Turning around, he saw Eri and Nijire playing together, their joy warming his heart. He had chosen Nijire for a reason. Eri needed to learn to trust others, but her past experiences had made her wary of adults. Even Inko, his mother, had not fully gained Eri's trust. Izuku recognized that while Eri's reliance on him was comforting, it was not healthy for her long-term development. She needed someone else to confide in, someone who could help her understand right from wrong. He sought a person who could convey a sense of purity and estimate Eri's moral compass, which meant he needed to find a true hero. Izuku was aware of his own flawed sense of morality and understood he was not the best role model for teaching Eri. He needed someone between the ages of 15 and 20, and after careful consideration, he identified 3 candidates: Mirio Togata, Nijire, and Tsuyu Azui. Mirio was eliminated due to his ties with Night Eye, as Izuku would not risk Eri being used against him. Tsuyu was also set aside because she had not witnessed his side during the attack. This left Nijire as the best option. Although she had connections with Ryukyu, they were not deep enough to pose a significant threat. As Izuku had hoped, Eri quickly warmed up to Nijire, viewing her as an older sister. The bond between them grew stronger, and Izuku noticed their similarities. Watching them play, he felt a sense of warmth and hope. "Just a little longer," he whispered to himself. "I just need a little more time, and soon you'll be able to play freely in a better world, Eri." Izuku muttered quietly to himself, lost in thought. Inko, who was nearby, noticed the joy and tenderness in his gaze as he looked at Eri, and a smile spread across her face. She silently thanked the universe for bringing Eri into Izuku's life. Inko could see that around Eri and herself, Izuku revealed glimpses of his former self. Inko understood better than anyone that her son had been shattered by All Might, the world around him, and society in general. Before he began his plans, Izuku was a broken young man trying to mend a flawed society. If he had succeeded back then, it would have been disastrous. He would have hurt anyone who stood in his way. He was trapped in a dark pit, seeing everyone as an enemy, and Inko knew that she couldn't pull him out on her own. What changed everything was Eri. When Izuku met her, he saw a reflection of himself in her and quickly came to love her as if she were his own daughter. His once selfish longing for revenge transformed into a determination to create a world where Eri could be happy, a world where she could believe in real heroes and have hope for a brighter future. All the anger and thirst for vengeance that had consumed him were redirected toward building a better life for Eri. Inko knew that Izuku would do whatever it took to make that happen. Eri, unaware of her impact, had saved countless lives simply by existing. Inko turned to her son and said, "Izuku, could you take me to see Sakura and the other girls? I miss them." Izuku, pulling his attention away from Eri, replied calmly, "No problem. After I finish breakfast, we can go." He continued to eat, a sense of peace settling over him. Meanwhile, at the AU, a meeting was underway with teachers, President Shizuka, and several others, including Hayato Amagawa. They were discussing how to handle Izuku Midoriya. Hayato listened to the debate until he could no longer contain himself. "Enough. This discussion is getting us nowhere," he said, his voice authoritative, silencing the room. Looking around, he continued, "Honestly, I don't understand why we're even having this meeting. Right now, there's nothing we can do except hope that Izuku doesn't decide to take drastic action. This is pointless." "How can you say that?" All Might asked, indignation clear in his voice. "Because it's true. You created a monster that you can't control, contain, or defeat," Hayato replied coldly, fixing his gaze on All Might. "Your arrogance has put everyone in danger. You've continued to ruin innocent lives without considering the consequences. Just look at what happened when you killed my son-in-law and grandchildren during the attack on All for One. The same goes for Endeavor's family and Izuku Midoriya," Hayato continued, his voice steady. "You made the mess and now everyone else has to deal with it. You're worse than the villains, and the only reason you're not in jail is because of your title as the symbol of peace." The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Hayato's words. All Might clenched his fists, frustration boiling within him. "Prime Minister Imagawa, you shouldn't let personal feelings cloud your judgment," Shizuka interjected. "I'm not letting emotions interfere, Shizuka," Hayato shot back. "I'm stating facts. You ignored my warnings in the past and helped All Might cover up the situation with my grandchildren. Now we're facing the consequences. It's not about me being influenced, it's about your incompetence. If you leave a dog without a leash, it will eventually cause chaos," Hayato said, his tone biting. "That's exactly our situation. You gave too much freedom to the heroes, and now it's come back to haunt us in the form of Izuku Midoriya, a person who defeated All Might with a single punch and survived a direct hit from 10 nuclear warheads without a scratch," Hayato continued. "And let's not forget that an innocent student had to sacrifice herself to save the rest of the heroes. Am I forgetting anything about the chaos your actions caused?" he asked mockingly. "This whole problem started because you supported the heroes' reckless actions. You're just as guilty as they are. Now we're at the mercy of someone who has every reason to hate society and could destroy us in a fit of rage. And we have no way to stop him, as it's been proven that Eraserhead's Quirk and others like it can't affect those with the devices Izuku created," Hayato concluded, his voice heavy with frustration. "This meeting is useless because you still don't seem to understand that no matter how many plans you make, if Izuku decides to act, he can come after us one by one. Are you suggesting we do nothing and lose hope?" All Might said, his voice rising in indignation. "I know I was wrong, but I can't change the past. At least I'm trying," All Might insisted. "Trying?" Hayato scoffed. "You're not trying, you're making excuses. If you were truly trying, you would take responsibility for your actions and show genuine remorse. Sakura Midoriya made an effort to change. She risked her future as a hero to do so, but you expelled her for being part of a corrupt system that forgot the values it was supposed to uphold," Hayato said, his voice steady. "And worst of all, your actions proved everything Izuku said during the attack." Hayato stood in the dimly lit room, his voice steady as he confronted the gathered heroes. "You expelled students who aspired to be true heroines, yet you kept someone like Katsuki Bakugo, who acts more like a villain, and Minoru Mineta, who only cares about his popularity with girls," he stated, his gaze unwavering. "You have become so predictable in your corruption that Izuku Midoriya can anticipate your every move. Every decision you made was based on the assumption that everyone is merely pretending to do right while acting in their own interests. You sacrificed the lives of 30,000 people, shattering any credibility the government had left." As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Everyone knew he was right, but it was hard to hear their failures laid bare. "I know what I did was wrong, but doing nothing is not an option." All Might roared, his frustration palpable. "First, lower your tone when addressing me," Hayato replied coolly. "Secondly, while you waste time in pointless meetings, I am actively seeking solutions. I came here to see if you had any plans before I made my decision, but clearly, you have nothing prepared, which forces me to take drastic measures." "What are you talking about?" Nizu asked, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "We are at war now, a war you initiated. Criminals across the country are growing stronger, using Izuku's victory over you to recruit more followers. Recently, I heard about an intriguing project, and I intend to utilize it." Nisa's eyes widened in realization. Don't tell me. You can't be serious, Hayato. The Legion project is insane. The Legion project had been introduced by a technology developer aiming to create specialized robots capable of combating villains with specific quirks. However, if implemented, it would diminish the hero's effectiveness, and if the robots were hacked, the consequences would be dire. Nizu understood the risks all too well. I need a solution. If you can't provide one to fix the mess you've created, I'll find someone who can, Hayato continued. And Marcus Smith has given me a solution. Hayato, this is a mistake. We lack sufficient information, and I suspect Izuku Midoriya is behind Marcus, Nizu urged, trying to sway him. It's not just suspicion, it's a fact. Izuku is behind Marcus, and I don't care, Hayato declared, shocking everyone in the room. How can you say that? All Might exclaimed. Because it's a solution, Hayato replied firmly. I seek solutions, not excuses. Izuku has become a problem because of your failures. Now, I have a way to address it. I understand how Izuku thinks, and I can see that his actions are calculated to eliminate corrupt heroes from society. Izuku has orchestrated a situation that will ignite a war between heroes and villains, with him as the pivotal factor. The side that has him will prevail, allowing him to demand what he wants from the government, including something no villain has ever achieved, a position of power within it. If you know this, how can you support his plan? Nizu shouted, incredulous. Because I have no choice, Hayato replied. You took that choice from me when you decided to keep civilians here during the battle. The people need to know that the government is ready to protect them. They currently follow Izuku's philosophy because of your indifference to their lives. This is your fault. Hayato's voice was calm, but the weight of his words hung heavily in the air. Izuku is aware of his hidden agenda. Every step he takes is deliberate. The impending war hinges on one factor, Izuku. We either have him on our side, or the villains will. There is no middle ground, and he will get what he wants one way or another. It's only a matter of time before Izuku makes his demands known. I will attempt to negotiate acceptable terms, but if things escalate, I will accept whatever terms he proposes. This is absurd, and you know it, Hayato, Shizuka interjected. Yes, I know. Yielding to a villain is terrible, but what other options do we have? You created this monster, ignoring the laws and breaking your oaths to protect and serve. It's your fault. As silence enveloped the room, Hayato remained composed, a bloodthirsty smile hidden beneath his calm exterior. All Might, your downfall is near, and I will enjoy every moment of it. Chapter 24. After enjoying some coffee, Izuku, Inko, Eri, and Nijire headed to where the other girls were gathered. Although Izuku frequently visited, he had been more reserved around them since the incident with Eri. Despite their apologies, he still felt protective and cautious, especially concerning Eri's feelings. Upon their arrival, Izuku noticed everyone was focused on the news. When they spotted the portal, all eyes turned to them. Eri, feeling uneasy, hid behind Izuku, as he had not brought her back with him since that day. Inko had encouraged him to include Eri, but Izuku was determined to prioritize her well-being. Picking Eri up, he decided to take her to the kitchen. Nijire, noticing the change in atmosphere, asked, "Did something happen?" Inko sighed and explained, "Yes, let me tell you what occurred." Since then, Izuku has been especially protective of the girls because Eri is his top priority, Inko continued. Nijire, reflecting on the story, remarked, "What a surprise. I knew he was a great father and cared deeply for Eri, but I didn't realize he had such a heroic side." Jiro, who had been listening, interjected, "What do you mean by hero?" "I know he's a good father and an incredible person, but I can't see Izuku as a hero," she replied. Sakura, overhearing their conversation, defended Izuku, saying, "He may not be perfect, but he has the heart of a hero. He saved many lives, including ours. Eri, me, you, Momo, Achiko, and all the children he rescued from those labs." Momo added, "He saved me during my darkest moments. I was in a terrible place, and he helped me find my way back." Achiko nodded in agreement. "He truly is amazing." Nijire asked excitedly. So, Izuku is a hero then? Yes. Momo, Sakura, and Achiko responded in unison. Jiro, however, remained skeptical. I don't see him as a hero, but I can't deny he's an incredible man who deserves respect. I can't ignore the fact that he has done terrible things to achieve his goals, Jiro continued calmly. He has caused a lot of pain, and no matter how noble his intentions, he has blood on his hands. Achiko countered, but he saved you. Yes, he did, Jiro admitted. But that doesn't change the fact that he has taken lives. Sakura, Achiko, and Momo wanted to argue against Jiro's perspective, but they found themselves at a loss for words. Inko, who had been listening, suggested, you should talk to Izuku about this. He'll likely give you an answer that will help you understand who he is. For now, let's enjoy his cooking with Eri. They all nodded and moved to the kitchen, where they found Izuku baking cookies while Eri painted in her sketchbook. The atmosphere was light, but the tension from earlier lingered. Nijire, eager to know more, stepped forward and asked, Hey, Izuku, are you a hero? Izuku looked up at her and replied without hesitation, No, I'm not a hero. In fact, I would describe myself as a monster. His words shocked everyone, especially Eri, who paused her painting to look at him in confusion. She had always seen Izuku as her hero, the one who had chased away her darkness. Achiko, indignant, responded, Don't say that. You may not see yourself as a hero, but you're far from being a monster. Izuku met Achiko's gaze and said, I think you need to reconsider how you view me. I want you to see me for who I truly am. He turned on the television, showing a news report about rising crime rates and statistics. No matter the reasons behind my actions, countless people have died because of my decisions, and more will continue to die. He continued, a hero, a savior, or anyone worthy of being followed would never have made the choices I did. They wouldn't have the stomach for it. I've caused more deaths in 8 months than many villains do in a lifetime. My intentions may matter, but that doesn't mean I should be anyone's example. Izuku looked at Eri, who was still processing his words. He approached her and gently patted her head. When I started my plan, all I wanted was to tear down the current society and build one in my image. I didn't care who would pay the price or how many lives would be lost. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Izuku's confession, each grappling with the complexity of his character and the weight of his choices. Izuku reflected on his journey, realizing that his motivations were not rooted in justice or noble causes, but rather in a longing for revenge against a society that had humiliated him for years. He had once been broken, wanting to leave the world in ruins, but everything changed when a little girl named Eri entered his life. Despite considering himself a monster, he found redemption in the love he felt for her, as if she had become his daughter. Eri listened intently, her eyes widening with excitement as she absorbed his words. Izuku smiled at her, a calm and comforting expression that captivated the other girls in the room. His smile seemed almost ethereal, radiating a natural beauty that made it clear he was meant to wear it. Turning his attention to the girls, Izuku spoke with a steady voice, breaking the spell they were under. He admitted that he still saw himself as a monster, but now he fought for something meaningful to him. His goal was to create a society where Eri could live free from suffering, a world where everyone was treated equally. He wanted her to admire true heroes, knowing they were genuine. With unwavering conviction, he vowed to build a better society, brick by brick if necessary. The girls felt their hearts race as they listened to him. Each of them had seen Izuku in different lights. Achiko viewed him as a savior, Momo saw a knight in shining armor, Jiro recognized a villain shaped by society, Sakura regarded him as perfect, and Nijire saw a good person caught in unfortunate circumstances. But in that moment, they all recognized him as a determined man striving for a better world for his daughter. Izuku asked Nijire if his words had answered her questions. She blushed slightly and affirmed that they had. He then checked on the cookies in the oven, announcing that they were ready. As he placed them on the counter, he mentioned he would go get some books from his room, his tone calm yet tinged with melancholy. Eri, noticing his unusual sadness, chose to stay in the kitchen with the girls for a little longer. After they finished eating, The girls went off to train or speak with Inko. Eri, feeling concerned about her father, decided to find him. After searching for a while, she discovered him sitting on his bed, tears streaming down his face as he muttered to himself, feeling pathetic for still believing he was more than a monster despite everything he had done. In that moment, Eri understood that even her strong father had moments of vulnerability. He had always been her protector, the one who read her stories and shielded her from harm, but he was human too. Seeing him like this, she entered the room. Izuku quickly wiped his tears and put on a smile, trying to mask his pain. Eri approached him, arms outstretched, her head bowed. Concerned, Izuku embraced her warmly, gently patting her head and asking if something was wrong. Eri hugged him tightly, assuring him that no matter what anyone said, he would always be her hero and thanking him for saving her. Hearing her words, Izuku struggled to hold back his tears, pulling her closer while ensuring he didn't hurt her. He told her that she was the best thing that had ever happened to him. In that quiet room, father and daughter held each other, tears flowing as they shared a moment of silent understanding. Outside, Inko listened, shedding her own tears but maintaining a comforting smile, proud of the bond they shared. The next day, Izuku woke up and noticed something above him. Opening his eyes, he saw Eri sleeping on his arm, hugging him like he was a big teddy bear. Looking at his watch, Izuku realized he had slept for 10 hours. The last time he had such a long sleep was after a particularly exhausting mission as Gênesis. Smiling at the cuteness of his daughter, he carefully got out of bed, covered her with a blanket, and went to prepare breakfast. As he walked, he spotted Achiko in the kitchen. "Good morning, Achiko," Izuku greeted as he passed her and headed to the fridge for the ingredients. "Good morning, Izuku," Achiko replied, a little flustered. As Izuku began to prepare breakfast, Achiko watched him and asked, "If you don't mind, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead," he said. "Why do you consider yourself a monster?" Achiko inquired. "Because that's what I am, Achiko." "It's that simple," Izuku replied. "An ordinary man, a good person, or even a bad person wouldn't do half of what I've done." He continued cooking as he spoke. "The things I've done to get to this point can only be done by monsters." "I don't think so. I think you're a great man who had to make difficult decisions for the greater good," Achiko countered. Izuku smiled slightly at her words. "I'm glad you see me that way, but let me ask you, what is the greatest good?" "The well-being of the majority of the innocent population," she answered. "Then let me ask you this. If I hadn't done what I did, how many innocents who have died so far would still be alive?" Izuku posed. Achiko fell silent. "Do you understand?" he pressed. "The innocents who are dying now are part of the greater good you described. There is no such thing as a greater good. There are only goals and people capable of fulfilling them. I want you to understand this, Achiko. The world is not a kind place. Many figures praised in history as heroes were often just the winners in the end. The justice everyone is clamoring for now is only being asked for because I exist. Without me, no one would have said anything because the truth is that humanity can be selfish. Discrimination and brutal events haven't just started, they've been happening for a long time. A family of good people starves while a politician bathes in luxury. An innocent person dies waiting for an organ transplant because a corrupt individual bribed their way to the top of the list. A young man is arrested and beaten for crimes he didn't commit while the real culprit celebrates after bribing officials. And the list goes on. This has been going on for ages, but no one acted. Because it wasn't their problem. Why would they care if they're not the ones suffering? The number of people who truly do something for others, even at their own expense, can be counted on a few thousand fingers across the planet. Look at Africa. How many people are dying of hunger? If everyone who could help sent just a little money, the problem could be easily solved. It doesn't have to be a lot, just $1. But how many people actually donate anything? I guarantee that many have spent much more than that on things they didn't need. A single dollar is nothing for most working people, but for someone starving, it can mean the difference between life and death. Everyone knows that, yet almost no one cares. I'm not saying people should be forced to donate, but despite what everyone says, good and bad are definitions based on personal convenience. Most people will say charity is good if you ask them, but if you look closely, they rarely practice it. Many could easily volunteer in nursing homes, orphanages, or NGOs, but leaving the comfort of their homes to help others is often seen as inconvenient. Listening to Izuku, Achiko looked at him and asked, "How can you do that? How can you live seeing the world in such a cold and objective way? How can you act for the good of others when you don't see it in them?" "It's simple," Izuku replied. "I'm a monster, and because I am, I can do things that others can't. Monsters are, in many ways, similar to lions. We do what we want and attack what we don't like." He finished preparing breakfast and added, "Because we act this way, we can do what no one who is even slightly human can do. Many throughout history have been monsters, and each has done great things. Whether terrible or not, they've made their mark. Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Gilgamesh, and even figures like Napoleon, each of them was a monster, and each left a legacy. No doubt they did terrible things, but those actions were so significant that their names have endured through time. The same applies to me. Even if I die now, what I started cannot be stopped. Now that I've shown it's possible, it's only a matter of time before someone like me emerges again. It may take decades or centuries, but if humanity survives, it will happen. And when it does, if things don't change, the result could be the extinction of society. Say what you want, but almost everyone who achieved truly great feats were monsters, as only monsters could do what was necessary to achieve those feats. I am, above all, a monster and a scientist. When I don't like something, I change it. If I need something that doesn't exist, I create it. Challenging the impossible is something I must do," Izuku said resolutely as he placed breakfast on a tray. Looking at Achiko, he concluded, "Always remember one thing, Achiko, any goal that is truly worthwhile requires a sacrifice to be achieved." Izuku reflected on his journey, acknowledging that achieving his goals had required sacrifices, including his humanity and compassion. He turned to Achiko, his expression serious. "I'm not sure if you still want to be a hero just to improve your parents' lives," he said. "But the truth is, everything comes at a cost." He paused, letting his words sink in. "Every action we take has a price, Achiko. The real question is, are you prepared to pay that price to achieve your dreams?" With that, he moved to prepare breakfast for Eri, leaving Achiko deep in thought. After giving Eri breakfast and ensuring she was awake, Izuku left for a mansion in the heart of Kyoto. Upon entering, he sighed in resignation at the sight before him. In the living room stood a man, Marcus Smith, surrounded by 4 women. Marcus was a con artist and developer of equipment for the underworld, someone Izuku had discovered with Jiren's help. Izuku intended to use Marcus as a front to further his own agenda. Marcus had a history of scamming Yakuza by selling them fake or defective equipment. Izuku had erased any criminal records associated with Marcus and eliminated anyone who knew of his past, except for Jiren, and since then, he had been using Marcus for legitimate business ventures. Surveying the messy room, Izuku called out, "Wake up, Marcus." The man opened his eyes slowly, noticing Izuku's cold gaze. Marcus smiled and replied, "Hello, Izuku. You arrived a little late for the party, didn't you?" Creating a robe with his quirk, Izuku tossed it over Marcus. "It's time to work. Get up and dismiss your friends." "You're a spoilsport, you know?" Marcus said, still relaxed. "If you don't get up now and get ready, you'll find yourself in serious trouble. My patience has limits, and you're close to exceeding them," Izuku warned. Reluctantly, Marcus stood and began to prepare after paying the women, who were call girls. A few minutes later he returned, and with one of Izuku's devices, he clapped his hands, instantly cleaning the house. "That cleaning quirk really comes in handy," Marcus remarked. "Yes, it does. But now it's time to discuss business," Izuku replied. "How is the Legion project progressing?" "It's going perfectly. I signed the documents yesterday, and those little toys will be implemented within 72 hours, Marcus answered. "And what about the Nemesis project?" Izuku inquired. At this question, Marcus's expression soured, and Izuku sensed something was amiss. "Marcus, what happened?" "Look, Izuku, Nemesis was almost ready, but there was a problem. I lost its main core," Marcus admitted. Izuku's eyes narrowed dangerously. What do you mean you lost it? Do you have any idea of its value? Well, I may or may not have conducted some experiments with that core, and I accidentally leaked information to one of the researchers, who then stole it, Marcus explained, his voice strained. Izuku stepped closer, grabbing Marcus by the neck and tightening his grip. You wanted to replicate it and ended up ruining everything, didn't you? I just wanted to see how it was made. I didn't plan for it to be stolen, Marcus gasped. Give me a reason not to end you right now, Izuku said coldly. I just can't do this alone, Marcus managed to say. Releasing Marcus, who started to cough, Izuku demanded, Where's the core? It's on a military base. The person who betrayed me was a general's aide, Marcus replied. Your luck, Marcus, is that I never trusted you, Izuku said, pulling a remote from his pocket and pressing a button. He then revealed a completely black sphere from his storage. Marcus's expression shifted as he realized what Izuku meant. Listen, I gave you everything. You have, and I can take it away just as easily. Don't forget that until a few months ago, you were despised, just another useless crook always in trouble with the Yakuza, Izuku continued. I know everything you do, from leaking company technology to the black market to your recent contact with Nizu. I'm aware of your plans, including how you gave the core to the general in an attempt to replicate Nemesis and use it against me. Don't confuse my purposeful myopia with blindness, Izuku said. Get the Nemesis operational and put the core in it immediately. If you try to betray me again, I will end you. The only reason you're still alive is that killing you would delay my plans. Marcus shuddered at Izuku's words. What was that control? He asked, gathering courage. The death of anyone near the core I gave you before. I never trusted you, Marcus. That core was a bomb I prepared, and that control is a detonator. Anyone near the core when it detonates is dead, Izuku stated, watching as Marcus paled. If your friends were near the core, they're gone. They could have survived, but you were greedy, he added. You disgrace. How dare you? Marcus roared, attempting to attack Izuku, only to be met with a swift kick to the stomach that sent him crashing into the wall. You don't seem to understand who you're dealing with, Marcus. Do you think I don't know you've been working as an informant for the heroes to get rid of me? Do you think I don't know you leaked to Nizu that I created the Legion? You've made immunity deals in case the heroes manage to take me down, Izuku said, his voice steady. You've become so arrogant that you forgot I gave you everything you have now. If you can live in this mansion, it's because I allowed it. If you can pay your companions, it's because I helped you acquire the resources, he continued. I created Marcus Smith, the CEO of New World Equipamentos. Just as I built you up, I can tear you down. I don't know who gave you the audacity to try to cross me, but it's time to put you in your place. If your friends are close to that farce, they're dead now. If they're not, there might be a chance they survived. But remember, this can change at any moment, just like I can go after that girlfriend of yours. What was her name again? Oh, right, Sheila. Hearing Izuku mention her name, Marcus turned even paler. Be a good boy and you can continue to live in comfort. Be deceitful, and I will end you and everything around you, Marcus. Izuku stood firm, his gaze unwavering. Make no mistake, I always keep an eye on you. I know everything you do, anytime, anywhere. Don't test me, Marcus. This is your last chance. If I have to show up again, the last thing you'll see is me destroying everything you love. With that, he placed the core on the table and stepped through a portal, leaving Marcus kneeling in pain and fear. Meanwhile, Hayato observed with a calm demeanor as an entire military base was consumed by a black hole. A predatory smile crossed his face as he muttered, "See you in hell, Ryuji. You can go first." Not long after, Izuku emerged from a portal. Everything is in order on my side. Marcus now knows his place in the hierarchy, and I doubt he'll dare to betray us again. Excellent, Hayato replied, amusement evident in his tone. With this, we can eliminate one more factor from the equation. When do you plan to come negotiate with us? I heard the Legion will be deployed in a few days. I want its results to be clear so that when I reveal I am the creator of the Legion, it has the greatest possible impact. Did you give the Nemesis core to Marcus? Hayato inquired. Do you think I would trust something like that in his hands? I gave him a fake, Izuku explained. If he puts the core on the machine, it will function for 3 or 4 weeks. But since it's programmed to obey me as a priority, I can change any settings he tries to implement. I never understood what makes the Nemesis core so different, Hayato said. Nemesis is essentially a machine that can utilize quirks. Its core is the source of the quirks, and its body is made from advanced biotechnology. It's as close as possible to an android, Izuku elaborated. Nemesis has the perfect combination of quirks, making it a nightmare for anyone other than me. It can analyze and adapt to fight any enemy, designed to be invincible in one-on-one combat, with the only exception being me. How did you manage to create something like this? Hayato asked, intrigued. Honestly, I got the idea from an old superhero movie. With everything I've done, I improved myself enough to research and execute this project in just a few days, Izuku replied. Izuku, do you think what we're doing will be worth it in the end? Hayato asked, his tone turning serious. It depends on the perspective. For me, it will be worth it because my daughter will grow up in a better world. For you, I know it will be worth it because your daughter will have a brighter future after all mights fall. Many people who have lost loved ones may not feel the same, and for future generations I can't say. Hayato looked at Izuku thoughtfully. Have you ever considered getting married and giving your daughter a mother? Izuku shook his head. There isn't a woman on this planet who could fall in love with someone like me. I'm basically death incarnate. The death toll has reached hundreds of thousands and keeps rising every second. Who, besides Toga, would fall for me? And even she only likes me because she's a bit unhinged. I'd prefer Eri not to know her, at least for a while. Don't underestimate your potential, Hayato advised. Women are often drawn to determined men and caring fathers, and you have both qualities in abundance. I'll know the moment a girl falls in love with me, Izuku said calmly. Hayato glanced at Izuku, sensing that there might be at least one girl who had feelings for him, even if he was unaware. Meanwhile, All for One watched the unfolding events with amusement. The situation was more entertaining than he could have imagined. He found it fascinating that Izuku was providing such an interesting show. All for One didn't mind that Izuku had become too powerful to confront. He simply planned to leave the country with Tamura and establish a new operation elsewhere. There were plenty of places to start fresh, and he saw no reason to remain and face the threat Izuku posed. As long as Tamura didn't become a threat to him, All for One knew that Izuku's forces would not pursue him. With Izuku's immense power, it was unlikely Tamura would ever pose a danger, so All for One felt no need to interfere in Izuku's affairs. 12 days later, Izuku sat calmly, watching Eri play with Nijire, a smile on his face. Her joy reminded him of the importance of patience, rather than relying solely on his strength. Inko approached and took a seat at the table. You know you can always join them, right? She said gently. It's good for Eri to interact with someone other than me. Nijire is a positive influence on her, Izuku replied. Inko smiled briefly before her expression turned serious. Izuku, you know this situation can't continue. Eri needs to grow in a more open environment. She's too isolated. I understand. That's why I'm accelerating my plans as much as possible. Even while I'm here, my clones are working tirelessly, Izuku explained. It's just that things aren't at a point where I can move forward safely. I need to handle a few matters first, he continued. There are plenty of people who want to confront me, and they won't hesitate to use those I care about to get to me, Izuku said, his eyes cold. And I mean it, I will protect Eri, even if it means drastic measures. Inko, sensing her son's seriousness, responded, You know it's only a matter of time before they try to use Ochako, Jiro, and Nijire's families to force them to betray you, right? Yes, I'm aware, Izuku acknowledged. They will likely attempt to convince them to hand Eri over to use her against me as leverage. And you won't do anything? Inko asked, concern evident in her voice. I already have, they just don't realize it, Izuku replied calmly, a hint of a smirk on his face. I'm not just creating a better world for Eri, I'm ensuring that everyone involved in the current one is removed. All Might, Nizu, the AU, the current Heroes Association, none of them will remain in power, he declared. I don't just want to treat the symptoms, I want to eradicate the disease. For that to happen, I need to expose everything before removing it all at once, like a cancerous tumor. The Legiao project was initiated a few days ago, and so far, everything is going according to plan. The villains are losing their advantage, which is exactly what I need. But wouldn't reducing crime hinder negotiations? Inko questioned. Mother, that would be the case if I wanted to dominate Japan, but that's not my goal. I aim to change society. Ideally, crime should decrease because of my technology, Izuku explained. When I reveal this, the leaders will have two choices: accept my demands or face a fleet of tens of thousands of robots designed to suppress those with immense powers, alongside a group of furious villains. Which option do you think they'll choose? And why wait? Inko pressed. Because I need to determine who I can trust and who I can't. I also need to recruit a few more people. Speaking of which, it's almost time for me to go, Izuku said, glancing at the clock. Standing up and stretching, he looked at Eri. Eri, sweetheart, Daddy will be out for a little while, but I'll be back soon, okay? Eri paused her play, concern etched on her face. Are you going to do something dangerous? No, I'm just going to talk to a few people. I promise it's safe, Izuku reassured her with a comforting smile. Eri approached and wrapped her arms around him. Picking her up, Izuku felt her hug tightly, and she planted a kiss on his cheek. I love you, Dad. Come back soon. Smiling, Izuku kissed her cheek in return. I'll always come back. After all, if I'm not here, who will keep the vultures away from my princess? He thought, amusement flickering in his mind. No boy will corrupt my daughter. Whoever wants to marry her will have to defeat me first. Now go with Grandma. Your classes are about to start and you've played enough, he said, gently setting her down. As Eri walked towards Inko, Izuku turned to Nijire, his tone serious. If anything happens to Eri, my fury will be limitless. Keep that in mind if you decide to do anything while I'm gone. He knew some heroes had contacted her, trying to convince her to hand Eri over to them. Izuku had created a clone that would stay hidden and protect Eri from the shadows. If Nijire even dreamed of trying something, she would face dire consequences. Nijire turned serious as she looked at Izuku. So you knew. I don't joke about the safety of my family, Nijire. If I let you get in touch with Eri, it's because I was sure I could handle you before you did any damage, Izuku replied firmly. This whole house has a top-notch system. Every conversation you have, every action you take, every call you make, I know everything, he continued. And the moment you become a threat to Eri, you will regret it. I spared the heroes and fulfilled my part of the deal. Keep yours, or I will hunt down everyone you love and make you watch, Izuku said coldly. Don't be fooled, Nijire. I'm many things, but I don't forgive easily. If something happens to someone I love, I will ensure you witness the consequences. So think carefully if you decide to listen to Nizu's brilliant idea and try to deliver Eri to him. With that, Izuku created a portal and left, leaving Nijire trembling. Nijire could tell that Izuku was serious. He would follow through on his threats. Meanwhile, in an isolated forest, a large group of heroes, students, and aspiring developers were returning from a tiring day when they saw a portal appear before them. From within it emerged Japan's most wanted criminal, the man described by the government as the nation's nightmare, Izuku Midoriya. The moment they saw him, fear gripped everyone present. The heroes and students alike shuddered at the sight of him, recalling the devastation he had caused. Even Katsuki Bakugo, who had always despised Izuku, froze in place, overwhelmed by panic. Izuku's very existence haunted Katsuki. He knew that he had played a significant role in creating the monster that was now terrorizing Japan. The weight of his actions pressed heavily on him. He had bullied Izuku for years, leading to tragic consequences. Katsuki was tormented by the thought, when will it be my turn? He knew that Izuku had taken countless lives, and it seemed inevitable that he would seek revenge. The anxiety of knowing that someone capable of such destruction could come after him was unbearable. The fear that Izuku might target his family was even worse. For months, Katsuki had struggled to sleep, plagued by paranoia. His mind conjured terrifying scenarios, imagining Izuku inflicting harm on his loved ones, making him feel powerless and trapped. Observing Katsuki's distress, Izuku smiled and said, "Relax, I'm not here to harm any of you. Today, I just came to talk." Gathering his courage, Ida stepped forward. "And what could a villain like you want?" "To talk, to share my perspective, and see if any of you can still be saved. Perhaps even recruit some of you," Izuku replied. "You know the basics," he added. "Do you think any of us would side with a villain like you?" Ida challenged. "Would you rather align with those who were willing to sacrifice 30,000 innocent lives, including the families of many present, just to fix a mistake they made?" Izuku countered, his words shaking those around him. As he spoke, Izuku recognized several familiar faces among the UA teachers and professional heroes, including Vlad King, the PP Cats, Snipe, and Power Loader. The moment Izuku saw them, he sensed their intent to attack and spoke up. "I do not recommend that you attack me. In the end, you will only lose your lives in a meaningless way." Vlad King, standing among the others, asked, "What do you truly want, Midoriya?" "I'm just here to talk to everyone. After we've talked, I'll extend an invitation, and then I'll leave. If you don't attack me, I won't attack either. If you do, then you should prepare for the consequences," Izuku replied calmly. "But first, let's create a suitable place for this conversation." As he touched the ground, the entire forest transformed into a massive coliseum, complete with seats for an audience. The onlookers barely had time to register the change before they found themselves seated in the stands. In the center of the Colosseum stood Izuku, smiling at everyone, his face visible and his combat suit on display. "Now, I'm going to share my perspective on how society should be and how it currently is. If you have questions, please raise your hand and wait for me to address you," he announced. "Let's get started. First of all, I'll introduce myself, even though most of you already know me. I'm Izuku Midoriya, someone who wants to change this flawed society. What I envision is a society without discrimination, where everyone can live free from abuse, regardless of their quirk or lack thereof. I long for a society where heroes truly embody the ideals of heroism, rather than merely seeking to maintain a favorable public image." At that moment, Izuku noticed Tsu Azui raising her hand. "You can speak, Azui-sen," he said. "What do you mean by heroes who only care about looking good to the media?" she inquired. "It's simple. Look at how my situation with the AU ended, Azui-san. Do you think it was right to sacrifice 30,000 lives in hopes of weakening me just a little?" Izuku replied. "That's what the heroes did, with the exception of Eraserhead. And look what happened to him. He lost his hero license for trying to do what was right. Tell me, Azui-san, do you have family in Mizudafu?" "No," she answered. "I see. Now, try to imagine what could have happened if I hadn't evacuated the people and stopped the nuclear warheads. Think about what would have occurred if Nijire Hado hadn't made the deal with me. Imagine if your family had been in town." Seeing the heavy expressions on the faces of several students, Izuku realized he had made his point. He had shaken them up, making them more likely to consider his perspective. "Yes, the result would have been the death of everyone who wasn't me and who was there, and that was with me giving 8 hours notice," he continued. "The heroes had 8 hours to change their minds and follow protocol. They had 8 hours to prioritize civilian lives and do the right thing, yet they didn't lift a finger to alert anyone and acted as if nothing was happening. They ignored the most important oath every hero takes, to protect and serve. They disregarded the safety of the innocent, all because they didn't want to appear incapable of containing a villain that was a product of their own actions. It wasn't just the AU, there were thousands of heroes who arrived at the scene before those 8 hours were up, and none of them took action to evacuate civilians. In this situation, do you think they cared about anything other than how their image would look?" Izuku challenged. "That is not what happened," Vlad King interjected indignantly. "Did you try to evacuate any civilians?" Izuku pressed. "Did you warn them to leave town? Did anyone there attempt to help? Remember, lying will only make things worse, as I have everything on video." Vlad clenched his fist, frustration evident on his face. "The fault for all this lies with you," he accused. "My fault?" Izuku replied, incredulous. "I was very clear in alerting all of you. The choice of how to act was yours. I didn't threaten or stop any of you from evacuating. That decision was entirely yours. The decision to discriminate against people was also yours. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You acted, and all I did was reveal the result. Now don't blame me for your mistakes. You're the one who decided to be a villain. We didn't turn you into one," Vlad stated. "Didn't you?" Izuku challenged. 1 month later, Izuku watched calmly as Eri played with other children in the park. Nearby, a large group of young people followed various training routines, while some mothers chatted and smiled. Inko, who stood beside him, observed everything with wonder and immense pride. Momo and Achiko, also present, looked at Izuku with admiration, as if he were a superhero. Izuku had successfully recruited a significant number of people, and he was currently on an artificial island he had created in the middle of the ocean. Shisaki had possessed immense power but had not known how to wield it, a common issue among those with powerful quirks. Using his creation quirk, Izuku fashioned the materials and floated them over the ocean with his gravity manipulation and telekinesis, constructing the entire island in mere seconds. This vast island spanned 280,000 square kilometers, occupying a considerable area of the ocean, yet it was still small compared to the world. He had relocated everyone to this island, blocking any signals from being sent back. Families who agreed to join and were deemed trustworthy were brought in. After the first week, he sent information about the island through the national network, offering shelter to anyone who wished to join him. He even promised to expand the island, with the only requirement being adherence to laws similar to those of Japan, emphasizing the importance of never discriminating. Izuku posted numerous job openings with fair wages, effectively creating a mega-city in the ocean. No one dared to challenge him. They had all witnessed his previous accomplishments. This development was a significant blow to the government and the heroes, as many people flocked to the island. It was almost a paradise, with abundant food, cutting-edge technology, and expansive parks. He established schools, hospitals, and various facilities, making the island an ideal place for growth and development. Recently, Eri began attending school on the island. It was an understatement to say that Izuku shed tears of joy on her first day. He worked tirelessly to ensure that this place would be a happy home for Eri, as he envisioned her future here. Once his plans came to fruition, he intended to affiliate the island with Japan. Izuku had created farms on the island, making it self-sustaining through layered farming methods, climate control for optimal growing conditions, and quirks to accelerate plant growth. He successfully produced vast amounts of high-quality food, ensuring that everyone's needs were met. He named the island Ariland, and when some expressed dissatisfaction with the name, he simply stated, "I created this place mainly so that my daughter could grow up in a happy environment. If you're not satisfied, you can leave. I'm not forcing anyone to stay." So far, no one had chosen to leave. The island was technologically advanced, with better resources, affordable food, improved living conditions, and highly productive healthcare. Discrimination was strictly punished, and efficiency in all aspects was prioritized. Crime was a frightening reality, but in Ariland, heroes were present around the clock, always ready to act. Izuku had the unique ability to grant new quirks that complemented existing ones, helping individuals train and enhance their skills after careful evaluation of their character. The outcome was remarkable. Crime rates in Ariland were below 1%, the lowest in the world. The government operated under strict oversight from a highly advanced AI, with Izuku as the only one capable of making modifications. Corruption was not tolerated. Izuku provided refuge for those wronged and oppressed by corrupt heroes or the government, offering them a fresh start on the island, provided they had not harmed innocents unless it was a matter of survival. He ensured that only good-hearted individuals found sanctuary, while those who sought to harm others for selfish reasons were dealt with at the entrance. Most quirkless children looked up to Izuku as a hero. The population of Ariland had grown to nearly 50 million, and it continued to rise. Izuku had boldly taken in a significant portion of the Japanese population, opening portals at strategic locations and leaving clones of himself with altered appearances to guard them. Each clone possessed power comparable to All Might and All for One in their prime. Anyone wishing to enter Eraland simply needed to approach one of the clones and register. If they were not a malicious criminal, they would be welcomed. A team would then escort them and their families, along with their belongings. Any attempts by corrupt heroes to interfere were met with swift consequences. Only those deemed true heroes by Izuku could enter and exit freely. Izuku personally safeguarded the island's core technologies. Momo, who stood beside him, observed the surroundings in awe. "I can't believe you created this entire place all by yourself," she remarked. "It's a utopia," she added. "I've said it before, Momo. Above all, I am a father, and I will build a good society for Eri, even if it means constructing it brick by brick," Izuku replied. "This entire island is designed to be a safe haven for Eri. Everything here is meant to ensure her happiness. I fight for equality so she will never have to suffer again. I strive to end discrimination so she can be accepted. I will protect her from the evils of the world as much as I can and prepare her for when she grows up. Eri will be ready for the world," Izuku declared. "That is my duty as a father, and I will fulfill it." Izuku watched Eri play, a calm smile on his face. Momo, observing him, felt her cheeks warm as a thought briefly crossed her mind. She wondered how he would treat a child of theirs with such affection. Shaking her head, Momo tried to push the thought away. Izuku stood before Vlad, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "What other choice did I have?" he asked, frustration evident in his tone. "If even UA, the biggest hero school in Japan, has openly discriminated against me, what are the chances that other schools or companies won't do the same?" He took a breath, continuing, "The AU only has heroes as teachers, and each of you has sworn to protect justice and equality. Where exactly was the treatment I received fair? If even top heroes like you don't follow the laws you've sworn to uphold, who will?" Vlad opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. Izuku's argument was solid, leaving no room for rebuttal. "Do you understand?" Izuku pressed on. "To prevent two young men with strong quirks from becoming villains, you destroyed one who had his heart in the right place. The choice was yours alone. You pushed me down that path," he continued, his voice rising with conviction. "Then you made the same choice again, thinking that if it leaked, it would create others like me. But the truth is you don't care. You will never care about what you did to bring down villains. For you, your image was everything. There is a clear protocol for a hero's behavior and actions for a reason," Izuku stated firmly. "If heroes cannot guarantee people's safety, then having them exist is harmful." "How can you say something like that?" Vlad shot back, disbelief in his eyes. "Because it's true," Izuku replied, unwavering. "Think about it, Shoto. If the system had been more rigid in its choices, would your mother be hospitalized? Would Ida's brother be practically crippled? How many innocents could have been saved?" With that, the weight of his words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the consequences of their actions. A few days later, Izuku was calmly sitting on the couch, listening to a song by Bon Jovi, when he noticed someone approaching him. "Hello, Nijire," he greeted as she walked closer. "Why?" Nijire asked, her expression serious. "Why didn't you create the island in the first place before all those people were harmed? That's been on my mind since we moved here." Izuku took a deep breath. "Because it was a necessary step to show everyone that I had the power to protect myself and others if needed." "And why is that so important?" she pressed. "What I want is to create a society where Eri can live peacefully even if I'm not around," Izuku explained. "I'm Japanese and so is Eri. If we moved to another country and they discovered her quirk, they would likely try to exploit her, and I would have to take drastic measures to protect her, which could lead to chaos." Nijire listened intently. "Was it always about her?" "No," Izuku admitted. "At first, it was fueled by my anger towards society, towards everyone who mistreated me. That changed when I learned about Eri." He gestured for Nijire to sit in a nearby armchair. Once she was settled, he continued, Eri was suffering due to cruel experiments. Chisaki believed quirks were a disease and wanted to eradicate them. When he saw Eri, he saw a chance to fulfill his plans. Like this? Nijire asked, her eyes wide. Eri has a quirk that grants her incredible power, Izuku explained. She can rewind time for any being to a previous state. With enough control, she can choose what gets reversed. For instance, she could undo evolution on a genetic level, erasing quirks entirely. Or, if she's strong enough, she could bring someone back to life. I've tested this with her, and it works. Nijire was astonished. Her power goes beyond anything imaginable. She could be a force of destruction if she wanted. Exactly, Izuku said. Chisaki coveted her for that reason. If I had gone to another country, they would have tried to exploit her too. Nijire frowned. So, you don't care about the Quirkless or others? I do care, Izuku replied. Just because my initial motivations were selfish doesn't mean I don't see the bigger picture. The issues we face have been ongoing for years, and aside from the Prime Minister, no one took action. People accepted the situation and moved on, he continued. Many don't care about what the powerful do because they think it's safer to stay quiet. They want a better life but don't realize that ignoring the problems will only lead to their own suffering. Why do you say that? Nijire asked. Imagine a couple who never tried to change things having a daughter with a powerful quirk. If someone like All Might decided he wanted her, what chance would she have to refuse? Izuku explained. It's the same with Shoto Todoroki. His mother was forced into a situation she didn't choose, and now he's caught in a cycle of selfish desires. Nijire looked at him thoughtfully. Aren't you being too hard on him? Hard. Izuku replied. Look at the state of Japanese society. They're just holding on because I've created a facade to implement projects that contain villains. Without that, chaos would reign, all because people only look out for themselves. He gestured towards the island. I haven't moved since the beginning, yet things are functioning with millions of people here. This island holds nearly a quarter of Japan's population, and crime remains extremely low. With that, the conversation lingered in the air, filled with the weight of their shared understanding and the challenges that lay ahead. A few weeks later, the Prime Minister and the parliamentarians were making a crucial decision. As expected, Hayato's plan was unanimously approved. He smiled widely, knowing it was time to settle scores. He gave everyone a month to consider their options. When they realized they stood no chance against Izuku, and that their only hope for survival lay in following Hayato's plan, they quickly changed their votes. Now that we are in agreement on how to proceed, I will set up a public meeting with Izuku Midoriya, and we will showcase him across Japan, Hayato announced. Why make it public? Shizuka asked. Firstly, because Izuku cares about the people, Hayato replied. Secondly, we need the public to understand that the entire government is behind this decision. Thirdly, I want everything to be transparent. Fourth, I want to negotiate openly so that everyone sees we are doing this for them, increasing our chances of survival. Fifth, being in a public place with the country's face at stake will make Izuku less likely to believe it's a trap and more willing to listen. Lastly, by doing everything openly, we will convey a positive image, ensuring there's no way to cover up the matter later. For these reasons, we will proceed openly, Hayato concluded. A parliamentary member spoke up. You mentioned a way to increase our chances of survival. What is it? We'll blame the heroes, making it seem like they acted alone while we were under duress from the strongest, Hayato explained. But wouldn't that mean accusing All Might? Prime Minister, you're not trying to take advantage of this situation for revenge, are you? Shizuka said, narrowing her eyes. I, unlike you, do my job correctly, President of the Public Safety Committee, Hayato retorted. As much as I'd like to see All Might pay for his crimes, I wouldn't exploit a nationwide crisis when I'm unsure I can save the population. But I'm realistic enough to understand that in this situation, we either accuse the current heroes, who have committed crimes, or we'll be the ones in Izuku's crosshairs, Hayato continued. Do you think he'll let us go free after everything he's been through? Just a reminder, among all of us, you're the one he should hate the most. You helped maintain a system that discriminated against him. You were the one who had more dealings with Shai Hasaikai, who practically tortured his daughter. You covered up the death of the only girl who was ever his friend at the request of All Might and Nizu. Do you want me to keep listing how much you've ruined his life and the life of the one he loves? Hayato said calmly. If we're in this situation, it's because of your choices, Shizuka. You chose to support the heroes and ignore their crimes, and now this is the result. Gênesis was created by your inability to fulfill your duties. I did my best for the nation, Shizuka insisted. Yes, you did, which is why we have the brightest mind on the planet against us. That's why we're gathered here, trying to think of any viable way to save ourselves, Hayato replied sarcastically. Izuku Midoriya was a mistake. The situation had been ongoing for decades, and nothing ever changed. I just followed the pattern, Shizuka defended. No, it was a consequence. I warned you and you knew the risks. I said that oppressing the weakest would create someone strong enough to destroy us. I warned you several times. You chose not to listen, and now we all have to suffer for your mistakes. So sit down, be quiet, and stop making things worse, Hayato concluded. After that, Hayato and the others continued to discuss a few more matters before leaving. Once he returned home, Hayato found Izuku waiting for him with a bottle of wine. Congratulations, Prime Minister. In 2 days, you will have dismantled the current society. I brought you a fine wine as a gift, Izuku said calmly. Taking the bottle from Izuku's hand, Hayato went to the kitchen to let it decant. When he returned, he said, I didn't expect you to come here today. I came because I needed to inform you that President Shizuka is plotting a coup with the heroes in a last desperate attempt to eliminate me, Izuku revealed. She acquired a biochemical weapon with the help of All Might and Nizu, and they plan to use it on the day of the meeting. Looking at Izuku, Hayato asked, Let me guess, you changed the weapon she obtained for something else, didn't you? Wow, you know me so well. I think we are soulmates, Izuku replied sarcastically. How do you plan to act now? Even if we remove All Might and many other heroes from the equation, they will become villains, Hayato said calmly. Exactly, Izuku said, revealing a case with a syringe containing a blue liquid. This is a very useful injection that destroys the quirks of those who are injected. I created this based on Shai Hasaikai's research. With this, I'll eliminate the quirks of all who become villains, and afterward, we'll imprison them for life. That's how we'll do it, Izuku stated. Before, you mentioned having projects that could help improve the country. Can you tell me about them? After all, my term as Prime Minister is about to end, Hayato inquired. I don't know who told you that nonsense, Hayato. You'll stay in your position for at least 3 more years, Izuku replied. I won't let someone like you leave the post. I'll find someone worthy, train them for the role, and then you can step down. Listening to Izuku, Hayato said, Izuku, you would be a better Prime Minister than me. No, I wouldn't. I've already told you, Hayato, what matters to me is that my daughter can be happy in a society that is good for her. Helping others in the process is a bonus, Izuku explained. Then why present new projects? Hayato asked. Hayato looked at Izuku thoughtfully. Someday, Eri may want to have children and settle down here. These projects are to ensure her future happiness. Izuku replied, With you around, I doubt there's any man capable enough to approach and win her heart. Hayato chuckled lightly. She might like girls and want to explore other options. I accept the advice of an experienced father who has made many mistakes, Hayato continued. It's no use trying to stop it. Sooner or later, she's going to date some boy. You can't keep her safe from the boys forever, Izuku. Every father tries, and every father fails, he added. Izuku smiled in a macabre way. None of them was me. I forced an entire society to change. Dealing with some punks shouldn't be that hard. Hayato sighed, feeling sorry for anyone who might fall in love with Eri. Izuku, you need to find a good woman for yourself. Eri can't grow up without a mother. It's not healthy for a girl who has been through what she has. I can't force a woman to marry me. I'm not the type of person who imposes my will on others, Izuku replied. And until today, I've never met anyone who likes me romantically, except for Toga, And that's only because I have the image of a savior for her. Most see me as just a good acquaintance. Hayato narrowed his eyes. Have you talked to your mother about this? Yes, and she said the same thing as you, that I need a good woman to set me on the right path. She even suggested that maybe one woman wouldn't be enough and that I might have to share my life with others. Aren't you afraid of being alone? Hayato asked. Why should I be? Izuku replied calmly. I made my bed and when the time comes, I'll lie in it. Meanwhile, in Eraland, Inko was having a serious conversation with some girls. Achiko, Momo, Jiro, and Nijire. I hope you understand that Izuku is clueless when it comes to romantic relationships, Inko said, looking at them. They all nodded in agreement. You'll have to take the initiative since my son clearly struggles to pursue a girlfriend, Inko continued. Honestly, I don't know who will win his heart among you, or if it will be just one of you. But I hope you start acting soon. Some girls I don't like have begun to approach Izuku, and as naive as he is, he may end up falling for them. Put an end to it now and take action. It's not that easy. What if he rejects us? Achiko asked. If he rejects you, try again. Izuku may seem invincible, but the truth is he struggles with self-acceptance due to the things he had to do to change society. Inko sighed. He knows the monstrosities he faced and how many innocents suffered because of him. That's why he doesn't see how you feel. He believes no one will ever love him. Jiro thought for a moment and asked, why would he think that? Because he feels what he did is unforgivable. Izuku has always had a gentle heart. No matter how much he suffered, he never allowed himself to stop helping those in need, Inko explained. For example, last year, he had a broken arm but still attended a charity event, working from start to finish to help others. This is Izuku Midoriya, the man who prioritizes the well-being of others above his own, Inko continued. Even when he decided to change society, he never thought of doing it for his own benefit. He only thought of others' good. Inko's voice grew heavy with emotion. Despite what he says, Izuku has never personally harmed the innocent, yet he blames himself for every new hurt caused by his actions. He has the kindest heart, and I've always admired that about him. But I know it also brings him so much pain. This society has broken Izuku in every way possible, yet all he thinks about is the happiness of Eri and others. Even after losing hope in humanity and faith in heroes, he continues to help others. As a mother who couldn't spare him this pain, I beg you, please save my son from himself. Inko knew that despite Izuku's strong facade, he was a man in pieces. She could see the calm and comforting smile he wore was just a mask, one he put on to protect those he cared about. The hardest part for Inko was knowing she couldn't save her own child. Eri had managed to pull him from despair, but even she couldn't save Izuku from himself. He needed someone to support him, to share his burdens, and to love him for who he truly was. Chapter 2. In a world where heroes and villains clashed, Izuku Midoriya stood at the forefront of a new era. His journey had been anything but ordinary. After undergoing a series of experiments, he had gained quirks that enhanced not only his physical abilities but also his mental prowess. The knowledge he possessed was vast, rivaling even the most brilliant minds. As he walked through the bustling streets of Mizudafu, Izuku felt a sense of purpose. He was determined to use his newfound abilities for the greater good. The weight of his responsibilities rested heavily on his shoulders, but he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. One day, while training in a secluded area, Izuku encountered a familiar face. It was his mentor, All Might, who had always believed in his potential. Midoriya! All Might called out, his voice booming with enthusiasm. I see you've been working hard. Izuku turned, a smile spreading across his face. I have to keep improving, especially with everything that's happening in the world. All Might nodded, his expression serious. You've grown stronger, but remember, true strength comes from within. It's not just about power, it's about how you use it. Izuku contemplated those words. He understood that with great power came great responsibility. He was determined to uphold the values of a true hero, no matter the cost. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the city, Izuku felt a surge of determination. He would protect those who could not protect themselves and strive to be the hero everyone believed he could be. With his intelligence and abilities, he was ready to face any challenge that awaited him in this ever-changing world. In a laboratory set up on an island connected to Aeroland, Izuku worked with a serious expression, focused on a project of utmost importance. It had been 9 days since he had left the lab for anything other than spending time with Eri. As he worked, a manic smile spread across his face. In front of him, a large group of eggs of various sizes and colors began to hatch, revealing several creatures. Izuku watched with satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he muttered to himself, filled with determination. To understand the situation, we must go back 10 days. Flashback from 10 days ago. At that moment, Izuku was at home, enjoying juice and cookies while reading a book. Inko was beside him, knitting with a gentle smile. Their peaceful afternoon was interrupted when Eri arrived home from school, tears streaming down her face, accompanied by Nijire. Seeing her distressed, Izuku quickly approached. "What happened, princess? Did someone bully you at school? Tell daddy who it was and I'll handle it." Eri looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. "Daddy, the Pokemon exist, don't they?" Izuku was taken aback. "What do you mean, little one?" "The Pokemon in the drawing. They exist, right? Grandma always told me stories about a land where Pokemon live, and she said if I was a good girl, I could go there one day." Izuku glanced at Inko, who nodded with a guilty expression. He smiled at Eri and reassured her, "Of course they exist, Eri. Grandma never lied to you. It's just a little difficult to get to the place where they are." Eri's eyes lit up with hope. "Really?" "Absolutely. I would never lie to my little princess. When you're a bit older, I'll take you there." "Can it be now?" Eri asked eagerly. "Why do you want to go there now?" Izuku replied. "When I was at school today, the teacher asked about my dreams, and I said it was to see the land of Pokemon and catch a Pikachu. But when I said that, all the kids laughed at me and called me a liar." Izuku's heart ached at her words. "It's not possible at the moment, but I promise I'll take you there after I finish my important work." Eri smiled brightly. "Really?" "Yes, I promise. I'll even get you a really cool Pokemon." Eri hugged him tightly, grateful for his promise. "Thank you. Now go inside, change your clothes, and wash your hands so we can have lunch," Izuku instructed. As Eri went inside, Inko looked at Izuku with concern. "You shouldn't have made that promise." "It's not a lie. In a few weeks, I'll take her to a place where there are Pokemon." "But they don't exist," Inko reminded him. "I'll create them," Izuku replied, his eyes filled with determination. "I'm a genius in genetic engineering, and I can manipulate the aging of any living creature." He was resolute. Those who doubted Eri would see the truth. "But first, I have a very important question for you," he said. "What is it?" Inko asked. "What exactly is a Pokemon?" Flashback and Izuku watched as the eggs began to glow and take shape, transforming into small, diverse creatures. Across the island, thousands of eggs hatched simultaneously. Using his knowledge of genetic engineering, Izuku had taken genetic material from various animals to create beings resembling Pokemon. He spent 3 days developing the genetic sequences for the 50 Pokemon he wanted to create. With a mind that operated at the level of a quantum processor, he utilized advanced technology to simulate the DNA sequences. He knew he didn't need to create them all at once, but he wanted to show Eri a good variety so she could choose her favorites. Izuku ensured that the first creatures to emerge would be Eri's favorites, followed by a mix of others to keep her from becoming suspicious. After finalizing the sequences, he smiled, knowing he was about to fulfill his promise to Eri. With determination, he gathered fertilized eggs from various animals and placed them on the island. Using his quirk, he altered the genetic structure of the embryos, bringing his vision to life. And so, the adventure began. The next morning, Izuku was calmly getting dressed in a suit. Inko, who was nearby, looked at him with a worried expression. "Izuku, be careful," she said. "No need to worry, ma. I'll be back in 3 hours. After all, I still have a date tonight, and I need to prepare everything," Izuku replied. Inko smiled at him. You're right. Just make sure to give Achiko the best date ever, or there will be severe consequences. Izuku shivered at her words but managed a light laugh. Of course, I'll prepare the best date ever. I have the best helper after all. I hope so, Inko said. After Eri had played the day before, Inko spent the next few hours sharing her ideas for a dream date, emphasizing the importance of making it special. She promised Izuku years of lectures if he messed it up. Izuku could easily be the most powerful person on the planet, but no son could surpass a determined mother. Once he finished getting ready, he held out his tie to Inko. Sighing, she approached him and tied his tie. You can breed Pokemon in weeks, but you can't tie a single knot in a tie, she said with a hint of irony. Looking at her, Izuku replied, Don't blame me. This tie was made to make my life difficult. It's not meant for someone like me. I can do things most people wouldn't even dream of, but I can't tie a decent knot in a tie, he added. Relax, Izuku. Not everyone was made to wear formal clothes. It doesn't make you less of a man, it just makes you human, showing that even you have flaws, Inko said with a warm smile. After tying his tie, Inko gently rubbed Izuku's face. You know, you don't need to act like you're perfect. You're still human, even with incredible power. Izuku looked at her sadly, appreciating her affection. Unfortunately, I feel like I've given up my humanity a little more than 6 months ago, he said softly. No, you haven't stopped being human. You've simply transformed into someone capable of amazing things. The choices you made may have been difficult, but they were for the greater good, Inko reassured him. Izuku remained silent for a moment, enjoying the warmth of her words before saying, I have to go. Then go, but always remember, no matter what happens, I will always be proud of you. You are Izuku Midoriya, my beloved son, Inko said. Nodding, Izuku created a portal and stepped through it. In the next moment, he found himself in a huge auditorium filled with people and cameras. As a portal opened, everyone turned to see him appear. Hayato, looking at Izuku, nodded and said, Hello, Midoriya-san, or should I call you Gênesis? Just call me Izuku. Gênesis is a name I used to signify a purpose, Izuku replied. The birth of a new society, Hayato remarked. Yes, Izuku confirmed. Izuku, can we start negotiations? Hayato asked. Izuku looked at him calmly. I think you're misunderstanding, Prime Minister. This isn't a negotiation. Negotiations happen between equals. We're not equals. You need me, I don't need you. Let's make that clear, Izuku stated. If you didn't come to negotiate, why are you here? Hayato inquired. Actually, it's quite simple. I came hoping you would recognize the situation you're in and agree to follow my lead, Izuku explained. And what would that entail? Hayato asked. The set of laws that govern Eraland, Izuku replied. Honestly, I'm tired of corruption, tired of false heroes, and tired of discrimination based on something as trivial as a quirk. I'm tired of the current society. I could destroy all of Japan in an instant, but that's not my goal. I want to create a better world for my daughter, a world where she knows that heroes are genuine, not just figures like All Might, Izuku continued. If the Japanese government is ready to make changes for a better society, I'm willing to help. Otherwise, I won't waste my time. I'll simply walk away and let Japan face its own fate. At that moment, Shizuka, who had been listening, interjected, Our country has existed for thousands of years and will not fall easily. Not. Izuku replied. Do you understand the situation you're in? All the technology of the Legiao and Nemesis project comes from me. I created everything. Marcus was just a means to publish this technology. Even if you created it, we have it now. We don't need you, Shizuka countered. I don't think you understand. I created Shizuka, and I know how it works better than anyone. If I want to take control of all the units already manufactured, I can easily do that, Izuku explained. Even if you change the operating system, you can't make it work without a key component that gives me access to all future units, no matter what changes you, All Might, Nizu, or Marcus make. If I decide to take my technology out of this country, it would be easy, Izuku said with a calm smile. Shizuka looked taken aback. You're bluffing. And why would I need to bluff? Izuku asked. You still don't understand that you can't handle me? If I wanted to, I could eliminate everyone here in 10 seconds, and then take out every hero in the country in a matter of days. If I disregard the innocents, 1 minute would be more than enough time for me to sink all of Japan into the sea. Izuku stood with a heavy heart, contemplating the situation before him. Bluffs or cheats are made on the premise that there's something to gain, he said, his voice steady. But the truth is, I have nothing to gain from this. He glanced around, frustration evident in his expression. I'm not the one facing the chaos. I'm not the one who has to deal with the surge of villains or worry about the lives at stake due to reckless decisions. You all sought me out. With a sigh, he continued, I could just retreat to my island and wait quietly while you all make mistakes again, leading to the next Gênesis that could wipe out this entire society. My way has already failed. Shizuka raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You speak as if another like you would easily emerge. Izuku met her gaze, unflinching. Why wouldn't I? The conditions are ripe: corrupt heroes, prejudice, and young people full of potential suffering from the failures of today's society. All it takes for others like me to emerge is for them to break and abandon their humanity. You've already set the stage. What do you mean by abandoning humanity? Shizuka asked, confusion crossing her face. Izuku took a deep breath. Do you think I stumbled upon my power by chance? What makes me a threat to an entire nation, what allows me to reign supreme, is something entirely different. I gave up my human side. He paused, letting his words sink in. I don't experience fear. I don't possess courage. I don't hold on to hope. The illusions that humans create to make life bearable are gone from me. What remains is pure reality. He continued, fear isn't real, it's a construct we create. Danger is real, but fear is just an illusion that those who still cling to their humanity choose to embrace to avoid facing harsh truths. Courage cannot exist without fear, making it another illusion. Izuku's voice grew more intense. Hope is merely a gentle lie people tell themselves to avoid taking action. It's easy for a doctor to tell a family to hope for a patient's recovery, but a good doctor works tirelessly to ensure that recovery happens, rather than relying on hope alone. He shook his head. Believing something will happen just because you wish for it is foolish. I don't know if a higher power exists, but if it does, I doubt it would waste time helping those who simply sit back and pray without taking action themselves. He looked around, gauging the reactions of those present. I don't wish to judge anyone's faith, I respect those who believe. But I've noticed that many who have faith often focus on asking for help or offering money, neglecting the core teachings they should follow. Izuku's voice softened slightly. It's the same with nearly everyone. In the scriptures, there are 10 commandments, and I can guarantee that anyone over 16 has broken at least one. He continued, people are instructed to be charitable, yet those who genuinely step out of their comfort zones to help others can be counted on a few fingers among billions. It's not even 1% of the world's population, yet those who believe pray daily, asking for things. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Do you see the hypocrisy? It's easy to ask for help, it's hard to take action. That's why so many cling to hope. It's a way to say they're waiting for someone else to act on their behalf. Izuku's expression hardened. When I chose to abandon what made me human, I lost all hope that humanity would ever be worthy of a perfect world. Yet, for the sake of future generations, I decided to take action. He concluded, if the next person like me sees this society as a plague after witnessing the outcome of my actions, they won't hesitate. They'll rise up and start anew. History shows that whenever the weak are oppressed, someone eventually rises to bring change, often at the cost of the tyrants. While Izuku was meeting with the Prime Minister, All Might, Nizu, Hawks, and several other heroes were on a boat approaching Ireland. Nizu turned to Hawks and asked, are you sure they're ready to take down the site's defenses when we get there? Will Eri and Inko be at the designated spot? Hawks replied, when we start acting, we'll only have a maximum of 30 seconds before he arrives. If we don't have them in our hands by then, we'll all be in grave danger. If the information is wrong, we won't even have a chance to escape. Nizu listened intently, his fist clenched. I'm sure they will be in place. But do you really want to proceed with this? Hawks nodded, his expression serious. If we fail, we're condemning all of Japan. Izuku won't care about any sanctions from the Prime Minister. The result will be war against Ireland. We can't win a war where he disregards innocent lives. If a war breaks out, Izuku will destroy everything and everyone we love. All Might understood the gravity of the situation. He knew that if they acted against someone Izuku loved, he would hunt down every friend he ever made. It was a gamble. If they succeeded, they could close Gênesis for good. If they failed, they would lose everything. The moment Izuku found out about the attack, he would open a portal and arrive at the scene. With him present, the chances of capturing either Eri or Inko would be non-existent. There was also the unknown factor of Izuku's double, Yukio Tosaka, who had once worn the Gênesis mantle. If Yukio was there, he could buy Izuku precious seconds, which would lead to their plan's failure. They were embarking on a near-suicidal mission, betting everything on a desperate attack. If they wanted a chance at peace, they needed to take down Izuku first. All Might broke the silence, asking, "And what other choice do we have?" "Leave the country," Hawks suggested. "Izuku won't come after you if you leave, because he doesn't plan to expand." "And how do you know that?" All Might questioned. "Hizuka had a serious conversation with Hayato before I came for this operation. Hayato claimed it would fail and that the best option for you was to leave the country." Nizu frowned. "Do you think this is a trap?" "No, I honestly don't think he even bothered to set one. His island is the best protected place on the planet. 4 months, spies from all nations have tried to invade to copy the technology, and all have failed miserably." Hawks continued, "Just disabling the walls and external security systems won't work. If you don't believe in the operation, why are you here?" "Because there were rumors of another island appearing next to this one, and so far, no one knows why. I came to take a look." At that moment, the boat began to float, and a young woman with green hair and eyes, surrounded by a green aura, appeared before them. She looked coldly at everyone on the boat. "Look, a bunch of worms trying to illegally enter the island of Onichan." Nizu recognized her immediately. "Sakura." "Hello, Nizu. It was very kind of you to turn yourself in for me," she replied with a smirk. "Young Sakura, stop it now," All Might commanded. "Or what?" Sakura challenged. "Do you really think Oni-chan didn't know about your scheme? Look around carefully, idiots." With that, she let the boat fall, and while Hawks managed to fly, the others tumbled onto a massive block of ice. They found themselves surrounded by several heroes, each equipped with Izuku's devices. As Hawks prepared to act, he felt gravity weigh down on him as a man in familiar armor appeared. The false Gênesis approached him, pointing a gun directly at his head. "Move wrong and die." The heroes, realizing they were surrounded, braced for a fight, but the gravity intensified. "Capture them all. Each will be judged for their past crimes. Oni-chan ordered me to take over the strike project after capturing you, and that's exactly what I will do," Sakura stated. The false Gênesis nodded. "Go, I'll handle things here." Sakura turned and left, and the Ireland police officers accompanying them quickly restrained the heroes and led them through a portal. Meanwhile, with Izuku, after discussing fear, courage, and hope, he said, "Okay, now let's talk about how things will be done." Hayato nodded. "Izuku, I'll be honest. The government currently depends on you, not the other way around. After the recent discoveries of blatant corruption, we don't think this can continue. I hope you can help us fix the system," Hayato added. "First, let's implement some rules with my help, then we can discuss other subjects," Izuku replied. "First of all, everyone who works for me and fought for a better future will receive national pardon for any past crimes." "Okay," Hayato agreed. Hayato stood firmly, addressing the assembly with a serious tone. "Secondly, all current heroes who have committed crimes and have not faced consequences will be punished according to the law. Anyone with serious infractions will have their licenses revoked immediately." Izuku, looking incredulous, responded, "Are you serious?" Shizuka, horrified, interjected, "You can't be serious." Izuku continued, The heroes have been entrusted by the nation to act responsibly, allowing them to use their quirks without being labeled as criminals. Hayato nodded, contemplating Izuku's words. And if their privileges are elevated, so too are their responsibilities. To enjoy the benefits while ignoring the duties is unacceptable. Exactly, Izuku affirmed. If they fail to uphold their responsibilities, they become a liability that must be addressed. Hayato then asked, "What about the government? What will happen to the current members?" Izuku replied, "All current members, except for you, will be removed from their positions. More deserving individuals, chosen by the people, will take their place." "Why keep me?" Hayato questioned. "You recognized a problem and sought to make a difference. If others had listened to you, we might not have reached this point," Izuku explained. Turning to the Congress members, Hayato added, "I hope you spare them." Izuku nodded. Fourth and finally, the laws governing Japan will align with those of Ireland. The difference is that there will be no loopholes that favor politicians or those in power. Hayato raised an eyebrow. "What does that mean?" "It means that no politician will serve a shorter sentence for their crimes simply because of their status. If a politician commits a crime, they will face the same consequences as anyone else," Izuku stated firmly. Hayato hesitated. "But wouldn't this system be harsh?" "Yes, but it emphasizes the importance of accountability. Politicians in significant positions should prioritize the welfare of the people over their own interests," Izuku explained. "The government exists to bring order and improve life for everyone." Izuku's gaze hardened as he continued, "My existence is proof that this government has failed. Instead of working to better the country, many politicians focus solely on their benefits, forgetting that they are meant to serve the people. This must change," he asserted. "Politicians should be leaders who prioritize the well-being of the citizens. If they misuse their privileges without fulfilling their duties, they become a hindrance that must be removed." Shizuka interjected, "Those are strong words for someone responsible for so much destruction." Izuku replied calmly, "And how many more lives have been lost due to the corruption you perpetuated? How many innocents have suffered because of your actions?" He continued, "You allowed a corrupt system to thrive, one that harms the weak for the benefit of the strong, while ignoring the suffering of millions." Izuku's voice rose with intensity. "You covered up numerous cases where heroes directly harmed innocents, even when those heroes were responsible for the deaths of loved ones." He paused, gauging the reactions of those present. "All of you have blood on your hands in one way or another. The media that silenced the truth, the politicians who supported these actions, and the heroes who turned a blind eye to the suffering. I have caused great harm, both directly and indirectly," Izuku declared. "Each of you shares in this responsibility. Don't pretend that I am the only one at fault." He continued, "If you hadn't made these choices, I wouldn't be standing here as your reckoning." Izuku quoted a long ago saying, "I am a punishment from God. If you hadn't committed great sins, you wouldn't have drawn a punishment like me." He turned his gaze to Shizuka. "I have you to thank for making my path easier. You sent All Might on a mission that ultimately led to his downfall, all in an attempt to manipulate me." As he snapped his fingers, images of All Might and other heroes trapped appeared, causing panic to wash over Shizuka's face. "Thank you, Shizuka," Izuku said with a hint of sarcasm. "You made my life much simpler." Looking back at Hayato, Izuku added, "Ireland is currently independent, situated in a location not governed by any country. Their attack on us, aiming to kidnap my family, is an act of war. However, I understand that some may not act in the best interests of their country." He posed a critical question. "Was this operation sanctioned by your government?" The weight of the question hung in the air as Hayato considered his response. If he admitted it was sanctioned, it would be an act of war. If he denied it, Izuku would take matters into his own hands. After a moment, Hayato sighed. "No, they acted independently. I did not authorize such an invasion." "I see," Izuku replied. "In that case, I will handle them myself." Hayato interjected, "I would prefer if you allowed them to return and face justice here." Izuku raised an eyebrow. So they can remain free and unpunished? No, Hayato clarified. They should spend the rest of their lives in Tartarus. I assure you they will not escape. While their actions cannot be excused, they deserve a fair trial and must face the consequences according to the law, not vengeance. Hayato wore a determined expression, but inside, a single thought consumed her mind. Got you all might? Now you can spend the rest of your life in Tartarus, she thought, her resolve unwavering. Chapter 34. The Beginning of Changes Part Final. Izuku looked at Hayato and said, "All right, Hayato, I'll leave them under your supervision. But remember, if they get out of prison without facing consequences for their actions, it will lead to an all-out war. No excuses, no negotiations, and no forgiveness." He continued, "They attempted to attack my mother and daughter, and I won't let that go unpunished. If they are released, even for a single day, I won't hesitate to take action." "I understand," Hayato replied, his expression a mix of regret and hidden satisfaction. "They will be transferred to you tomorrow. I'll send a trusted individual to ensure they reach the prison safely," Izuku informed him. "Thank you for your understanding," Hayato said. "Now, let's return to the topic at hand," Izuku said as a hologram appeared, displaying a set of laws similar to Japanese ones but adapted for their needs. Under these new laws, criminals would face harsher penalties, and those in power who abused their authority would be held accountable. These are the laws that will govern Eraland. "I'll send you a file," Izuku stated. He began discussing the changes that would take place, focusing on how they would be communicated to the public through national television. For 2.5 hours, Izuku and Hayato deliberated on significant reforms across various sectors, including education, law enforcement, health, and agriculture. Hayato contributed his insights, demonstrating his commitment to the country. After their discussion, Izuku turned to Hayato and said, "If you agree, we can initiate the country's reform in 1 month. We will overhaul the entire structure at once and clean up the mess simultaneously. If you don't agree, there's no need to contact me again. Just keep those individuals imprisoned, and I won't interfere with Japan anymore. But understand, this is the only opportunity I'm offering to make changes in society. If you refuse my proposal now, forget that I was once Japanese. I won't lift a finger to assist you, no matter what happens." Shizuka interjected, "Don't act like you're not benefiting from this." "I'm not," Izuku replied firmly. "I have nothing to gain from helping you. I could easily remain on my island, focusing on my life and raising my daughter in peace. No one would bother me after I declare that I want no problems with any countries and offer to share some technology with the world. Honestly, it's tempting to let Japan collapse under its own weight at this point. Reforming it will require significant effort on my part, and I would have to clean up the mess left by your incompetence. Make no mistake, Shizuka. I never wanted to rule this country. If I had, I could have taken control months ago. Japan is in such disarray that even without quirks, I could have mastered it with enough time and preparation. Right now, it's a fragile house of cards, ready to collapse with a single blow. I don't want to be more involved than necessary in creating a new society. I know I'm not a good person, and my hands are stained with innocent blood. The job I would have to undertake wouldn't allow me to raise my daughter in peace. Working in the government after the changes will be something to fear, not expect. The workload will increase dramatically because of the issues you've caused. You allowed heroes to act without accountability, leading to a broken education system where teachers ignore students being mistreated. This situation has occurred nationwide. Are you aware of how challenging it will be to educate a new generation of teachers who uphold the right values to rectify the mess you created? And let's not even discuss the health system, which is in chaos due to a lack of doctors. Your heroes preferred flashy moves over effectively apprehending villains. Your hero system is a bad joke, where they openly break the laws meant to govern them, and you've done nothing to stop it. A perfect example is Iwabami, who spent most of her time as a model and barely fulfilled her role as a hero. She didn't dedicate enough time to her responsibilities, and you allowed it to happen on national television without taking action. Do you want to keep discussing how society deteriorated because of you, or will you sit quietly until I leave? Izuku challenged. Shizuka gritted her teeth but remained silent. That's what I thought, Izuku said. Make no mistake, I gain nothing from these changes. In fact, I'm investing my time and effort into a country that has wronged me and my daughter. Think carefully about whether you want to waste this opportunity, because I won't offer it again. With that, Izuku opened a portal and left. A portal opened in a room, and from within it, Izuku emerged with a bored expression. Okay, time to recharge my era power charge by spending time with my daughter, he said, moving toward the door when he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. So you want to go recharge your era power before getting ready for your date, Izuku Midoriya? A cold voice asked. Turning around, Izuku saw Inko standing in the corner of the room, her expression unsettling. He could have sworn he saw a fierce intensity in her gaze. Putting on his best smile, Izuku greeted her, "Mom, hi, I hadn't seen you there." How did she manage to get behind me without me feeling her? He thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine. You haven't answered my question, Inko said calmly. Mom, I just wanted to spend some time with Eri. My date with Achiko is only at night. I have time, Izuku explained. No, Izuku, you haven't taken this seriously enough. I've been waiting for the day you get a girlfriend, and I won't let you mess it up. Achiko is a great girl, and you need to make this date memorable for her, Inko insisted, her smile not reaching her eyes. Sighing, Izuku replied, I promise I'll do my best. I've already left everything ready using clones. The only thing left is for me to change, and I can do that in 20 minutes. Inko narrowed her eyes. Izuku, you know I can tell when you're lying. Call it a maternal sixth sense. The moment you said you had everything fixed, you were not being truthful. Oh? Izuku thought. Mom, the truth is I haven't fixed everything yet, but I'm going to use clones to do it, he admitted. No, you'll fix everything yourself. Girls notice how much effort a guy puts into making them happy, and that counts for a lot. After you finish everything, you can go and spend time with Eri. Until then, you should get ready for your date, Inko stated firmly. But Mom. Izuku started. No buts. I'm not negotiating. Go, Inko said seriously. With a resigned sigh, Izuku gave in. I'll finish preparing everything in 30 minutes. I can do it. I've already created Pokemon, so making preparations for a perfect encounter should be easy, he thought resolutely. 3.5 hours later, Izuku was sitting on a couch, mentally exhausted. Easy my foot, I should have fixed this yesterday, he muttered to himself. Checking the time, Izuku took a deep breath and went to get ready. He took a good shower, applied deodorant and perfume, combed his hair, and dressed in formal attire. When he finished, he looked at his watch and saw he still had 15 minutes before he had to leave. Stepping outside, he spotted Eri playing with her Galarian Ponyta, surrounded by other children. A smile spread across his face as he watched her joy. It makes you proud, doesn't it? A voice said, pulling him from his thoughts. Yes, knowing that I could give her happiness makes me very proud of what I did, Mom, Izuku replied. What you are experiencing is how I felt whenever I saw you coming back from a charity event. A pure and sincere smile filled my heart with pride. Unfortunately, unlike you, I couldn't be the cause of your happiness, Inko said, her expression turning somber. You did the best you could, Mom. I never blamed you for anything that happened to me, Izuku said quietly. We both know that's not entirely true, Izuku. I could have done more. I hesitated because I was afraid of what would happen to our family, Inko confessed. Inko, you are as much a mother to Sakura as you are to me. I don't blame you for wanting to protect her future. If I were in your shoes, I don't know how I would have reacted, Izuku reassured her. Inko looked at him and said, I know you would have done what was right, not what was convenient. I know you feel you failed me even if I never say it. You should have done what was right and protected me. When I went to the police, I knew they wouldn't help, Inko said, her voice heavy with regret. Mitsuki had already been a hero, and she told me that in cases like this, the police avoid taking action unless it's in the media, fearing they might create new villains. I went to scare Sakura into stopping, knowing it wouldn't work, Inko explained. Looking at Inko calmly, Izuku said, It doesn't matter. You were the only person who ever loved me when I needed it most. I know, son, and that is the saddest part for me, Inko replied, her eyes glistening with tears. It shouldn't have been like that. You shouldn't have had to go through that, she added. Mom, everything that doesn't kill us strengthens us, whether spiritually or physically, Izuku stated. What I went through gave me the strength I needed to become who I am today. I won't say I liked it, but if I hadn't faced those challenges, who knows if I would have Eri in my life now? Izuku reflected. You know, Mom, I don't like to admit this, but the day I was at my lowest, I didn't leave with a clear objective. All I wanted was revenge, he confessed. Revenge against Sakura, revenge against Katsuki, revenge against everything, he continued. My heart felt like it had been ripped out, replaced by a block of ice. I'm ashamed to admit it, but if you had been captured before I met Eri and I had to choose between my ambition and you, I might have abandoned you, Izuku said, sadness in his voice. Izuku. Inko began, tears in her eyes. She knew her son and understood how much it hurt him to say that. I was lost back then, Izuku admitted. I fully understand that now. Izuku reflected on his past, acknowledging that much of his actions were fueled by the anger he felt towards society. However, everything changed when Eri entered his life. The moment he learned about her, he felt a thawing in his heart, which had been encased in ice for so long. Eri reminded him of his younger self, suffering at the hands of selfish individuals, facing discrimination for something beyond her control, and enduring abandonment and mistreatment. Seeing Eri for the first time reignited a warmth in him, and he felt a sense of purpose. He recalled a voice urging him to take action, telling him that Eri would become like a daughter to him, and he needed to step up and save her. That moment became a turning point for Izuku, as he realized he could offer her the love and protection he never received himself. In Eri, he found redemption and the opportunity to be a real father. He felt grateful for the struggles he had faced, as they had prepared him to provide Eri with a safe and loving home. Inko, observing her son's newfound peace, was taken aback. She had never seen Izuku so serene before. Enough about the past, Izuku said with a calm smile. I have a date today, and I need to make it special. Make sure to impress me with some good daughters-in-law, Inko replied playfully. Izuku chuckled, Mom, I barely managed to get Achiko to like me. How am I supposed to convince her to let me have other girls and win them over? Inko teased him, with your brilliance, you should be able to figure it out. Izuku laughed, acknowledging the challenge ahead. As he entered the house, he was momentarily stunned by the sight of Achiko, who looked radiant in her appealing pink dress. Quickly regaining his composure, he smiled and took her hand, kissing the knuckle gently. My lady, you look stunning tonight. Blushing yet proud, Achiko decided to play along. And you, my lord, are quite elegant yourself. Would you honor me with your company for a walk on this lovely night? Izuku asked, extending his arm with a playful smile. Of course, Achiko replied, taking his arm. They stepped through a portal and arrived at a breathtaking park, where an appealing carriage awaited them. Izuku helped Achiko into the carriage, and soon they were gliding through the park, surrounded by stunning decorations. Achiko marveled at the heart-shaped trees adorned with glowing leaves and flowers that sparkled like crystal. The entire park was illuminated, creating an ethereal atmosphere that left her in awe. I've never seen this park before, Achiko said, her eyes wide with wonder. It didn't exist until a few hours ago, Izuku explained. You are very special to me, and I wanted to make this moment unforgettable. But there was no space for another park on the island, Achiko pointed out. Izuku smiled warmly. If I created one island, what's to stop me from creating another? Tears welled in Achiko's eyes as she realized the effort he had put into this surprise. The thought of him working tirelessly to make everything perfect for her filled her with warmth. Thank you, Izuku, she said softly. You deserve this and so much more, he replied with a smile. As they continued their journey, they enjoyed the beauty around them and each other's company. The carriage eventually came to a stop on a hill covered in rose petals, leading to a picturesque spot adorned with paintings and sculptures from around the world. Izuku, noticing Achiko's delight, helped her down from the carriage. "I hope you enjoy an outdoor picnic," he said, eager to share this special moment with her. Izuku smiled elegantly as he moved behind the carriage to open a hidden compartment. He pulled out a tablecloth and a picnic basket, spreading the cloth out before placing the basket in the center. He then took out a candlestick, lit the candles, and began to arrange the contents of the basket. Achiko's eyes widened as she saw the array of dishes from around the world: French, Italian, Japanese, Irish, Brazilian, American, and more. "I remembered you once mentioned wanting to take your parents on a world tour," Izuku explained with a smile. "So, I thought it would be fitting to bring a taste of the world for our first date. I believe sampling a bit of each delicacy, along with appreciating some art from each place, is a wonderful start." Achiko was taken aback. "How is this possible?" "I asked a favor from some contacts in the Japanese government, and they were able to help me out for a small fee," Izuku replied. "That must have cost a lot," she said. "Compared to the value of your smile, what I spent is nothing," he said, his smile brightening. Achiko couldn't help but smile back. They soon sat down to enjoy the picnic. Izuku had prepared small portions of each dish, allowing Achiko to taste everything without feeling too full. He had also brought various drinks from around the world: tea, coffee, juice, soda, and more, though he had chosen not to include any alcoholic beverages. As they ate, Izuku listened attentively while Achiko shared her thoughts on each food. Afterward, she expressed her opinions on the artworks he had arranged, and he listened with a smile the entire time. Once they finished eating and appreciating the art, Izuku grinned and said, "I heard that first dates shouldn't be too long, so I thought of one last activity for us, if you're interested." "What is it?" Achiko asked. "Use your quirk to lighten your body," he suggested. Surprised, Achiko complied. Izuku then removed his suit and draped it over the basket before using his telekinesis to lift them both into the sky, along with a radio he had prepared. As the music began to play, Izuku reached out to Achiko. "Will you allow me the honor of a dance?" With a smile, Achiko nodded. He took her left hand in his right and wrapped his left arm around her waist, guiding her in a dance. In that moment, nothing else mattered, only the music and each other's company. As the song came to an end, Izuku gently descended back to the ground, still holding Achiko's hand. He touched his forehead to hers and smiled even more as he whispered, "I hope you enjoyed this meeting." Gathering her courage, Achiko leaned in and kissed him. After a few seconds, she pulled away and said, "I hope that answered your question." "You answered yes," Izuku replied, leaning in to kiss her again. As they returned to the ground, Izuku didn't break the kiss. They found themselves in an almost ethereal moment, where nothing existed in their world but each other. After the date ended, Izuku returned home hand in hand with Achiko. However, as soon as they reached the front door, Inko and the other girls grabbed Achiko and pulled her away before they could even say goodbye. Sighing, Izuku shrugged and left the room. He knew that with his mother there, Achiko would be fine. For now, he needed to get some sleep. While Izuku got ready in another room, Achiko felt a twinge of anxiety. For intense gazes were directed at her. Momo, Sakura, and Nijire looked at her as if she had wronged them deeply. Inko, noticing the tension, smiled calmly and asked, "Achiko, tell me, how was the date?" Looking at Inko, Achiko sighed, recalling the evening with a sweet smile. "It was just magical and perfect with Izuku," she began to describe the encounter. As Achiko spoke, the expressions of the girls grew more sour, each of them thinking, "It should have been me." When Achiko finished recounting the details, the girls' thoughts synchronized again, filled with jealousy. "You stole the first date of my dreams and the first kiss that should have been mine," they thought. Listening to Achiko, Inko smiled warmly. "I see, it seems that Izuku put in a lot of effort." Yes, he was clearly tired, but he still tried until the end, and it was sweet, Achiko replied, blushing at the memory, a tender smile on her face. Meanwhile, Izuku was finishing getting ready when he saw Eri enter his room in her pajamas. "Can I sleep with you today?" Eri asked. "Of course, honey, come here," Izuku said with a happy smile. It was time to recharge his energy with Eri's presence, the most powerful source of joy in his life. Hugging Eri, they soon fell asleep. The next morning, when Izuku woke up, he noticed that Eri was lying on top of him, drooling. A little. Carefully, he moved his phone to take a few pictures of the adorable scene, wanting to capture the moment forever. Maybe I should find a way to make these photos indestructible, so I never lose this appealing image, he thought. Gently, Izuku placed Eri on the bed, replacing her with pillows, and went to prepare breakfast. He was determined to show Eri's classmates that their princess was not to be underestimated. While cooking with a smirk, Izuku noticed Achiko walking into the kitchen. His face lit up with affection. "Good morning. How are you?" he asked. "I'm great. I dreamed of an appealing gentleman taking me on a date," Achiko replied, approaching with a smile and giving him a light kiss on the lips. "Curiously, I had a similar dream, where the most appealing fairy in the world called me out, and we had a dance in the clouds," Izuku said, smiling back at her. "And then?" Achiko asked happily, giving him another soft kiss. "Yes," Izuku replied, grinning as he hugged her waist and pulled her closer. After a moment, they broke apart. Izuku continued preparing breakfast using his telekinesis, enjoying the moment with Achiko when he heard a cough that indicated someone's disapproval. Breaking away from her, Izuku saw Inko standing there with a smile. "I don't think the kitchen is the best place for such public displays of affection," she said playfully. Achiko blushed deeply, while Izuku wore a cheeky grin. "Technically, the kitchen is a great place for that. Many fantasies happen here," he replied with amusement. "True, but I'm a single woman, and I'd prefer not to witness that. If you're going to kiss, please do it in private," Inko said teasingly, making Achiko blush even more. Seeing this, Izuku smiled wider before gently patting Achiko's head and returning to finish preparing the meal. Soon, the delicious aroma of food filled the house, enticing everyone who could smell it. In no time, a white blur dashed to the table. Eri, awakened by the scent, zoomed to the kitchen. Along with her, the other girls arrived, all equally eager. Izuku was a busy person and couldn't cook every day, but when he did, he made meals that could impress anyone. With his heightened senses, Izuku knew exactly how to bring out the best flavors in every ingredient. Each bite of his cooking was a delight. Achiko's eyes widened in surprise as she tasted a bit of the food. "Did you cook everything from our date?" she asked, realizing how long it had been since she had enjoyed Izuku's cooking. "You deserve only the best, and I haven't found a better cook," Izuku replied, smiling at her. Izuku smiled widely and sincerely, his happiness evident to everyone around him. The girls watching him exchanged glances, their expressions filled with jealousy directed at Achiko. "You shouldn't be the one with him," Jiro, Sakura, Momo, and Nijire thought in unison, their frustration palpable. Eri, observing Izuku's joy, felt a spark of happiness herself. Though she often kept her feelings to herself, she was a perceptive little girl. She remembered the times she had seen Izuku in tears, suffering quietly, and it was rare for him to show such happiness. Seeing someone else bring him joy made her reconsider her feelings about Achiko. Eri had always thought that if anyone should be with Izuku, it was Nijire. However, witnessing her father's happiness made her think differently. "Dad has sacrificed so much for me. Maybe I should give Achiko another chance," Eri resolved. After breakfast, Izuku gathered Eri and drove a large bus filled with children, teachers, and parents who wanted to join him on a trip to the land of Pokemon. There were about 20 children and 15 adults, not counting Izuku, the girls, Eri, and Inko. Eri proudly showcased her Galarian Ponyta, which she had been excitedly sharing with everyone for days, proving that she was not lying about it. The other children were captivated by her Pokemon. Once everyone boarded the bus, Izuku opened a portal and they traveled through it. Upon arrival, he instructed everyone to disembark. A middle-aged man approached them, his appearance striking with peach skin, gray hair, and bushy eyebrows. He wore a white coat over a light brown polo shirt and beige slacks. "So, these are the children you mentioned, Izuku?" the man inquired, his eyes sparkling with interest. The children's eyes lit up at the sight of him, while the parents looked on in astonishment. Inko sighed softly. "Yes, Professor Oak. I apologize for the delay, I was caught up with some matters, Izuku replied. He affectionately ruffled Eri's hair and introduced her to the man. This is my daughter, Eri. I see, Professor Oak said, kneeling to slide Eri's head. How are you, little Eri? Your father speaks so highly of you. Eri nodded shyly, her face beaming with happiness. Izuku and Inko shared a laugh, which made Eri pout slightly. The rest of the day passed quickly, with each child receiving a Pokémon. Eri's Pokémon, a Pikachu and a Galarian Ponyta, were genetically enhanced by Izuku, making them stronger than the others. The other children felt a twinge of jealousy, but Izuku was unfazed. He had created those Pokémon for Eri, and he wanted the other children to be happy with their own. Izuku ensured that all the Pokémon were safe and easy to care for, so the parents were comfortable with their children having them. While watching Eri, he allowed the children and interested adults to attend a class on Pokémon care led by Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny. The men in attendance were particularly attentive, captivated by the two women. Little did they know that both Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny were homunculi, created by Izuku himself. The effort he put into creating the Pokémon paradise Eri had dreamed of was immense, but he would do anything for her. As the day came to an end, Eri returned home with a smile, accompanied by the other children. Izuku kept a watchful eye on any boy who might approach her. When they arrived home, most of the children had fallen asleep, and their parents carried them inside. Izuku gently carried Eri on his back, while her Pikachu perched on his head, puffing out its chest as if it were a guardian. Izuku thought to himself, if you cause any trouble, little one, you'll regret it. Unfortunately, he hadn't had enough time to program Eri's Pikachu completely, only managing to instill 5 key instructions. Always protect Eri. Be loyal only to Eri. Never hurt Eri. Be harmless to humans unless they try to hurt Eri. Shock any boy who tries to touch Eri. Due to this, the Pikachu lacked a gentle demeanor towards others. Izuku sighed, deciding to overlook it as long as the Pokémon fulfilled its purpose. After placing Eri in her bed and watching Pikachu jump down to join her, Izuku quietly left the room, ready to rest after a long and tiring day spent watching over the children. Izuku watched with amusement as Eri and several other children played. It had been 2 weeks since he met Hayato and began laying the groundwork for change. Seeing Eri's joyful expression made him smile, and he felt Nijire approaching him. You usually spend a lot of time watching Eri, Nijire remarked. She is my greatest pride, Izuku replied. I've always wanted to ask you, why did you decide to adopt her? Nijire inquired. I feel a connection with Eri, Izuku said warmly, a rare smile gracing his face, one filled with tenderness and love. You know, Nijire, many think I'm the devil reincarnated because of my actions, but honestly, I'm just someone willing to do what no one else wanted to do, he continued. Like what? Nijire asked. Let me ask you, do you think building a good home is easy? Izuku challenged. Yes, with the right quirk, it can be done relatively easily, Nijire answered. Wrong. You can easily construct a building with the right quirk, but a home is much more than just bricks and mortar, Izuku explained. A home is where we can rest after a tough day, where we feel safe and comfortable, where what we love resides. Building something to live in is easy, building a home is difficult. I can create 1,000,000 shelters or apartments in mere minutes without effort, he continued. But even giving my all, I could barely create a decent home for Eri. That's the difference. You asked me why I adopted Eri. The truth is, I wanted to give her a home. Ironically, I never had one myself. I lived in a nice house and had an above-average life, even with the hardships, but a true home is something I never experienced. Izuku recalled the day he met Eri vividly. I had just taken down a group of Yakuza called Shai Hasaikai. While exploring their premises, I found Eri's room. When I saw her, do you know what I saw, Nijire? What? Nijire asked. Myself in the past, a young child curled up in bed, using a blanket to shield herself from the world's evils, Izuku shared. In that moment, I saw my past, a pure child forced to suffer in a twisted society. A fragile being who never knew what unconditional love truly was. Looking at her, I realized it wasn't too late for her, just as it wasn't too late for me. Eri could still be saved from herself, and I swore I would make that happen. But Inko-san loves you, Nijire interjected. Yes, my mother loves me and cared for me, but that doesn't mean it was unconditional, Izuku replied. Not many know this, but there was a time when my mother wished I had never been born, and honestly, I felt the same. Nijire's eyes widened in horror as she listened. It was shortly after the bullying started. I only heard it once, but I will never forget that day. April 23, 2365, the day I heard my own mother tell her best friend that she sometimes regretted having me, Izuku recounted. That day, all my innocence died, and I decided to stop depending on others and start doing things for myself. My mother was drunk that day. I think she couldn't handle everything. Hisashi had disappeared for a job abroad. Sakura, her daughter, and Katsuki, the son of her best friend, didn't stop mistreating me. The police, the heroes, and the school staff pretended I didn't exist, ignoring all the pain I endured. And worst of all, my mother had to watch every second of it, knowing she couldn't truly help me without jeopardizing my future. Izuku closed his eyes, reminiscing. I remember that day very well, even though almost 10 years have passed. My mother came home drunk after going out with Mitsuki. The first thing she did was look at a picture of me and Sakura. She cried and cursed all the gods she knew that night. Amid her tears, she said 8 words I will never forget. It would have been better if Izuku had never been born. A single tear rolled down his face as he opened his eyes, sadness evident in his expression. That day, I was hiding behind some furniture, too hidden for her to see me, but for a moment, I caught a glimpse of her expression. All I saw was relief. Those 8 words seemed to free her from shackles she didn't know she had. And it was on that day that I knew 3 things for sure, Nijire, he said. First, men are not created equally. Second, if I didn't fight for what I wanted, no one would do it for me. Third, I was the worst thing that could happen in my mother's life. My mother is an amazing woman, and I couldn't have asked for a better mother. She took care of me the best she could, even knowing I was the source of most of her problems. It would have been much simpler to leave me aside, Izuku said calmly. You know, Nijire, one of the main reasons I dreamed so passionately of being a hero and worked so hard to achieve my goal was to ensure I would never see her in pain or drunk again. I always believed that if I could prove my worth, maybe she could be truly happy. Perhaps I could save her heart with a smile, just like so many heroes have done for others. And as if the universe played a cruel joke, everything I've been through has prepared me to change society, but only by being the furthest thing from a hero who could save her broken heart with a smile. Izuku spoke with a tone of self-mockery, his expression reflecting a deep sorrow. The dreaded Gênesis, the strongest being in the world, the man who can create species in weeks just for fun, can't even bring joy to the woman who brought him into the world, he said, a bittersweet smile on his face as tears streamed down his cheeks. Nijire, witnessing Izuku's pain, felt a sharp ache in her chest. For the first time, she understood the weight of Inko's words. Izuku was far more broken than anyone could have imagined. He maintained a strong front, shielding Eri and everyone he cared for from the burdens he carried, his smile acting as a protective barrier against the world's evils. Have you talked to her about it? Nijire asked gently. No, and I never will. I don't think she remembers that day. She was definitely very drunk. Even if she does, I see no reason to dwell on a past that will only bring her pain, Izuku replied, his voice steady. My mother suffered a lot to raise me, Nijire, much more than I could have asked for and unimaginably more than she deserved. I hope this matter never reaches her ears, he continued, his expression serious. She didn't need to suffer even more because I'm broken. She deserves peace and happiness in her life. But what about you? This will continue to eat at you for the rest of your life if you don't talk to her about it, Nijire pressed. Izuku took a deep breath, calming himself as he wiped the tears from his face. His signature smile returned, though it held a hint of sadness. You know, Nijire, I don't even know why I'm saying this to you now, but it felt good to get it off my chest. That's enough for me. After all, there's no reason to discuss the past, it's over. As he walked away, Nijire couldn't help but think of the story of Atlas, the titan who carried the world on his back. Just as Atlas bore the weight of the world while being crushed, Izuku carries the pains of everyone he loves with a smile, even when it crushes his heart, she thought sadly. He definitely shouldn't have to carry such a heavy burden. What no one noticed, not even Izuku, was that Inko was nearby, silently crying with her hand over her mouth, trying to contain her sobs. She had no idea that Izuku had been present that night, just as he had never forgotten it. For her, that night was the greatest shame she had ever experienced. The 8 words she had spoken haunted her for the last 10 years, a constant reminder of her weakness. Inko felt filthy for wishing, even for a moment, that her son, who had always possessed such a pure and kind heart, had never been born. That moment of weakness had destroyed her inside for years. She believed Izuku's struggles stemmed from the abuse he faced, never realizing that her own words had left a deep scar. Lowering herself to the floor, Inko swallowed her tears, determined to remain silent. She knew that even the slightest noise would alert Izuku, who would come to check on her. Years of watching over him had taught her how to hide her presence. She had always been close, listening to him cry alone at night and watching him rise after every fall. Izuku never noticed her presence, but she had always been there, a silent guardian. As she cried, Inko looked up at the ceiling, her voice barely a whisper. "The worst thing in my life?" she murmured. "Wrong, Izuku. You are the greatest gift I could have asked for." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, filled with love and regret. At that moment, Achiko found herself in a room with Jiro. "Why did you call me in private?" Achiko asked, her tone laced with suspicion. "Achiko, I'll be straightforward. I know you and Izuku are dating, but have you ever thought about whether you can handle his burdens alone?" Jiro replied. Achiko narrowed her eyes at Jiro's words. "Yes, I've thought about it, but so what?" she said, irritation evident in her voice. This topic had been on her mind since she and Izuku started dating. Everything seemed perfect at the moment, but she knew that challenges would arise over time. Izuku had his struggles, and she recognized that from their conversations. It didn't lessen her feelings for him, but she understood that it would be incredibly difficult to help him alone. "Well, you've clearly thought about it, but honestly, anyone with half a brain can see that you'll struggle on your own," Jiro said. "Izuku is dealing with a lot, and he puts on a brave face to hide his pain. I've noticed it, and so have Momo and Sakura. The only one who hasn't seen it yet is Nijire, but I doubt it will take her long to figure it out," Jiro continued. "And that's not even the worst part. The worst will come after he completes his goal." "What do you mean?" Achiko asked, her curiosity piqued. "Achiko, he's going to change society, and that's inevitable. But let me ask you, what happens after that?" Jiro pressed. Achiko fell silent, unsure of how to respond. She had never considered what Izuku would do next. After he completes his objective, Izuku won't have anything left to strive for. By then, Eri will probably be old enough to take care of herself, Jiro explained. Izuku will have nothing to look forward to, and without a sense of purpose, it could lead to despair. "Where are you going with this?" Achiko asked, narrowing her eyes. "None of us can pull him out of the darkness he's in on our own. We'll fail no matter who tries to help him. For someone to succeed, they'd have to be just like him, and no one is." "Izuku is exceptional," Jiro stated. "That's why I propose a mutually beneficial agreement." "What do you mean?" Achiko asked, intrigued. "Have you heard of polygamous relationships?" Jiro said with a calm smile. "Are you suggesting I let him be with other women?" Achiko replied, her voice rising in anger. "Not exactly. I'm proposing an experiment. Achiko, I'm bisexual, and this idea came to me," Jiro explained. "Alone, you'll struggle to help him. It's not just a discussion, it's a certainty. You know the despair that losing faith brings, just like I do. Izuku saved us when we were at our lowest, but he spent months without support. Even now, he's navigating a path he forged himself, not one shown to him. Alone, we will all fail," Jiro reiterated. "Together, we have a chance. If it works, We could help each other and maybe even develop feelings over time. There's a problem with that. I'm only attracted to men, Achiko said uncertainly. She could see the merit in Jiro's argument. It would indeed be difficult to help Izuku alone. He had accomplished so much in a short time, but he had been struggling for a long time, and convincing him that there was hope would be a challenge. Have you ever tried being with a woman? Jiro asked with a slight smile. No, Achiko replied. How do you know you wouldn't like it? Jiro pressed. I respect your choices, but how can you be sure it's impossible without trying? Jiro continued. I won't betray Izuku to find out, Achiko said firmly. I'm not asking you to cheat on him. Just continue your relationship with him. Eventually, you and he will have your first time together, and the relationship will grow. When you feel it's stable, you could consider trying a menage. I could join, and if you find pleasure in it, it would show that you might be open to the idea, Jiro suggested calmly. One way or another, there's no loss in this, Jiro added. I don't know, Jiro, Achiko admitted, still uncertain. Achiko, think of the despair we felt when we lost faith in the world. Izuku is experiencing that now. Even his mother doubts that a single girl can help him, Jiro urged. We can help him if we work together. He helped us when he was alone. Don't you think it's right to try to support him now? Realizing Jiro's argument was having an effect, she hesitated. I'm not asking you to do it now. Just consider it for the future, Jiro said gently. We have time before Izuku can stabilize society and implement his plans. Think about it calmly. After a moment of silence, Achiko nodded. I will think about it. That's all I ask, Jiro replied with a smile. Jiro left with a smile, aware that the moment Achiko became Izuku's girlfriend, her chances of monopolizing his attention had vanished. Instead, she decided to pursue a different approach, sharing. Jiro understood that helping Izuku on her own would be challenging in the short term, but she believed there were methods that could work over time. She recognized that Achiko lacked the patience for such a long-term strategy. So, Jiro and the other girls devised a plan to support polygamy, believing that this way, everyone could have what they desired. For Jiro, who also liked girls, it felt like a double win. Convincing Izuku would be difficult, as even his mother, Inko, had noted that he was not the type to hurt those he cared about. As long as Achiko opposed the idea, he would refuse. However, if they could persuade her first, she could easily influence Izuku, and the issue would be resolved. 2 weeks later, Izuku stood with Hayato as they both watched the corrupt heroes being arrested and tried on national television. 10 days ago, Hayato and Izuku had initiated significant changes, and Japan had officially accepted Izuku's terms. Once accepted, they immediately began restructuring the entire country, leaving no time for anyone to escape. The corrupt heroes were captured by the heroes of Eraland and Izuku, their quirks suppressed. Simultaneously, corrupt police officers and teachers were also held accountable. Izuku was determined, launching a full-scale operation to capture everyone involved in corruption, including teachers who accepted bribes and police officers who turned a blind eye. Izuku initiated an overnight cleanup, preparing to judge over 700,000 individuals in the coming days. He quickly established new prisons with enhanced security systems, deploying 30 Nemesis units and nearly 900 Project Legion units in each facility, along with Quirk nullifying fields. Each prison required only a few guards to ensure everything ran smoothly. He also began reforming the education system, introducing features that had previously been deemed impossible. Each student received a tablet and a state-of-the-art notebook, and schools were equipped with natural parks and quirk suppression camps designed to prevent accidents without harming the children. Though there weren't many teachers yet, Izuku and Hayato were actively recruiting graduates and professionals to temporarily fill the roles while they prepared those studying pedagogy. Izuku worked tirelessly, utilizing an army of clones to manage areas that needed attention while stabilizing society. He planned to teach multiple subjects across various schools simultaneously, including math, science, history, chemistry, physics, biology, and technology. The price of food had never been lower, as Izuku provided the nation with affordable options through genetic engineering and accelerated livestock growth. He established a new island filled with farmers, each possessing quirks suited for their work, ensuring the country was well fed. Izuku understood the importance of laying a solid foundation for the changes in the first few months. He was aware that if he didn't establish strong groundwork, everything could collapse like a house of cards. This immense responsibility weighed heavily on Izuku, both physically and mentally, yet he maintained a smile, dedicating at least 2 hours each day to spend with Eri and Achiko. As they observed the trials, where many heroes and police faced life imprisonment or execution for their crimes, Hayato expressed his frustration. "How could I let Japan get into this state of corruption?" he asked bitterly. "It wasn't your fault. Corruption has been around for a long time," Izuku reassured him. "A thorough cleanup is never pleasant, especially when you uncover unexpected dirt. And this is just the beginning, there's much more to uncover. This was merely the first batch of those for whom I had undeniable proof," Izuku continued. "If we want a truly good society, we must keep cleaning up one area at a time. Many people are protesting against these changes, you know that, right?" Hayato pointed out. "Let them blame me, I'll carry the weight," Izuku replied calmly. "Once they see the results, the protests will gradually fade. Until then, I'm fine being the one who bears the burden. The next elections are in 3 weeks, that should ease some of the pressure," Hayato noted apologetically. "That's perfect," Izuku said. "When are we going to start cleaning the streets?" Hayato inquired. "I've already ordered all the heroes in Airland to begin patrols. The villains are being captured, and I've recruited some vigilantes to help with the shortage. However, it's still not enough. This week, I'll start cleaning the streets myself," Izuku explained. "I'll take down the villains one group at a time if necessary. I can't do it all at once, my clones are limited," he added. "Currently, I have nearly 3,000 clones working in various roles, and the mental strain is becoming overwhelming." "I can't do much more than I already am," Izuku admitted, frustration creeping into his voice. "You're already doing more than anyone could ask for. You don't need to overexert yourself. We knew this would be a challenging time," Hayato reminded him. "Relax, it's all under control," Izuku reassured him. "I still need to implement various projects now. The foundations for the new society must be laid while we still have the chance. After the first 6 months, things should become easier." "How much sleep have you had in the last few days?" Hayato asked calmly. "Just a few hours," Izuku replied vaguely, knowing he had slept less than 2 hours in the past 10 days. "You need to rest. Your body may handle the pace, but your mind won't. This reform depends on you being well. If you collapse, everything else will too," Hayato cautioned. "Don't worry. After this meeting with Achiko, I'll rest a bit," Izuku said with an excited smile. Who knew the guy who thought he'd end up alone would fall in love so quickly? "It's almost unbelievable," Hayato teased. "I don't think it's that unbelievable. I've always admired Achiko's spirit, and we complement each other well," Izuku replied. "She's determined and constantly seeks to improve, not to mention she's very cute. I still don't know how I managed to win her heart, but I'm glad I did." "Does your mother still suggest you have a charm?" Hayato asked with a chuckle. Hayato chuckled at the thought. She mentioned wanting enough grandchildren to fill 2 football teams. She dreams of watching them play the game. And she thinks I should surround myself with girls who can help me make sense of my thoughts. Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness as the two fell into a thoughtful silence. Chapter 36, Daily Life of the Strongest Man in the World. 3 months later in a park in Airland, under a tree in front of a lake, Izuku was peacefully sleeping on Achiko's lap. She gently rubbed his hair, a sweet smile on her face as she watched him. Izuku had been working tirelessly for the past few months, and it showed with the bags under his eyes. Today was supposed to be a picnic day for them, but he had fallen asleep in the middle of it. Achiko didn't mind, though. She understood how hard Izuku had been trying to carve out time for her amidst his busy schedule. It warmed her heart to see how he treated her, but it also brought a twinge of sadness. Jiro's words echoed in her mind, leaving her feeling conflicted. She worried that she might not be able to pull Izuku out of the despair he had been in, especially when she thought about how much he had always tried to make her happy. Every time she hesitated to accept Jiro's proposal, she felt like a monster. The thought of sharing Izuku with someone else pained her deeply. Looking at the peaceful face resting in her lap, she felt lost. Her thoughts were interrupted by Izuku's amused voice. "If you frown too much, you'll end up getting wrinkles," he said with a smile. Startled, Achiko looked down at him. "What's worrying you?" he asked, still resting on her lap and gazing into her eyes. "Nothing much, just something I heard from the girls," she replied, trying to mask her insecurities. Izuku maintained his smile. "Achiko, if it's about my mother talking about how I should have a HRM, you don't have to worry about that." Achiko paused, intrigued. "Don't you want one?" "It's not a matter of wanting to, I just wouldn't do something that could hurt you," he said calmly, his loving smile reassuring her. "These last few months have been amazing for me. Having you by my side is one of the best things that ever happened to me, and I wouldn't risk that feeling for anything. You don't have to worry about what my mother or anyone else says. Just be yourself, and I'll be satisfied with that," he added warmly. Achiko fell silent, feeling like the worst person in the world. She noticed how Izuku had sidestepped the question about wanting a HRM, focusing instead on what was best for her. Once again he was putting others' needs above his own. Putting on a smile to cover her feelings, she nodded. "Don't worry, it's just silly thoughts I was having. I kept thinking about how maybe I wasn't worthy of you, which distracted me, but you don't have to worry." Izuku looked at her seriously. "Achiko, if there's anyone unworthy in this relationship, it's me. Never think otherwise. Honestly, I still can't believe that an amazing girl like you fell in love with someone like me. Sometimes I wonder if I deserve to have someone as good as you." Looking into his eyes, Achiko could see the deep loneliness they held. Leaning down, she kissed him softly before standing up with a tender smile. "Izuku, you are the most amazing, kind, and caring person I could ask for. Never doubt if you deserve me. You are the best thing that ever happened to me. If anyone says otherwise, let me know, and I'll take care of it." "What if I'm the one who speaks?" Izuku asked, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Then I'll remove gravity from both of us and we'll be able to fly together for all eternity," she replied, her smile dazzling. Izuku stood up, looking into her eyes. "That wouldn't be a bad idea," he said, leaning in to kiss her lovingly. As their kiss deepened, Izuku snapped his fingers, and in an instant, they were in his room. They continued to kiss for a while before parting, and Achiko, with rosy cheeks and eyes full of love, said, "Izuku, I'm ready." Smiling, Izuku nodded and hugged her gently, whispering in her ear, "So today you are mine." After 6 months, Izuku stood calmly in a park in Mizudafu, observing the joyful scene around him. Children played with their Pokémon, while others engaged in friendly battles. Since the reforms began in Japan, Izuku had made Pokémon accessible to children with good grades as a form of encouragement, leading to a surge in academic effort among the youth. Pokémon had become a phenomenon, with kids playing and battling with them constantly, as Pokémon thrived on competition and displayed remarkable resilience. Beside him, Hayato wore a bright smile, taking comfort in the sight of children playing freely, knowing that villains no longer dared to attack. Thanks to Izuku's efforts and the new hero equipment system he developed, crime fighting had reached unprecedented levels of efficiency. Heroes could be seen at every corner, ready to assist, and any villain foolish enough to challenge them was subdued almost instantly by a new generation of heroes equipped with powerful quirks. The city was monitored by cameras, and an artificial intelligence ensured that heroes and politicians adhered to strict regulations, with severe consequences for any misconduct. Classrooms were also under surveillance, and teachers caught promoting discrimination faced serious repercussions. The economy was recovering, showing signs of improvement with Izuku's guidance. However, not everyone supported the new system. Some criticized it as a dictatorship and called for All Might's return. A group known as the Meta Liberation Army attempted to confront Izuku, but they were swiftly dealt with. Izuku found their attempts laughable, though he remained concerned about certain threats that had emerged during the chaos. Among these threats was All for One, who had vanished along with Tamura and the League of Villains. As Izuku watched the park, a appealing blonde girl with blue eyes approached him, smiling and carrying a tablet. This was Melissa Shield, a young woman Izuku had recruited after the Island incident. He had recognized her potential and sought her expertise to help advance society's development. After the incident, Izuku had kept in touch with Melissa, realizing that he needed additional support to manage the various challenges he faced. Although she had been hesitant to join his cause, All Might and UA had ultimately facilitated her recruitment. Following the incident, Izuku had erased all data related to it, leaving no evidence of David Shield's possible collaboration with the villains. Since there were no injuries, the loss of materials and research tools was manageable, and sponsors were quick to replace what was taken. David Shield had generated significant revenue from his work, making the financial loss negligible in the grand scheme. Melissa was grateful to Izuku for his actions, but All Might was frustrated by the situation. He pressured David to confess, believing he should take responsibility for his mistakes. All Might's frustration stemmed from his own role in the creation of Gênesis and the fact that One for All had fallen into villainous hands due to his past decisions. Izuku had discreetly maneuvered to ensure that David was sent to prison for a life sentence, a turn of events that shocked both Melissa and All Might. David faced multiple serious charges, including damage to property, attempted robbery, corporate espionage, theft of confidential information, and terrorism, among others. The implications of his actions on Island, an institution representing all countries, were severe. The sight of her father imprisoned shattered Melissa's faith in All Might, igniting a deep resentment within her. In her anger, she decided to ally with Izuku, under the condition that he would work towards her father's release. Izuku agreed, negotiating with politicians from various countries involved with Island to facilitate David's transfer to Japan. He assured Melissa that those who aided him would receive forgiveness for their crimes, and through agreements with other nations, David's freedom was recognized. This move solidified Melissa's loyalty to Izuku, even as her father harbored animosity towards him. As they watched children play joyfully with their Pokémon in the park, Melissa turned to Izuku with a bright smile. "I have good news," she announced. "What is it?" Izuku asked, amused. "The approval rates for our reforms are rising. We've reached a real approval of 53% among the population," she said, her excitement palpable. "That's impressive, 53% in just 9 months, Hayato remarked, surprised. "Actually, it's lower than I expected, but it's still a good pace," Izuku replied calmly. "Why do you say that?" Melissa inquired. "Because that 53% likely consists of those who were oppressed by the previous system. The acceptance rate will be high among them, but the real challenge lies ahead," Izuku explained. "What's the issue?" Hayato asked, intrigued. "The strong individuals are observing and plotting their next moves. They are the ones we need to win over," Izuku said. "For our implementations to succeed, we need at least 90% of the population to be on board. The remaining 10% can be managed over time, but without that majority, the system risks collapse," he added. "And if it took more than 9 months for the oppressed to react positively, how long do you think it will take for the rest?" Izuku pondered. "Why would they be dissatisfied?" Melissa asked, confused. "Because I hold too much power," Izuku replied calmly. "Humanity fears what it cannot control. They know I cannot be defeated, and that creates a fear that I might impose a dictatorship." "But you wouldn't do that. You're fighting for the good of the country," Melissa argued. "People see me as a natural disaster, and I have blood on my hands. Do you know why heroes who have killed in the past were despised in this country?" Izuku asked. Melissa shook her head. "To maintain the illusion that the population has control over them," Hayato explained. "Exactly. If heroes could kill without consequence, it would undermine public safety. Laws create the illusion of control, providing peace of mind," Izuku added. "But everyone knows that Japan cannot suppress or control me. What would happen if I turned against them?" he mused. "The outcome is always the same. I do as I please and they are powerless. They hesitate because they understand they cannot control me. It's like ants trying to fight a whale with the power to control water. The result is predetermined, and that knowledge breeds despair," Izuku continued. The realization that their lives depend on my whims fosters distrust, which can lead to rejection and eventually anger. That anger could drive them to act against me in desperation, he concluded. Why are you so calm about this? Melissa asked. Because everything is going according to plan, Izuku replied with a quiet smile. I've thought a lot about how to address this issue, and I realized I don't need to solve the problem itself but rather its root cause. I've devised a plan that will stabilize society over time and foster a strong aversion to discrimination, he explained. For now, I'll let things unfold as they should, Izuku said, amused as he watched the children. Are you trying to incite a war? Hayato asked. No, but it's inevitable. Whether it was before when discrimination was rampant or now, after I revealed my power and initiated changes in Japan, war is unavoidable. When people receive quirks, conflict will arise. Since it's coming regardless, I prefer to control the circumstances to minimize casualties, Izuku stated calmly. As Izuku spoke, Hayato and Melissa contemplated his words, trying to grasp his intentions while observing his serene smile as he watched the children play peacefully. A few hours later in the Tartaro's prison, Izuku stood calmly in front of a mirror as guards brought in a fully bound All Might. Looking at All Might, Izuku smiled and greeted him. Hello All Might, it's been a while since I came to see you, he said with a calm smile. Have you come to gloat again? All Might replied indignantly. No, I came to keep you informed about how the world is going, Izuku said, maintaining his calm demeanor. In the months since Izuku began renovations, he had visited once a week to show All Might the results of his efforts. He didn't just do it to mock him, though that was certainly entertaining. He had plans, and All Might was part of them. To motivate All Might, Izuku believed nothing could drive a man to seek revenge more than witnessing his legacy being dismantled by someone else, especially someone who justified their actions with phrases like, "It was for the greater good." Picking up a tablet, Izuku displayed various news articles that portrayed All Might as a hypocrite and, in some cases, a villain. Meanwhile, the crime rate had plummeted to almost non-existence. Did you think this would happen when you chose Katsuki as your successor? Izuku asked, amusement evident in his voice. Did you take the time just to come and torment me? All Might gritted his teeth. I didn't come to torment you, I came to show you how you should have acted, how you should have been, Izuku replied, still smiling. You chose to lose yourself in power, you chose to discriminate against a quirkless individual even though you were one, and you left a power like One for All in the hands of someone like Katsuki, Izuku continued calmly. And speaking of One for All, you're welcome. And why should I thank you for taking One for All from me? All Might asked, his anger rising. Because I saved Katsuki from a fate worse than death due to that quirk, Izuku said with a smile. What are you talking about? All Might demanded. All Might, even an ordinary quirk places a burden on the body. What do you think having two quirks, one of them as powerful as One for All, would do to a person's body? Izuku asked, amusement flickering in his eyes as he took a cup from his storage quirk and filled it with high-pressure water, causing the cup to explode. That cup would be Katsuki's body if I hadn't taken the quirk, Izuku stated coldly. A look of horror crossed All Might's face as he shouted, This is a lie. There's no way this is true. Smiling wider, Izuku replied, The most amusing thing about this situation is that it's not a lie. The human body, while capable of adapting over time, has its limits. There's only so much stress it can endure. Quirks that reinforce the body can help, but they still only increase what the body can handle without eliminating the existing limits. One for All imposes a tremendous burden on the user's body due to the immense power it contains. Now, imagine what that would do to someone who already has a quirk, especially if it's not a storage type like All for One, Izuku explained. That's essentially Katsuki's situation. The irony is that anyone with a quirk other than a storage type wouldn't be compatible with One for All. They would only be able to hold the power for a maximum of 5 years before their body gives out, and during that time, they would be burning through their life expectancy to keep the quirk. If you want someone to use One for All to its fullest without repercussions, that person would need to be quirkless or have a storage type quirk. The fact that Katsuki was a poor choice for compatibility is amusing, especially since you held power for over 2 decades and didn't grasp this simple truth. You, the only one for all user to survive, didn't realize that your high compatibility stemmed from being quirkless, allowing you to use the power fully while your body adapted, Izuku said, his amusement evident. And that, to me, is priceless. Have you finished your little celebration? All Might asked, hatred in his eyes. You still don't understand, do you? Izuku replied, amusement still in his voice. I didn't come here to celebrate, I came to show you the consequences of your actions. I already understand that I messed up everything by choosing Katsuki as my successor. I don't need your reminder, All Might said angrily. No, All Might, you don't understand, and that's the problem. You think everything that happened is solely because you chose Katsuki, but you fail to see the broader issues with your actions, Izuku explained calmly. This is a fundamental difference. You don't regret discriminating against a quirkless person. You don't regret ignoring the suffering of the innocent for your convenience. You don't regret giving false hope to young people in despair, only to crush them later. You don't regret contributing to the oppression of the weak or being a key factor in creating an oppressive society due to your careless actions. You prefer to blame your misfortune on someone who retaliated against you. Not understanding that is the real issue, Izuku said coldly. You know, All Might, I can envision a day when someone will come and try to help you bring me down. And in the unlikely event that you succeed, I hope you have the decency not to repeat the same mistakes you've already made, Izuku said, his tone icy. Simply put, I can foresee many possible outcomes from my actions, and in all of them, a war always breaks out. If you know that, then stop what you're doing. You're destroying peace and bringing war, All Might urged. No, All Might, I'm just trying to correct your wrongs. Have you ever considered what it would be like if, instead of attempting to make amends for your past mistakes, I chose to rule society with an iron fist? Izuku spoke coldly, causing All Might to hesitate. That was a real chance, All Might. It could have happened easily. I could have armed the entire downtrodden population with strong quirks and risen to power as their leader, Izuku explained, his tone icy. All Might fell silent, absorbing the weight of Izuku's words. Your actions put society at risk. This is no joke. If it weren't for me, someone else would have stepped up because there was simply no hope for the oppressed. You became a cancer to society, lost in your own power, Izuku continued. And that's the problem, All Might. I come here once a month not to gloat over your situation, though I admit I take some pleasure in seeing how low you've fallen, but to make it clear what your actions could cause, he added. In just under 9 months, despite taking power by force and drastically changing people's lives, I have more than 50% of the population's approval. That's how much people were oppressed by the society you created. Izuku stood up, looking down at All Might. This will be my last visit. Reflect on whether I am wrong for trying to change the society or if you were wrong for creating one that oppressed the weak, especially when you should understand how they feel. With that, he turned to leave, a predatory smile forming on his face as he thought, very well, little pig. Now it's just a matter of fattening you up for slaughter. Afterward, he went to Airland and saw Sakura watching Eri play with Nijire. Approaching her, Izuku remarked, "It's interesting how they can maintain their purity, isn't it?" "Yeah," Sakura replied wistfully. Noticing her distant expression, Izuku asked calmly, "What's bothering you?" Sakura hesitated before speaking. "Izuku, what do you think about me?" "You are my sister, Sakura, a sister that I love very much," he said quietly. "You know that's not what I asked," she replied, her voice tinged with sadness. Looking at her, Izuku said, "I don't hold a grudge against you, Sakura. I know how you feel about me, but I'm sorry we can't be together." "Really? Is it because I'm your biological sister?" Sakura asked, her expression sorrowful. "No, honestly, you being my sister is the least of my problems. I could easily solve the issue of genetics, but I don't want to make Achiko suffer," Izuku explained calmly. "I'm not blind, Sakura. After realizing I could be loved despite being the person I've become, I connected the dots and saw who had feelings for me," he added with a hint of self-mockery. "And if Achiko allowed it, would you have me by your side? Sakura asked, her tone steady. If and only if Achiko wanted it, I wouldn't have any problem. But keep in mind, Sakura, I don't love you or the other girls. Feelings can develop over time, but right now, I don't have romantic feelings for either of you. I won't make the girl I love suffer just for lust, Izuku stated firmly. Sakura's eyes sparkled with hope. She always knew he didn't love her as a woman, how could he? But as long as there was a chance, she would pursue it. Jiro had already spoken to her and the other girls, and they had been preparing while getting to know each other better. They understood that Izuku wouldn't trade Achiko for any of them, which meant they would have to share him. However, that wouldn't work unless they all had a mutual interest in each other. There could be no division among them. If there was, Achiko, who was already hesitant about the situation, might back off, and then it would be goodbye to happiness with Izuku. In the last few months, the girls had started to bond more closely, learning about each other and discovering that they could support one another. After watching the scene for a while in silence, Sakura said, I will not give up on you. One day, I will make you my husband. If you get Achiko's approval, who knows? Until then, good luck with that, Izuku replied quietly before leaving. Chapter end. 2 years later, Izuku sat calmly in a rocking chair, sipping a drink while watching Eri play with Nijire. He reflected on all he had accomplished over the past year. The reforms he had initiated were finally in place, and the country began to function as it should. 5 main projects had been launched, each aimed at improving the lives of citizens. The first was the Eden Project, designed for children. This initiative provided Izuku's adapted quirk suppressors in the form of bracelets for all children aged 3 and older. These bracelets did not prevent quirks from manifesting or developing but ensured that children could explore their abilities safely. This was particularly important given past incidents, such as Eri's experience with her quirk. The bracelets would alert authorities when a child's quirk awakened, allowing specialists to assess the situation and provide guidance. If a quirk showed signs of aggression or destructive tendencies, the child would be directed to a training center, part of the Nexus project. The Nexus project was the second initiative Izuku implemented alongside Eden. He understood that some quirks could influence a person's personality. For instance, All for One instilled a longing to steal, while Katsuki's explosion could lead to a short temper. Recognizing this, Izuku established training centers to help individuals manage these impulses. Pediatric doctors and psychologists were available around the clock to assist young people in channeling their quirk-related urges into constructive actions. For example, Himiko Toga learned to control her bloodlust and use her abilities to infiltrate harmful organizations, ultimately working for the greater good. The third initiative was the New Age Project. Izuku knew that providing everything to people could lead to boredom, which he considered detrimental. Under this project, the government offered basic food and living conditions but no luxuries. Meals were nutritious yet bland, and accommodations were communal with limited amenities. While citizens could live healthily, they were encouraged to work for a better life. Izuku created various job opportunities, even if they seemed unnecessary at first. He established farms and gardens for those who enjoyed working with plants, bakeries to produce bread for schools and hospitals for aspiring healers. There were always ways for people to contribute and find fulfillment in their work. Izuku's vision was clear, a society where everyone could thrive, learn, and grow, all while ensuring the safety and well-being of the community. Zoos and veterinary clinics were at your disposal, offering courses and job opportunities. The Nova Era project aimed to encourage individuals to pursue their passions, providing scholarships and opportunities for everyone eager to learn. Izuku worked diligently to ensure that people would not remain idle, emphasizing that a better life required effort. He made it clear that there would be no free ride. Individuals had to earn their chances. The fourth project, known as Strike, was designed to terraform planets. With the rise of quirks, many had enhanced the reproductive capabilities of various species, particularly those with animal-related mutant quirks. This led to concerns about overpopulation on Earth. To address this, Izuku had been developing Project Strike long before he was empowered to reform society. Project Strike involved a fleet of spacecraft and satellites equipped with quirks that allowed for terraforming entire planets, transforming even the most barren worlds into vibrant ecosystems suitable for human life. After stabilizing the situation with the Japanese government, Izuku dispatched a fleet to Mars, which was soon transformed into a planet resembling Earth. Using quirks that manipulated gravity, the environment, and elemental forces, Project Strike gradually altered Mars' atmosphere, topography, temperature, and ecology to mirror Earth. The planet was restructured to increase its size and mass, and generators were installed to maintain ideal conditions for human habitation. After 2.5 years of hard work, Mars was fully transformed and undergoing modernization. Izuku vividly remembered the reactions of the representatives at the UN when Hayato announced Japan's claim over Mars, asserting it as Japanese territory. Due to the chaos caused by the Quirk era, all space exploration projects had been halted to focus on terrestrial issues. Thus, the announcement that Japan had successfully terraformed an entire planet sent shockwaves through the international community. No country could demand that Japan relinquish Mars, as Izuku's formidable power was well known. And he would undoubtedly support Japan in any conflict. As a result, countries were compelled to negotiate with Japan. This led to the initiation of Izuku's fifth project, the Expansion Project. Many nations coveted Izuku's technology, but since it was not for sale, they resorted to various means to acquire it. Attempts to steal the technology failed, as did negotiations with Hayato and public pressure tactics. Eventually, representatives from other countries sought formal negotiations, leading to the introduction of the Expansion Project. This initiative aimed at the assimilation of other governments under a unified federation, governed by laws inspired by Ireland. The agreement was straightforward. If other countries agreed to dissolve their independence and join a single federation dedicated to global order, they would gain access to Izuku's technology and the newly terraformed planets. If they refused, Japan and the Federation would cease negotiations, as they would become self-sustaining. When Izuku presented this project, Hayato was initially taken aback but soon grasped the vision behind it. The concept involved erasing the traditional notion of separate governments. There would be no Japanese, Italian, or English governments, only the Federation, focused on supporting its citizens. This new government structure would be immune to corruption, as the laws stipulated that politicians could not alter any regulations affecting themselves. Their salaries would be fixed at 8 minimum wages, along with predefined benefits, and they would be subject to rigorous monthly inspections. Any act of corruption would be met with severe consequences, reflecting the belief that such actions betrayed the nation. The philosophy of the Federation was simple: those who wished to join were welcome, but there would be no coercion. However, they would not shy away from conflict if provoked. Izuku pulled Achiko closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. He leaned in, their lips meeting in a kiss filled with emotion. As they kissed, Izuku gently sought permission with his tongue, and Achiko welcomed him, wrapping her arms around his neck and deepening the kiss. Izuku's hands moved to her thighs, caressing them lightly before lifting her off the ground. Achiko instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. Their mouths parted slightly, allowing their tongues to dance together. Izuku carried her over to the bed, gently lying on top of her. After a few moments, they broke apart to catch their breath, a thin line of connection lingering between them. Izuku then lowered his lips to Achiko's neck, planting soft kisses that made her sigh. He alternated between kissing her neck and whispering sweet nothings, enjoying the closeness they shared. His right hand massaged her thigh, while his left hand slipped beneath her blouse, exploring gently. After leaving a few marks on her neck, Izuku paused, taking a moment to admire her before continuing their tender exploration.